around the world.
We are here for the battle on the bays.
Quite simply, superb.
It's just ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. What a shot that is.
He's got the hot shots all to himself. The break of a multiple world champion, exuding class. And that's a shot that again will live long in the memory.
Welcome back to Leicester. We're back, of course, at the Mattioli Arena, the venue for the BetVictor Championship League. It's Group 3, it's Day 2, which means at the end of the day, we'll have our third player through to the winners' group to join Tom Ford, the winner of Group 1, and Elliot Slessor, who won Group 2 a couple of nights ago. And it's very, very tight in this group after a really good day's play yesterday. The 7 players separated by just 2 points. Xiao Guodong on 3 points, Zhou O'Connor, Yuan Shijun on 2, Gary Wilson, Chris Wakelin, Anthony Kowalski, Sergio Way, all on 1. These are the matches to look forward to. We start with Xiao Guodong and Chris Wakelin, and you can see we play the extra match on table 1 in this session. Sergio Way, Anthony Kowalski just getting underway, but as we saw from the table, it's very tight, so every frame is going to count towards who finishes in the top 4. That's what it's all about, the top 4 to get into the semi-finals this evening with a chance to get into the winners' group. I thought Xiao Guodong was superb yesterday until his last match. It looked frankly like a match too far. He looked a bit jaded and he lost 3-0 to Zhou O'Connor, who played really well. But in general, Xiao Guodong looking good on 3 points. He'll need 1 more realistically from his 2 matches to qualify. But Chris Wakelin, he's struggling a little bit. He's on just 1 point. He has actually got 3 matches to play though. He's got this one, Gary Wilson and Zhou O'Connor. So there is time, but he really needs to start, you feel, in this match as he lines up the first long red of the day. Not to beat. Delighted to be joined once again by Dominic Dale, and well, we saw there, Dom, it's going to be a day, as I say, where every match, every frame is going to count because it's very tight. No one player has sort of got away from the field.
No, absolutely, Dave. A very good morning, everybody. Everybody in this group so far has won 1 match at least. Chris Wakelin is one of those players. There's a little bit of work to do today, but how much does he have left in the tank? Because he's played a lot of snooker these last few days. He'll be mentally rather tired and jaded, and that can affect the strike of the cue ball. Could be just a little bit of tiredness and lack of freshness in his play, and that could really make a difference as Xiao Guodong lines up this straightish red.
Yeah, as I say, that match with Zhou O'Connor just seemed a little spent. But I'm sure he's had a good night's sleep. However, as he returns to his chair, he'll be concerned here with what he's left Chris Wakelin. The head-to-head's interesting between these two. They played 5 times, and Chris Wakelin's won them all, including, of course, the International Championship semi-finals last year. Well, actually, last season, 2024. Wakelin won 9-8, very dramatic win, and that actually got him in the top 16 for the first time. So it was a very memorable win.
1.
He also beat Xiao Guodong to qualify for the 2021 World Championship. You do get these head-to-heads sometimes that maybe are more one-sided than you'd expect.
Yeah, I was very surprised when I was doing my research and I saw the head-to-head 5-0 in favour of Chris Wakelin, because both of these 2 players have a very similar style of play. Just have a few problems with the score graphic at the moment, but I'm sure that will be remedied very soon.
16. $17. 24. $25.
Of course, this is the 6th day for Chris Wakelin at the Championship League. He came in Group 1. World number 14. Made a 140 yesterday, albeit in a match he lost. The match he won was against his good friend Anthony Kowalski, 3-1, but he lost to Yancey Jun 3-1 and Sergio Way 3-2.
30.
But he made a slow start to Group 1. He lost his first 2 matches there. He ended up winning the next 4. As I say, he's got another 2 after this, so he could still get to 4 points. 3 may well get him in the playoffs.
And if you are feeling tired with your efforts
38.
over the last few days, these are the sort of opportunities you want. They're not too taxing on you, everything's straightforward as regards thinking shots ahead. All very
39.
simple and obvious at the moment to Chris Wakelin.
Yeah, I mean, look, nobody's digging the streets here, but and you could say, well, the players will be practicing anyway, but I mean, they can choose their own practice hours here. It is obviously very regimented. They are long days. There's quite a lot of hanging around, which actually can sap the energy if you're not careful. You end up sort of eating the snacks in the players' room, and before you know it, you are tired. So Chris does a lot of running, actually, so maybe that stamina will help him.
He does, Dave, yes. He actually has a running coach as well, so he takes it very seriously.
$54. $55.
So up to 55, that's the lead as well. And another big break on here. First things first, though, secure the frame. Still 83 points on the table, though, so he could beat his own high break of 140. There is a prize, £500 per group for the highest break.
62.
Of course, we know in general he's playing such good stuff. He won the last event just before Christmas, big ranking tournament, Scottish Open, the Stephen Hendry Trophy.
71.
So that red secures the frame, and that's about how big this break's going to be. Of course, he made a maximum on the first night, so that superseded his previous high break of 144, that 147.
And what a maximum break it was as well, because he had to
78.
absolutely pummel in a black along the top cushion to have any chance of keeping the maximum break hope alive. And he managed it.
79.
I was having a chat with Chris Wakelin in the practice room ahead of play today, and we were discussing, well, there you go. Quite a simple scoreboard system for you there while we try and remedy our own. Hopefully
85.
that will be reinstalled ahead of frame 2. But yeah, we were talking about, myself and Chris, about, you know, the sort of player you need to be on the tour these days, with so many events to be played and so much travelling about as well. You need to be as mentally good as well as technically good.
92.
And I think his style of play is well suited to the tour the way it is now.
$93.
Well, it's been terrific so far, and this black is for a century. It's 14th of the season. So, pretty electrifying start from Chris Wakelin here. First frame of the day. He's won
100.
very handsomely with a century. There it is, confirmed for you. Needs this to bounce.
101.
Well, it's not bad. This is the type of positional shot you often play in an outer bulk. Doesn't want to cannon the brown. Oh, that's... You put the mockers on him
108.
making a total clearance, unless he can double the red.
Well, he'll be stealing the money from himself anyway.
Chris Wakelin, 108, and the frame.
Well, it's a terrific 108 from Chris Wakelin. That's the 4th century he's had in this year's Championship League, and he very swiftly accounts for the opening frame. Of course, these matches are best of 5. Chris Wakelin on 1 point overnight, Xiao Guodong 3. So Wakelin hoping to climb the table here. And just to reiterate, it's about getting in the top 4 at the end of the round-robin phase, the group phase, to secure your place in the playoffs, with a chance, of course, to get into the final and thus into the winners' group next month. Tom Ford and Elliot Slesser, the 2 players already through. Yeah, I mean, Xiao Guodong had a couple of half chances, nothing more really, but then it was all Chris Wakelin. We've seen a lot of open frames, though. We've seen, actually, from the break-off, a lot of, you know, players immediately getting chances and quite often taking them. So there's been quite a bit of heavy scoring, as you'd expect from these players. There's only 3 places between these in the ranking. Xiao Guodong 11 and Chris Wakelin 14. And of course they're both ranking event winners this season.
Yeah, and conversely, Chris Wakelin is 7th on the 1-year point, Xiao Guodong 11th. He's having a slightly better season, that man in picture there, Chris Wakelin. All's well in the Chris Wakelin camp for now, certainly.
Well, Xiao Guodong, I mean, we're only going 10 minutes, but he's already left the arena. Is this the day Chris makes his escape from the Championship League? He's been here, of course, since last Friday. But it's been invaluable match practice for the tournaments coming, because, of course, he's not in the Masters. Unfortunately, his Scottish Open win came too late to make the cut-off.
Yeah, we were discussing that as well. He needs somebody to withdraw, and I think he's next in line.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, you know, we hope nobody's ill or anything like that. That's really probably the only way he would get in now. But he'll be keeping his phone on, I'm sure, in the next few days, just in case, because you never know what can happen. £25,000 guarantee at the Masters, so obviously he will not be going far. If the call does come, he'll be ready.
Another thing we were discussing, Dave, myself and Chris, we were talking about ferrules, because he has a very good friend who's an engineer. And he was telling Chris all about, you know, the properties of tungsten and what have you, but tungsten carbide is an even harder ferrule that could potentially play better than titanium, which so many players use these days, including Chris. But he's had this cue now probably 10, 11 years, and it was made in Thailand. I remember seeing the cue, and I had a look at it again a few days ago, and for me it's just got the perfect amount of flexibility. It's not poker stiff, but it's fairly close to it, and I think it's helped his game, because every player uses a style of cue, don't they? They differ from one another greatly. And it's important to use a cue that suits your style of play. So if you're a player with a lot of flair, you don't want a big tip size, because you won't be able to screw the cue ball around or play shots with side and go all around the table, etc., etc. It's a complicated thing.
Well, Xiao Guodong is back,
Second frame,
and
Chris
you're
Wakelin.
hoping for better in frame 2. I think, yeah, in general, I think Chris Wakelin is quite a thoughtful individual, isn't he? He thinks through the different aspects of being a player. So the equipment, yes, the sort of the practice regime, the fitness away from it, the nutrition away from it. He speaks to someone about the mental side. So he's kind of ticked all the boxes to make the most of the opportunity he's got, and that's to his great credit.
Just not quite timing the ball yet, Xiao Guodong, but his mistakes have all been from long range. I'm sure when he gets an opportunity, he'll get the feel of the reaction of the cue ball on the cloth. And that helps timing. When you see the way the cloth is playing in terms of the reaction of the ball, it helps you timing. You sort of ascertain the way the cloth is playing. But that's a mistake from Chris. That was a long way away. That won't do his confidence any favours. And maybe he's left a straightish long red on here into the green pocket for Xiao Guodong. But with that red to the right of the blue, if he takes it on, there could be pressure on it. And you can see he's standing there near the yellow pocket. He's having a look to see if the cue ball were to be played to that area, whether that red to the right of the blue would be cuttable. And it may well be. Took the red on. He was a long way away from that. Now, if I were Chris Wakelin, I'd be looking at some of these shots and thinking, you know, our opponent may be a little bit short of form, but that's not the sort of mistake that will give Xiao Guodong much confidence, that's for certain.
Well, let's see if he can get back to where he was yesterday, because I thought he was superb. Yesterday he beat Sergio Way 3-0, he beat Gary Wilson 3-2, he beat Yuan Xijun 3-2 before that 3-0 defeat to Joe O'Connor. So he's got plenty of points in the bag already, but just wants to get going again this morning.
One.
And the red is in. He plays Mark Selby next Sunday evening at the Masters. It's his debut at the Masters, so it's a huge occasion for him at Alexandra Palace there in London.
And considering that Xiao Guodong will be a debutant at the Masters, I think that's one of the toughest draws he could have suffered, really. Mark Selby. He'll make life very, very difficult for Xiao Guodong, but don't forget Xiao Guodong is a ranking event winner from consecutive Wuhan Opens, which is a remarkable thing to do. He won his first ranking event 2024, the Wuhan Open, and retained it this season.
Seven.
And he is a wonderful player, Xiao Guodong. A little bit of a late developer. Seems to be playing
13.
his best ever snooker these last 2 or 3 seasons. He's made 311 century breaks, 2 of them 147s.
$14. 20.
The black is an open play, but as you can see, the two reds, well, the three reds really, surrounding the black spot. So it wouldn't be a good idea at all to play for the black anytime soon. Because if you did and potted it, it would be completely tied up. You'd have to go on the yellow spot. But it's handy that Xiao has played for this red just below the pink, because in potting it, that makes the pink available into the left corner.
I think actually he's very similar to Chris Wakelin in that they're both very focused and calm when they're at the table. You know, very good at just concentrating on what they're doing, keeping things as simple as possible. It's one of the reasons he's not sort of renowned as, you know, a flair player playing exhibition shots, because he doesn't have to play them, because he just keeps tight control of the cue ball.
34.
Played that perfectly, because I don't think he had the whole pocket there to aim at. And that was a useful red to get out of the way, certainly, again, and in good position. Dead straight on the pink, and plays for either of the two reds below it into the same corner pocket, the opposite corner. Same pocket that he potted the last red into. And I think he'll be comfortable enough here,
41.
potting reds and pinks and blues, because there are enough reds out in the open to win this frame without taking a risk of trying to bring the black into play.
.42.
This is exactly what he needed, just to get his hand on the table and reconnect with this event, if you like, after that match last night where he just seemed just not at the races really, just a bit tired. Can happen. Joe Connor, though, he played really well. We must say that as well.
.55.
Well, he was beginning to run out of available reds to play for, so now that he has played on this red to the right corner, he could in theory play for the black, but it wouldn't be ideal in terms of getting onto the next red. If he can, you ought to be thinking about playing for the pink, if it's possible from here. I don't think he thought it was.
56.
The right-hand red of those three near the cue ball there, and that may be potable into the corner pocket. And if it is, he can certainly play for it here. Getting close to the winning line. Just needs his black, followed by a red and any colour.
Yeah, well, as you say, he's not over the line yet. Could have been much easier, this. And not played it, so just settling for the 63-point lead, trying to get cover on all the reds here.
63.
Not quite done that, but it's a useful lead, of course, with 75 still on.
And Xiao Guodong's case here, trying to protect that large advantage that he has. He'll be trying to play a safety shot that could put balls on cushion rails if possible, but you've got to temper those thoughts with the potential risk that you might take. There's a chance he could fluke a red here off those two near the black spot. No, it went wide, but he's got a good cue ball, and that's paramount here in this situation. Chris Wakelin will be trying to bring balls into play so that if he gets an opportunity, a winning clearance is more possible.
So Wakelin just covered the potting angle, otherwise that would have been frame over surely for good.
One.
That was just beautifully cued by Chris Wakelin, but he recognised it as a shot to play. He didn't have any other alternative but to play it. Now the black spot is free here, and if he were to pot the black, it may be possible to the left corner. Problem is, getting onto his next red will be rather troublesome perhaps.
Well, it's a moot point now. He hopes he's not on a red, of course,
Chris Wakelin, 1.
because Xiao Guodong just needs the red, in fact. And Wakelin will need snookers.
One.
So, a half chance it was for Wakelin, but the missed black has cost him, and we're going to be one each, and it's been a good standard so far.
Seven.
Well, Wakelin is going to have a look here because 69 the difference, 59 on. Always the free ball kind of in the back of the mind.
1.
But of course when we say 59 on we mean with blacks, and the black at the moment down the bulk end.
Seven.
Well, will Chris take the risk here to play for the black? Doesn't want to keep potting reds and pinks, otherwise he'll need more snookers than he needs now. So he has played for the black, and the line's great, but he's short of pace by a long way.
8.
But it would still cut in, and it's so thin, this black. The cue ball would avoid the cannon on the brown, and he would be coming down towards these two reds. But if he misses the black, I'm sure the concession will arrive.
Yes, I mean it's a slim hope anyway, but like you say, he has to pot this to stand any chance. So still just about alive, but 54 behind, so he does now
15.
need 3 snookers.
Oh, I'm a little surprised he's playing this red. Thought he could have chipped the other red that's on the top cushion along and behind the pink and the black. And getting the snooker would have been
15.
more of a possibility, perhaps. Sure, Chris would like to pot this red with the black and leave 1 red remaining on the table to try to get a free ball. Oh, he's missed it, and I'm sure he'll concede. He has done.
Frame, Xiao Guodong.
So the frame has eventually gone the way of Xiao Guodong, and he's able to level the match. It's 1 frame all.
Yeah, you never really fancied the snookers to come, and it's more because of who he's playing. I think Xiao Guodong is just a bit too savvy in that scenario, unless they were really vicious snookers, but he never really got close to getting them. It's 1 each on the other table, Sergio Way and Anthony Kowalski, so that is on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. After this match on table 1, we have Chris Wakelin against Gary Wilson, and then Sergio Way against Gary Wilson. Because we've got the extra match, that's Wakelin against Joe O'Connor. Table 2, it'll be O'Connor, Yuan Sijun, Xiao Guodong against Anthony Kowalski in this session, and then we come back at 4:30. We complete the group, so it's Wilson against Yuan Sijun, Sergio Way against Joe O'Connor, followed by the semi-finals. The final will be here on table 1 later tonight. A bit warmer today. It was a very cold day yesterday in Leicester, and we saw a couple of the players letting us know that in the arena, but I think all is well today.
Just looking at the order of play, Dave, Gary Wilson will be playing 2 consecutive matches. He's up against Chris Wakelin next, and he'll be playing Sergio Way. 2 matches he could do with winning.
It's going to be a case of coming down to the last couple of matches, isn't it? And at least the players in those matches will know the position then. Anyway, position here is that it's 1-1, and this is frame 3. That shot was all about the cue ball, and he got it back towards the ball cushion as intended, out of the danger zone in theory. There's always a chance of leaving a shot to nothing though. This is what I'm saying though, you know, within a few shots, it's a very open table. That's why we've had so many breaks. You know, it's not taking long for the balls to open up. Players are playing quite aggressive safety shots. I guess because they've got so many matches and frames to plough through, you don't want to be, you know, stuck in half-hour frames all day long. It's going to be a very long day, a tiring day in that case. So, you know, most of the players here, all the players here really prefer an open style of play because they're all such good scorers.
Well, he missed a mid to long range red in frame 1, which cost him the frame because the reds were set out in the open, and a similar thing has happened here. There's just that little bit of extra pressure on this because of the position of the balls, and again it could be very costly. One good positional shot is just required here from Chris. That's not bad. Probably too high on the blue, but you could pot it to the right-hand corner pocket if it passes those two reds together. He also has the brown as a secondary alternative. Pace that he played the shot was
6.
exactly right there, but just misjudged the amount of stun required to leave himself a choice of reds, and that looks to have gone wrong.
Yeah, it seemed harder to not be on one really, with so many reds there, but it's an opportunity missed. I think that's how Chris Wakelin would see it. Again, this was about the cue ball, but he's caught the brown, which is not great, so he has left a red to right centre.
It was important there to keep that cue ball high side of the blue, because all of these reds, although they're set out in the open, they're quite tricky to get onto, some of them. Not sure if the black will pot into the left corner, but even if it does, I think its spot's occupied. It would go on the pink spot. It's all very congested, isn't it? All those reds, if you place between the pink and black spots, that black would go, but it'd have to be right behind it to roll it in. Not something we'd risk, I have to say. He took a bit of a chance there, cannoning a red to bring the black into play. But it's left him hampered now, so positionally can do very little with this.
Well, you have to say that's two
Chris
golden
Wakelin,
chances he's had
6.
in this frame. The first he lost position, and this one he left it a little awkward and missed the red. And we know he's playing well because he had a century, 108 in frame 1. But it's worth mentioning from now and again, snooker's not an easy game, you know. It's very tough. I mean, watch, of course, is the best in the world, but it's still a very difficult game and quite maddening at times as well. Just when you think you're on top, finds a way of catching you out.
Well, it's all rather messy, this table. The yellow's on the spot, yes, and so is the blue. The green and brown are rather out of commission. The black, although potable, is in a bit of an awkward spot there, and its black spot's occupied, so it's rather tricky at the moment. What Chris would love to do is get one of these high-value colours, it'll be the pink, back onto its spot. At least it will be available into a couple of pockets. As I say, all these reds are in one another's way. It's a tricky break to make.
Seven. Eight.
Well, although the black has to go onto the brown spot, in some ways it's not such a bad thing because it was in the way of getting on some of the reds.
$16.
Oh dear. Big mistake, cannon in the green. It's been a funny old frame, this, really. This is Wakelin. He's been in 3 times, and 3 times it may have gone wrong. Depends on this next shot. Well, it's nicely recovered. Very nicely.
22.
It really was, but a couple of things helped him there. There was a gap for the cue ball to return towards the bulk area. That took pressure off the pot. And secondly, he was able to play it nigh on plain ball to find that gap, so the chance of the pot was increased because of that. Backspin and a lot of left-hand side, which accelerated his off the side cushion, so he's nicely on this red. But would love to get rid of that red that's closest to that right corner, because it's blocking the pink into that pocket. Another red he'd like to get rid of, I suppose, is the one that's closest to the pink, which he could play for here.
$35.
Well, that's the angle he has on it. Wanted to be a little straighter, but if you can hold for the pink to the same centre pocket, he'll be okay, but need to play this with a deft touch, and he's managed it.
36. 42. Forty-three. 49.
So he's not quite as clean a frame as the first two. This is Wakelin's third visit, but he's in pole position to win it all the same.
50.
He'll need one more red after this blue to do so. Ooh, but he's lost the cue ball. Yeah, he was a little high on the blue. He got into the previous shot a little bit too much.
55.
Left himself high on the blue. He's played a cannon, which has not come off. So at the moment, 67 in front, possible 67 on. So he's still a big favourite, but not quite there yet.
He will be disappointed that that cannon went astray. Just look at those 5 reds. That's a most unusual configuration. All in a line.
I wonder, Dom, if it does a red pot to the middle here.
It does. I can tell that he's taking a pot on here.
Yeah, he could put everything into it. Didn't go in, but as I say, with the black
55.
also down on the brown spot, he is at the moment favourite, but let's see. The fact is, it could have been over for sure, and it's not. Well, that does make it interesting. Now then, he needs blacks. So he needs to get this black back on its spot immediately. And then, it's some sort of chance. There's that one red safe on the left-hand side. But other than that, they're all kind of there.
One.
But this black has to go in.
That's a good pot from Xiao. He'd be bitterly disappointed,
8.
though, that he doesn't have much angle to work with, but he may still just be able to play for the black from this red.
Nine. 16. 17.
'Well, this is a great effort. Really good effort, but of course he's limited the fact he needs
24.
blacks. That's the key thing to remember here.
Well, his problem here is what sort of an angle does this red have? That was the problem. He could get onto the black, but he had to play the red at a certain amount of pace to do so. And of course the
24.
pocket from that angle wouldn't quite accept the red at that pace. Good effort from Chris, certainly worth taking that on. Now, Xiao Guodong could pot this red that's closest to the cue ball, because he does have an angle to bring the cue ball back down for the black. Could also play the one closest to the green pocket. There's an angle there too. Oh, much too thick. And now Chris Wakelin has a chance to play the same red into the same pocket, but this time he'll be playing the cue ball in behind the black. That element of safety.
Yeah, and indeed Xiao Guodong has conceded, so there was a glimmer for him, but the frame goes to Chris Wakelin, and he's back in front at 2-1. One frame needed to claim the point, and of course he needs points. He's only on 1 overnight. Xiao Guodong, of course, on 3. Score on the other table is 2-1 to Anthony Kowalski. Of course, he was a late call up, the young Pole. Sergio Way made a 91 break in the first, but Kowalski's had 65 and 68, and he's at the table here in the next as well. Sounds like he's just fouled, I think, there. Oh yeah, he's presumably he's potted a red and he's snookered on every colour. And that's where we are, Dom.
Yeah, definitely. You don't want to give too many points away, but you have a choice of colour to play. You could even play the blue, because you can't leave a pot on for your opponent. If you look at the position of the reds, there's nothing really that's potable. And it's because of that I'm not sure I'd want to play the yellow. It's a long way away from the yellow. You've just got to hit a colour and not give foul points away. I don't see any harm in playing the blue. You could potentially leave the red to the right of the main bunch there as a possible option for your opponent if you do play the blue. But number one, it wouldn't be an easy pot, and that's even if you leave the pot on at all. Just hit a colour.
Yellow.
Bingo. Yeah, he's played some good stuff, as I say. It was a last-minute call-up because of the situation with the qualifiers going on in Sheffield, and I was very happy to get the invitation, and he's acquitted himself well. He's only won 1 match, but one of the ones he lost yesterday was in a decider. He's had a century, so if he can win this one, he's still with a chance of qualifying.
Sergio Way has a style of play that will cause inconsistencies in performances. He can be a world beater when things are going his way, and he's very much like Luca Brissell in that regard. When things are going his way, he can beat anybody. It can be devastating, but to achieve that level of play that's good enough to be devastating over a period of time is almost impossible. He'll always be one of those players that can win a tournament and then have a series of poor performances and lose, you know, successive early rounds.
Table 2 is available on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel throughout this Championship League. This is in the relatively new arena. They built a second arena here at the Mattioli, because of course it's the home of the Leicester Riders, the basketball team, so there's a separate arena, but this one has been well used for being used for the snooker. 2 tables divided by sort of vast sheeting, and it's all a very impressive setup actually.
Yes, I have these enormous black serge cloth basically, and it's very good for soundproofing. You can see it there in the background, illuminated as it is. Creates quite a nice atmosphere.
Well, it's 2-1, and Chris Wakelin eyeing the chance to move up the table with 2 points and keep Xiao Guodong, of course, on 3. If he were to win this match, Wakelin, for now, he would go 3rd. So he'd be in that playoff spot, but that table's going to change a lot today because, as I say, coming in, the 7 players divided by just 2 points. So it's very, very tight, clearly.
Fall. Chris Wakelin, 4.
Well, it might be one of those where, in the end, the cue ball's better off going in. We'll see. There is one potential long red, but could have left him in close here, maybe.
Fall.
Yes, I thought there could be a chance of a plant, but just saw on that overhead they're nowhere near a plant. This is a risky shot to take on, because there's no guarantee the cue ball will be safe if he misses it. He's played all out for position on the black and he's missed it. And he's left the red. Has he to the left corner? If he has, could be very costly, could easily cost the frame, in all honesty. And it looks from that overhead as though the red closer to the cue ball pots. It does. And what a chance this is for 2-all.
One. Eight. Nine. Sixteen.
Well, he tried to get amongst them, but it doesn't look great first glance.
No, it doesn't look good actually, in all honesty. There is a possible red on, but positionally I don't think it holds any value. But, you know, he did well there. He recognised the way the reds were configured and played it with as much power as he could muster because he knew he had to. But it still hasn't worked out well. He's still interested in this red, though, it seems, to the left corner. But how does he get onto a colour? Can he pot it and run through the red to the right of it for position on the black to the right corner? I'm not sure that's on. Pink, of course, isn't available. Does he think he can screw off the red to give himself a chance to be on perhaps the blue? I'm not sure this is worthwhile. And that's why.
17. Xiao go down.
Played that at full stretch and, well, he's 2-1 behind. I'd have been trying to get the rest out there to play something a bit better than that, because one good pot here from Chris Wakelin. And I fancy him winning frame a match from this opportunity. But he hasn't potted the red. My goodness me, Xiao Guangdong can consider himself very fortunate there.
31.
Well, I'd prefer to play for the red to the left
6.
corner here if I had an angle on it to get onto the black. Because that black is potentially blocking the 3 reds below this one is taking into this right corner. So I'd like to get that black on its spot if I could. Obviously didn't
7.
have the angle, probably because of the red near the left-hand side cushion being in his way. He doesn't want to have to keep going up for the blue all the time here if he can avoid it.
Well, 13.
Well, you could see there that the pink was available, and that's a big help to Xiao Guodong. The red just next to the pink probably pots into the opposite corner. And that makes a big difference now. Pink is in open play. Pots to the right centre and left corner as things are. Obviously the red closer to the pink can't pot into this left corner because he'd certainly have played for it then.
$20.
Does feel like Wakelin's been the better player in this match, but there's still time for that to change. Could have been over. He had the chance here, but couldn't pot that initial red.
No, he's just missed
26.
the wrong pot at the wrong time. Had he potted that red to the right corner when Xiao Guodong played that poor safety, all these points and more could have been his.
$27. Third screen. $34.
Cleverly bunted that red down into a possible position. Now he's looking very good to take us the distance in this first match of the day.
41. $42.
Yes, the match is like the group, very close. But Xiao Guodong, of course, if he wins the, assuming he will win this frame, if he wins the decider, he'll be on 4 points, he'll definitely be in the playoffs, whereas Wakelin will be struggling to join him. So it's going to be a big, big frame coming up for both players.
49.
Anthony Kowalski, meanwhile, has beaten Sergio Way 3-1. That's a terrific win for him, and it moves him
50.
up to 2 points in the table. So as it stands now, he's actually going to be third, Kowalski, but that may change with this match, we'll see. But we're definitely going the distance now. Snooker's required here.
56.
Yeah, he's third at the moment, Kowalski. And of course, if Xiao Guodong does win the decider, he'll stay third for now.
64. $65.
Nicely played, because the red closest to the cue ball
71.
looks to be possible between the yellow and the brown into that left corner. Great chance now for career century number 312.
72.
Yeah, just on Kowalski actually finished with a century of 127, so making the most of the late call-up for sure. Started slowly yesterday, but getting better and better, it would seem.
78.
Xiao Dong's had 22 centuries this season, so, you know, just keeping the scoring up from last year. Last couple of years, really.
$83. $85. $88. $92.
We had 10 centuries yesterday. Of course, Wakelin's 140 can't
97.
be beaten here, but nevertheless, it's been terrific stuff from Xiao Dong. So this for century's own, emphatically forcing the decider. Very nice. Again, just nicely
103.
controlled. Nothing flashy. Doesn't need to be flashy if the cue ball's under control, which it has been.
$110 in the frame.
110
Double.
from Xiao Dong, and he makes it 2-2. Superb. It's been a good match, this, and well, you just couldn't call it, could you? They both played well. They both had a century. 108 from Wakelin in frame 1. Next match on table 2, by the way, in a few minutes' time, will be Joe O'Connor and Yuan Sijun. So Yuan Sijun at the moment top over Xiao Dong, although with the 2 frame Xiao's won here, they're actually both won 11, although of course Xiao's lost a couple. So as it stands, Yuan is still top, Xiao Dong second, but of course he'll go top if he wins this frame. Kowalski third, O'Connor fourth. Gary Wilson, Chris Wakelin, Sergio Wei all on 1 point. Yeah, one of the tighter groups, I think, that we've seen for a while.
Yeah, if Joe O'Connor can win that match, that'll be 3 wins from 4 matches played. Kowalski is just above him, 2 wins, but he's only got 1 more match to play, so he could really do with winning. That defeat in that final match could easily see him finish 5th, 6th or 7th.
Yeah, Dom, and he's got to play Xiao Dong. It's going to be tough, although they're all tough, of course. But he's acquitted himself well, I think, so far. You know, he's won £900 in a tournament 2 days ago. He wasn't in, so you know that's the way to look at it, isn't it? Anyway, this is the decider. Xiao Dong to break, and from what we've seen in this event, the break-off shot can be very key, because the balls seem to be opening up and chances are being left very quickly in frames.
Well, that's a good break-off shot, except for the fact that he has left a long straightish red on for Chris Wakelin, and quite often the black is tied up from the break-off shot, but it does pot into that right corner, and that's why taking this red on could be worthwhile. Oh, it was a long way away. Now, I'm just wondering about the two reds above the black. Are they a plant for this right corner? And has Chris Wakelin had a look at them before playing that long red? Oh, Xiao be disappointed having missed that. It was a chance to get in. That red was available into the centre pocket. And he's, I think, left a red on into this right corner, the one that's below the pink. That wasn't particularly close. This is a thin cut, but he'd expect to pop this. It just depends whether he can hold the cue ball for a bulk colour.
One. Five.
Chris there was having a look at the red directly above the black, just a couple of inches from it, because if he can leave himself high on that red, pot it in such a way as to cannon the other red away from the black and bring the black completely into play, but that's a few shots ahead. The players do think 3,
6.
4 or even 5 shots ahead, and if that red is potable, the one that's just above the black, then Chris could play for it here. Well, I'm sure he did play for it, and he is on it, but not quite with the angle that he intended to have. Oh, he's missed the red to the near jaw.
Chris Wakelin, 11.
Ah, dear. It can be a little off-putting sometimes when you play for a ball and you're not on it the way that you wanted to be on it. It can cause you to lose focus.
One.
Yeah, so Chris Wakelin's had a chance. Will he get another? It's been the sort of match where you may feel not. Seems like whatever pressure there is on him here, because of course Wakelin is only on 1 point. Xiao Guodong did a lot of good work yesterday, winning his first 3 matches.
Seven.
Well, he played the sort of attacking positional shot that so many players play these days, but the way he's played that with backspin and reverse side, it was basically trusting to luck. He was expecting to be on a colour rather than knowing that he would be. We'd be pleased to have knocked that yellow in. It's a big frame this for both players. Chris Wakelin to keep his realistic hopes alive of qualification to the semi-finals later today, and Xiao Guodong to virtually guarantee qualification by winning this match.
Ten.
And also to beat Chris Wakelin for the first time. Remember, it's 5-0 to Wakelin on the head-to-head. Some big matches there. The last one was huge. The semis of the International Championship last season. 9-8 to Wakelin for the right to take on the great Ding Junhui in the final.
17. 18. $25. $26.
Was hoping just to push a red into a possible position. He hasn't. But he has a choice here. He can play for the red closest to the right side cushion or play for the two nearest hand into the left centre.
$33. $34.
Useful red to get out of the way, because now that red directly to the right of the pink is now possible to the right corner. Oh, that looked like a rather lively bounce to me. Still okay.
41.
He may just be able to hold for the black to the left corner, but it might be safer just to go around the back of it to play it into the same pocket as the red.
$42.
Well, that feels like the winning shot. He's really taken these nicely.
49.
I think he's one of those players, a bit like Barry Hawkins maybe, who is a little bit kind of underrated because he just plays just a very solid game. You know, there's no theatrics about him. He keeps his head down. He plays good snooker. And we're seeing that here
50.
in this decider, which is now in his hands. He's not a player who sort of mouths off or does anything other than just plays, and he plays really well.
$57.
So Wakelin in a spot of bother. He's got Gary Wilson next, then Joe O'Connor later, assuming that this frame has gone.
58.
Needs points out of those, maybe have to win them both. There's always the chance, of course, of getting fifth and coming back for Group 4, but you know, he's been here since last Friday. I'm sure he'd like to have a chance to get into the winners group tonight.
$64. $65.
Already a snooker required, but yeah, the picture tells a story really in the background. Chris knows it's gone, and the worst thing for him is that he did have the chance, didn't he, in this frame.
71.
Yes, if it's not to be for Chris in this
72.
group, at least he'll be able to return home to his partner and young baby. That was his partner's birthday yesterday. He's had to miss that because of his efforts here.
Yeah, as I say, all is not lost for Chris Wakelin. He's got 2 more matches, but he really doesn't have to win them now, I think. And Xiao Guidong, meanwhile, first player confirmed through to the playoffs. 4 points will get you in. As I say, I think early on, definitely Wakelin looked the more impressive, but Xiao made the good century to level up and has played another very, very good frame here.
$85. 86.
So could well be 3 centuries in the match in the 5 frames, 2 for Xiao Guodong. Of course, Wakelin opened up with 1 in the first frame. Again, he just never seemed to be in difficulty, but that's because
91.
he's got such tight control of that cue ball.
$93. $96.
Well, what a way to win it, back-to-back centuries. Brilliant stuff from
100.
Xiao Guodong, very classy. And he is maybe emerging as the favourite to win the whole group. We'll see, he's a long way to go yet. But certainly,
105.
apart from that match last night against Joe O'Connor, where he did seem a bit tired, he's played to a very high level throughout all the matches.
111.
Black for a finish of 118, a clearance. Xiao Guodong then into the playoffs tonight for sure. Chris Wakelin with it all to do. Very impressive back-to-back centuries from Xiao Guodong. He's the winner, 3-2. Chris Wakelin is going to stay on to take on Gary Wilson. That'll be in about 5 minutes. Dominic will remain with Peter Lyons to talk you through it.
It's Joshua Filler with an absolute dominating win. Moritz Neuhausen is your new Premier League Pro winner.
Elisha Schaap makes the ultimate statement. What a journey Paulo Biondo he's made to the pinnacle of a sport. Elisha Schaap has completed a terrific transatlantic double. He didn't want to jump on the table in Florida, but he can't resist this time. Aloysius, you are a superstar.
The breakthrough has come for Pius Lamutas.
Team Asia, they've won the Reyes Cup again.
David Alcade, it's your turn again, buddy.
Can you believe it? An absolute nightmare for Tyler Steuer. Europe have won the Mosconi Cup.
I'm Barry Hearn, president of Matchroom Sport.
Talk to me. I'm Eddie Hearn, I'm the chairman of Matchroom Sport.
My son and heir, I call him my project. He's good, but he's not yet great. I'm fucking watching you.
We are the biggest sports promotional company in the world.
Matchroom started as a £100 company and now worth north of £1 billion.
Look at what the old man has done. I never wanted to work for my dad, but you have to play the hand you're dealt.
Eddie, he has ego. It's a weakness, and I won't give up control until I'm sure he's ready.
Boxing is an important element of the revenue stream, but only an element. We've got the greatest snooker player to ever play the game.
The biggest profit earner is darts.
There's no business that has the drama.
I found out you knew about it. You're done.
The ego. Jesus Christ. What is that? The aggravation.
Oh, shit! You need fair judges next time.
The most important thing for my dad is winning. The world's come crashing down on us. I mean, what's going to make you feel better?
Please, could I get a packet of pickled onion Monster Munch?
We need to talk about Conor Benton. We need to get him back in a ring.
Yeah! How you getting on with Jake Paul?
He's taken a number of shots at me.
Come talk. Come talk. Come talk.
And I ain't going to back down.
Show me what you've got.
I'm going to make our company
bigger and better
than ever.
Let's go!
Global domination.
Nothing less.
I still don't understand why the shirt's off.
Welcome back to the BetVictor Championship League. Saw a great match between Xiao Guodong and Chris Wakelin. As you can see, he's sat in his chair there waiting his opponent for this second match, which will be Gary Wilson. Chris Wakelin could have done with winning that last match. He lost it 3-2. Had a couple of chances. He just missed the important ball at the wrong moment, and Xiao Guodong capitalised fully. Table very interesting. Victory for Xiao Guodong has assured his qualification to the semi-finals later on. He's top of the table. Huan Zijun currently in second place, 3 wins from 4 matches. Anthony Kowalski had a good win early on. He's only won 2 matches from 5 matches played. He's only got 1 left to play. As we have a look at the table standings here, the wooden spoonist at the moment is China's Serdra Hui. I was a little bit surprised by that. He's only won 5 frames. Won 1 match out of the 4 that he's played. I think the best he's likely to be able to achieve is potentially 5th place, which would mean he'd come back for the last group to be played in this little section of the BetVictor Championship League. But finally, Gary Wilson has entered the auditorium. So Chris Wakelin versus Gary Wilson.
Thank you. First frame. Gary Wilson to break.
Gary Wilson in 6th place at the moment in the table. So work to do for him as well as he plays his first match of the day, and he's about to break off. I'm delighted to be joined by Peter Lyons for this one. I'm sure Gary's a player you know very well, Chris. I beg your pardon, Peter. Chris, where did that come from?
Yeah, I do know Gary very well, yes. He's comes to our club on a regular basis for the pro-ams and that, and I was speaking to him yesterday and he wasn't happy with his game at all. Said he's been really struggling cueing wise.
But I know Gary as well. Is he ever happy with his game?
One.
Is he ever happy?
Probably won't be now, that long red's gone in.
Yeah, had his
4.
chances in that last match, did Chris. I was watching it in the players' room, and they'll be very disappointed. And if he doesn't manage to win at least one of these matches, this will be his last group.
5.
Yeah, the best I think that Chris Wakelin can manage now would be 5th place in the group. Gary Wilson actually is in 6th. Both of these players have just won 1 match, but Gary has played 1 match less, so he has a chance to do something about his position. Just a little more than Chris Wakelin has. They've played each other 11 times, and Gary Wilson does lead the head-to-head 8 matches to 3.
10.
Well, just sneak that right into the middle pocket. Yeah, a little bit of a advantage for Chris
16.
to stay on, having just played a match. Already got his queuing going.
$17.
Yeah, just having a look to see if that bottom red of the 5 in the little pack will pop. Doesn't need to worry about it yet.
$22.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he's on the bottom red, so
Thanks. 23.
now if the red at the bottom of those 5 reds doesn't pop, could just play a little screw shot, cannon off that red and knock it out into the open. Knows he's guaranteed to be on another one anyway if he wanted to.
$30. $31.
It was a very high quality match, the previous one. Xiao Guodong, Chris himself made a century, but Xiao Guodong made 2 consecutive centuries in seeing out victory by
38.
3 frames to 2. Those defeats just by the odd frame can really hurt you in the groups.
39.
Yeah, and this is an interesting group, Don, with some of the players having to leave after this group to go and play in the German Masters qualifiers. This is their last chance to qualify for the finals group.
Yeah, good point, Peter.
46.
Very good match practice ahead of that. I think the players that have to play in those German Masters qualifiers will just need to fine-tune their game. They won't have to put too much practice in if they've been playing in the groups here.
Yeah, this is an impressive start from Chris Wakelin. Looks almost certain to be a frame-winning visit first go.
51.
it's unlikely that Chris Wakelin is going to qualify for the semi-final playoffs now, but 5th place is certainly a realistic possibility, but it could be that he has to not only win his remaining matches, but win them as comfortably as possible, so that on the frames for and the frame against parts of the table which can come into the equation will be in his favour.
66. 67.
Quickly got to frame ball there, and that's already snooker's required stage for Gary Wilson.
$74. 75.
Seems to have sped up his play a little bit as well. He wasn't playing quite this fast in that previous match.
Yeah, he's probably worked out as well that he's going to struggle to qualify. Just decided
82.
to loosen up and get on with it. Most players do play a lot better as well if they just play on instinct. Yeah, lovely little shot there to free the safe red.
89. $90.
Centuries galore, though, an easy game.
Absolutely. Both of these players played in multiple groups here already at the Championship League, but amongst the balls, Chris Wakelin looking very, very good.
97.
So just this simple blue then for career
98.
century number 138. Of course, made his first career maximum just a few days ago. I think it's Friday.
103.
Here at the BetVictor Championship League. That's something tipped off the bucket list, I'm sure, in terms of his professional career.
Yeah, and taking that ranking event down, the recent Scottish Open will also have been a big tick.
Oh, absolutely, Peter. It's enabled him to be number 7th in the one-year points. So he's going to be in everything, the Tour Championship, the World Grand Prix, everything for now.
12.
Got to ask you, Peter, you had a very long career as well, same as I had. Did you ever make a maximum in your career? I didn't.
No, I didn't, no. 145, my highest break on the tour.
Same as me, yeah.
And it didn't win the highest break prize neither. There was 2 maximums in the same event. Gutted.
Oh, goodness me.
123.
Wow, what a fine start to this match by Chris Wakelin.
Chris Wakelin.
A break of 130. Fine start for him, so there's nothing wrong with his form, albeit he must be a little bit tired with his efforts. But with that break of 130, Chris Wakelin does indeed take frame number 1. Of course, there are 2 tables in operation here at the BetVictor Championship League. Currently on table 2, we're going to have a quick look at that. Wan Zijun of China in action against Joe O'Connor. They've shared the first 2 frames. Frame 3 has just begun there.
Yeah, I think there's a good chance that both these 2 players will be in tonight's semi-final.
Yeah, absolutely, Peter. Wan Zijun has won 3 matches from 4. Joe O'Connor 2 matches from 3, so he still has 3 matches to play today, this being the first of them. So if he can just find his form, and it matters most, he'll be fine.
Yeah, I did the commentary last night on his last match, and he was absolutely magnificent. Had 2 centuries in his match. 3-0 victory over Gudong.
5.
Well, we'll leave them to it, but we'll give you regular updates on the progress of that match on Table 2. Of course, it is available for you via our Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel if you want to head across there to see Joe O'Connor and Juan Sijun in action. But we're going to focus on Table 1 here. Break of 130 in that frame from Chris Wakelin. Perfect start for him.
Shot to nothing round the back of the black here. Doesn't want to catch it too thick. Yeah, and then making sure he didn't catch it too thick. He's caught it a little bit too thin, but no damage done. Chris open the reds up here, try and get the white down behind the green. Yeah, it's interesting seeing players approach Dominic. Some people go thin off the red, some people catch them thick and like to open all the balls up.
Yes, the attacking players that tend to like to play thick safeties, but the only problem with that is you can put pressure on your opponent, certainly if you get a good cue ball, but you can never guarantee that you won't put a ball near a pocket somewhere.
Yes, that green's in a nice position here. Swing it round the angles. Yeah, Gary Wilson in recent years, Dominic, even though he's doing well and he's got himself back into the top 16, he seems to, so he was saying, he seems to have developed a little bit of like a snatch, going a little bit quick back and quick forwards through his shots, especially when he's trying to generate power.
Yeah, I noticed that actually. A couple of days ago, he missed a yellow off the spot, playing it with power, and it's almost as though he goes to strike the ball, pauses and then strikes it again, and I think that's something that Ding has developed in his cue action as well in recent years.
And do you think that is just getting older? I'd not, because I'd actually noticed that Stuart Bingham had started doing it.
Oh yes, that's another player. Yeah, absolutely. It's an age thing to a degree, but it's more of a mental thing, isn't it? And a degree of confidence that is probably lost through the years, because I think as you get older, wisdom comes into the equation. You start thinking, okay, if I pot this ball, it could be very advantageous, but if I miss it, I'm going to leave this, that, or the other. And I don't think you think that way when you're younger. You only think of the positives, not the negatives.
And here's one for you then, Dominic. Do you think you can get rid of it?
Definitely you can, but offered his hand in apology there. Didn't intend that plant, even though it was clearly on, because it's direct towards the pocket, that red. Yeah, you can get rid of it. It's a psychological thing, isn't it? So you have to work on the psychology of sport generally and not put pressure on yourself. And if you're still quite high up in the rankings, you don't need to put yourself under pressure, but you know, if you rank sort of 40 odd or 50 odd in the rankings and your position on the tour is in jeopardy, then you do put pressure on yourself and these problems will manifest themselves.
Six.
Did you have any issues in your career latterly, Peter, with the cue action issues? Because you were always a very natural player, weren't you?
Yeah, no, not really, no. I think my cueing stayed pretty much how it is throughout my entire career. I think what I have struggled with and what I should have changed, I've used the same cue my entire career and I probably shouldn't have done, and now it got to the point where I couldn't change it because I didn't believe I could play with another one. So, and and it had no power left, it had nothing left in it.
Right, you had some work done on it, but I think the cue you used to use was an old Smith and Nelson Amateur Champion cue, wasn't it?
It was, correct.
There you go. See, my memory still retentive as ever.
14.
In fact, just on that subject of cues, somebody came in my club and they had their cue that you won the Grand Prix with, the very first ranking event you won. And it, by the way, the cue was magnificent. It looked phenomenal.
Good heavens. Well, that's incredible. I often wondered what happened to that cue. I remember getting rid of it. It was quite a light cue, if I remember. It was a Trevor White cue. He still makes cues, Trevor. He's getting on a bit now, but good Lord, I had no idea who owned that cue or where it was.
19.
Meanwhile, back at the ranch, so they say.
Stop interrupting us with this game of snooker.
I know. Gary's still nicely in here.
20.
Such a great break builder, Gary Wilson. But again, you know, you've mentioned you know him very well. He used to be a lot slower than he is these days. He's a much quicker player now.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, this is his forte, getting in amongst the balls and scoring heavy. And Gary seems to be able to, he's one of those players that he can play on anything, any table, any conditions. He just plays the same style of snooker. He'll turn up for the pro-ams, play on anything, and just play as well on any table in the club.
And was that the case of you, Peter? Did you love the game so much you always wanted to play in events and practice hard?
Yeah, it is, yeah, because I still love it now. I'm still playing like on the amateur circuit now, just basically because I love to play. So yeah, that's never changed for me. It's just a game I'd loved since I were a little kid.
Ah, that's amazing. I have a different train of thought in that regard to you. I think Alan McManus is similar. I think snooker for some can be an easy game to walk away from because it does dominate your life, doesn't it?
32. Free.
Yeah, he's got himself into a position now, Gary, where he'll be looking to win the frame in one visit. That fluke has been very, very handy.
It was 39. A fluke, wasn't it? But, I mean, if you'd have looked at those two reds, he could have attempted it as a shot to nothing anyway.
40. .46.
I was saying a couple of days ago, actually,
47.
Peter, that Gary Wilson has made, well, how many centuries has he made in his career now? 290? But he's made 6 147s. That's an incredible conversion rate.
Yeah, very much so. And I don't think they'll be his last.
53.
I think most players that have made 6 147s in their career will have made, you know, upwards of 500 career centuries, but Gary Wilson hasn't achieved 300 century break mark yet for his career.
Yeah, it's a strange one because he was a little bit of a late bloomer. He's sort of come good in recent years, hasn't he? Which is a little bit surprising because I think 60. A lot of people, when he was younger, tipped him for big things, and then he kind of lost his way a little bit, stopped playing,
61.
Started working, and sort of fell back in love with it. And now he's a top 16 player heading to the Masters next week.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
.67. .68.
This has been a good break. He's had to make it without the aid of the black, which has been tied up for the entirety of this frame.
He's going to have to get an angle on this pink then, if he wants to get into those reds, and that looks just about perfect to probably move all three of them. Oh well, I presume the bottom one will go then, and that should free the other two.
80.
I was with you. It didn't look to me as though any of those reds were possible. It was the ideal one to be on. Unfortunately, he hasn't potted it, so no century break for Gary Wilson. I don't think he'd be too perturbed, though. That break of 80 has enabled him to level this match up at 1-all. Our referee, who I should give a mention actually, Radoslav Mattioli from Poland, is setting up the balls on table 1. We'll just reacquaint you with the match going on table 2. Hwan Si-jun has just won it to take a 2-1 lead over Joe O'Connor. Hwan Si-jun doing well in the group at the moment. Joe O'Connor could do with winning some matches as we return to our main table. Just give you a quick update as what's going on within the group. Joe O'Connor has played 3 matches, he's won 2 of them, so things still looking good for Joe O'Connor, but could do with another couple of wins. Well, I wasn't expecting that, Peter. What on earth did he break off like that for?
Well, answers on a postcard.
Obviously concerned that in breaking off in the conventional fashion, he'll leave a long red on somehow.
That's... well...
Oh.
He's fouled. Yeah, they'll be having a re-rack in a minute.
Well, extraordinary. He's asked for the cue ball to be replaced because, technically speaking, if Chris Wakelin were to do the same thing twice more, the frame would be awarded to Gary Wilson. And we still have a triangle of reds.
And I'm not sure why Chris Wakelin didn't play this shot in the first place.
Well, he would, wouldn't he?
And now Gary Wilson's surely going to play off the reds anyway, with the same chance of leaving a red out for a long pot, unless he's going to drop into them again. That doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
Playing into the back of them, isn't he? Or is he playing the loose red? No, he's playing the loose red. But he has left a red on. I don't think Chris will take it on, though. Oh, he snookered on it, actually. Has to play a safety.
Yeah, and if that gets covered by the yellow, which it has, Gary Wilson may be in a little bit of trouble. If you can't get off the side cushion and nestle into the pack. I remember Mark Williams started breaking off the black cushion into the back of the reds for a little spell, and people wanted it outlawed.
Well, he could introduce a rule very easily, couldn't you, to negate that, and whereby, you know, a ball or balls must make contact with cushion rails, be it the cue ball or a red. I mean, nearly all the time when you break off, a red will strike at side cushion. But you could easily stop that happening if you know, the rule makers wished it.
Yeah, gotta be careful now. These reds have got spread nicely. Don't want to catch the bum. Oof.
Ordinarily, Peter, you'd try and block off this right-hand side of the table, wouldn't you? But that red that's near the left corner means that you've ideally got to leave the cue ball green side of the table.
Yeah, absolutely. But Chris has found a shot to nothing through the pack, and kiss on the green means he's on the brown. Yeah, that's a lovely pick out. Now, does this red
5
near the black spot pot could stun it in for the black if it does.
Six.
I might have cannoned the red, actually. He's bridging over to the cushion because it's blocking the black to the right corner.
Yeah, the reds are nicely positioned here, but the colours are a little bit awkward. The pink is tied up, the black will only put in one pocket and not easy to get on.
And he won't like being so high on this blue now, because you wouldn't want to purposely cannon into other balls when the reds are split like this, and he's done his best to avoid playing any cannons. And he's played that really nicely. He's on a red to the left corner, can hold for the black now into the opposite corner.
Yeah, that was really nice control. He would love to get that red away from the black spot, though. Not sure if he can screw back in a straight line and then take that red next. No, didn't quite have the angle.
27.
Just thinking, actually, Peter, we've seen 4 centuries in 7 frames on this table this morning. Chris Wakelin's made 2, Xiao Guodong the other 2. But he's made a mess of that, hasn't he?
Yeah, I think he's tried to just kiss the red on the way past it, and he's missed the cannon, which has left him hampered on this, and in no man's land for his next
Chris
shot.
Wakelin, 28.
Even if he'd potted that. Now can Gary Wilson cut this red back that's hampering the black spot?
Well, I don't want to put the mockers on Gary Wilson, but he's one of these players for me that's really good at cutbacks. Luca Brissell is as well. He's fantastic at cutting balls in. Sorry, Gary.
Nice one, Dom. I won't tell him if you don't. We don't want to ruin his mood.
I don't half take some risks when I'm commentating, you know, with things I say. Well, Chris now will be disappointed, that's all I'll say, if he doesn't pot this red.
1.
I'll stick my neck out and say, Chris is really good at these blacks.
I won't give you any odds. Well, that's one of those situations, isn't it? You just play the cue ball into an area. He was deliberately cannoning balls there. He just needed to be this side of the table to virtually be assured of being on something. Could have been easier.
9.
Perfect now though. 37-point lead already. Perfect on the blue, just a stun down for any number of reds.
Well, he doesn't want to be dead straight on this black. I don't think he is. He's just high on it, but he's still going to have to work the cue ball a little bit for position.
Two. 23.
Just thinking, Peter, that sometimes you play on a table that's playing so beautifully, you can't help but make breaks and score heavily, and that's what we've seen today.
Yeah, absolutely.
31.
Yeah, some days as well you play and everything just seems to fall into place without you even knowing why, and then some days you feel good and everything you do goes wrong and it's hard work. But like you say, today it seems like every time they come to the table, the balls are there to make big breaks.
And
that is now frame ball, so that should be game over and a 2-1 lead for Chris Wakelin. Perfectly judged.
42.
Bit of an exhibition shot there from Chris Wakelin.
43.
Still enough on for a century, I think. Oh.
Well, your turn to put the mockers on Chris Wakelin, but again, it doesn't really matter a lot because Gary Wilson will concede and has done. So Chris Wakelin takes a 2-1 lead and is just one frame away now from a very important victory to cling on to any hopes he has of finishing 5th in this group. Qualification now virtually impossible. So, the end of the previous frame, we left Joe O'Connor 2-1 behind against Swansea Jun. Started frame 4 very nicely, has a healthy 38 points advantage, and given the position of these reds, every chance here to make it 2-2. Still in good position in the group. Only lost 1 match. This is his 4th match of 6 to be played. So a couple more victories for Joe O'Connor should see him through to the semi-final knockout phase later on.
4.
Local Leicestershire boy, of course. Joe O'Connor lives quite close to this venue. Does a lot of boxing, which is unusual for a snooker player. I don't think you ever did any boxing, did you, Peter?
Some, but not intentionally. Not in the ring.
Yes, I'll leave that conversation, I think. The fear of litigious actions, but anyway. Chris Wakelin breaking off with a 2 frames to 1 advantage. And a similar advantage in the previous match, but 2 consecutive centuries. by Xiao Guodong enabled him to snatch victory. And he hung on to this advantage this time.
Yeah, I think Gary thinks it drifted off a little bit. Harm done though, got away with it. Yeah, myself and Oliver, we play a lot of football. Yeah, because we're still playing the same 5-a-side team together, but also I'm playing some 11-a-side over 45s football as well now.
Good heavens, what position do you play, Peter?
I'm playing, well, for the over 45s, I'm playing centre midfield.
Right. I expect you to say goalkeeper or even referee.
No, definitely not.
Well, it's a long way out with that one, Gary Wilson. Here's the chance that Chris Wakelin was craving. Gives himself the chance to win frame a match. A lot of work to do. The black, though, does look as though it will pot into the left corner.
Oh, that's only just sneaked in, but it is in. Yeah, and I think the most notable thing about Gary Wilson is he's really let his frustrations get the better of him in the last couple of days. You know, he got to the group final of Event 2 but lost it, and yeah, he's not been the same player over the last couple of days.
I think similarly to Elliott, he can be volatile on occasion, but I have to commend Elliott because he's less so now. He works hard with Chris Henry. But Gary Wilson, you know, is a great player. He's a multiple ranking event winner in back-to-back Scottish Opens. He knows that being the way he is at times, it's a rarity when that volatility will come to the fore. Steve Maguire has it as well. It's aggression, if you will, which in sport, if it's nurtured, can be advantageous.
Now will he try and leave an angle here to attack the Reds?
13.
I was just wondering, Peter, about the two Reds near the black spot, whether they could be a plant for this left corner, because that could be very handy.
Yeah, it's a possibility. It does look close. That has not worked out at all.
15.
Didn't really catch the meat of the pack, and it's just skimmed off them. Now, can he get him up near the green somehow? No, he's just clipping off the other side.
Chris Wakelin, 15.
Hasn't really got Gary in any trouble.
I'm sure keeping an eye on this match in the Players' Lounge will be China's Se Zhuhui, because he'll be taking on Gary Wilson. Our third match of this session. Gary Wilson will have to play consecutive matches, and I don't think he'll want to go into that match with Se Zhuhui, having lost this one.
Yeah, just another possible shot to nothing. No, he's played thick off the edge. He's trying to get in behind the yellow. And where's this red going? That's going over the pocket, but has he covered it?
Well, comprehensively, I think, but he's fortunate in that red isn't so close to the pocket. It's easy to knock in with using another red, and it's too close to the pocket, I feel, to knock a red in off that one. Is Gary trying to move it? Is he trying to plant one onto the other here? Good effort.
Yeah, no, can Chris cue one good shot? Doesn't really have to do much with the cue ball where the green and yellow are positioned. Black is there. Yeah, and he just tried to pot it, but unfortunately for him, he hasn't, and he's just gifted the chance to Gary Wilson.
One.
Well, this is exactly the sort of opportunity that Gary wanted and needed.
Seen on several occasions already today a player taking a difficult long red on when the reds are spread out in the open. We saw a couple of mistakes in that regard from Xiao Guodong in the first match. He seemed to start the first match strangely out of form. It was probably focus and concentration because he had such a good day yesterday, but of course he finished the match in fine style.
Eight.
Yeah, I think the black does pot, so just a gentle roll through.
9. Sixteen. Seventeen.
Yeah, an absolutely glorious chance now. Black free into both pockets, pink in the open, blue in the open. Every red available.
24. 25.
Yeah, I think this is going to be 2-2 in no time.
32. 33.
Made a break of 80 in the second frame to level the match up at 1-all. Could go beyond that here to level up at 2-all.
40. 41. 48. 49.
Just to give you a quick update over on table 2, the match between Joe O'Connor and Hwang Tae-jun has gone to 2-all. Just about to begin their deciding frame. As I'm sure we will be here in a few minutes time.
56.
Yeah,
57.
All or nothing for Chris Wakelin. If the red goes in, these are all his.
$62.
Yeah, it's a
63.
must-win deciding frame for Chris Wakelin if he wants to avoid certain relegation from the group. Is this his last match, Chris? Has he got
70.
one more?
No, he still has another match to
right,
play.
so he's still got one more chance.
71.
That's a play. Joe O'Connor.
Right,
78.
In a couple of matches' time.
79.
Yeah, this has been a quick fire break from Gary Wilson.
$85.
Can knock this red in. And he has done.
86.
Century. Highly likely now. Chance for career century number 291.
93. 95.
That attempted long red by Chris Wakelin, proving to be very costly in the end.
98.
So for the second match in a row, Chris Wakelin will be involved in a deciding frame. Can he win this one? In goes the brown.
102.
The century break. It's exactly the sort of momentum that Gary Wilson was looking to gain, not only for what remains of this match,
107.
but for the next match, which he will also be involved with.
113.
And in goes the black for
120.
career century number 291. Excellent break there of 120 from Gary Wilson. So we're heading the distance once again here for the second match in a row here on table 1 today. This is what's going on table 2. Joe O'Connor and Hwang Si-jun have just begun their 5th and final frame. Both these players looking good in the group at the moment. Joe O'Connor could still do with winning this one though. He's only lost 1 match so far. This is his 4th match. Looking for 3 wins out of 4 with victory here.
So Dom, was there anything on your snooker bucket list that you wish you had done that you didn't quite manage, or?
That's an interesting question, Rich. Do you know, I've actually never thought about that. Probably never having made a 147 would have been one thing. I think I got the best out of myself winning, you know, 2 majors, because I gave up a potential career in the police headquarters to actually turn professional. So I sort of half turned my back on the game.
Thank you, the deciding frame.
So yeah, thanks for asking, but probably just missed out on a 147.
And are you happy with the tag of the best player never to be in the top 16?
Oh, wow. Look at that. Same sort of break-off shot again. Do you know, that never really bothered me, really, because rankings are just a number. And on the current ranking system, I'd have been in the top 16 lots and lots of times. It was just that your official ranking back in my day only counted at the end of the World Championships. So no, you need a level of consistency, don't you? Whether there are 8 tournaments of playing or 28, and I never had that consistency.
Did you play the Masters?
No. Should have played in it a couple of times on the old criteria. But it was, you know, the case of bums on seats, and I was unfortunate there not to be given a wild card on a couple of occasions. It went to Jimmy White because he's such a popular player, a Londoner, of course.
Do you think it was your singing that affected your chances?
It probably was. Well, certainly the end is near here, because we're into a deciding frame. Was that another fluke?
He didn't apologise for this one. Yeah, and I've noticed these days there's not a lot of value in rolling up behind a ball. Players don't really do it anymore. There doesn't seem any point to it. You know, they're so good at getting out of snookers that it's absolutely pointless just dropping in behind the yellow with a pack still intact.
Well, here's a shot that when we turned professional, Peter, in, you know, sort of mid-90s, Players used to play this a lot. They used to play a colour into the pack of reds, didn't they, and open the reds up. But you don't see that shot so often now.
Yeah, good point, good point. I think that would have been a chance for him to do that. Screw back to the baulk cushion, just play the yellow into the reds, because, like I say, there's absolutely no value whatsoever in the shot he actually played.
No, I know John Virgo, and I commentate with John. He's always a big fan of, you know, playing the cue ball to the baulk cushion. Don't worry about the snooker. Force your opponent to play a good safety shot off the pack of reds. You've got a better chance of getting an opportunity.
Yeah, 100%. Now is Chris attempting a double. It's close. Now, has he screwed back far enough so Gary Wilson can't have a free hit of this red into the green pocket?
The cushions on these Rasson tables, they slide beautifully. When you play a ball against them, they skid and create a wider angle, very much like the old Burroughs and Watts or the antique snooker tables I used to play on with steel block cushions. You don't see that so much on the star tables. So there's a slight fractional difference there that the players have to adjust to.
1.
That's a really good pot, but is he high enough on the blue? I don't think so.
No, I think you're right, Dominic. I think he is, unless he decides to get bold and play the red out to the right of the pack and split the reds up. It's possibly end of break. Now this is a shot, if he tried to use the cue power, this is a shot that he's got to try and cue well. If he plays the brown round the angles off 3 or 4 cushions.
I'd be playing the brown fairly plain ball and just gradually just drift the cue ball into those 4 loose reds by the black. Oh, he tried to do too much there, Peter, didn't he?
Yeah, and that's exactly what we're talking about.
Wilson 1, Chris Wakelin 4.
He's brought the cue back way too fast. Just tried to get rid of it too quickly. Yeah, there are no smooth pause at the end of the backswing.
Yes, he rather hit at the cue ball there rather than stroked it, but has he been lucky?
Yeah, no. These 2 balls, I don't think they're moved, so Gary Wilson has played on one of these 2 balls, so surely one of them does go.
Yeah, either that or he tried to create more backspin on the cue ball and come between these 2 reds.
1.
He's judged that well.
Yeah, I thought he was doing one of those old school things where he knew it definitely potted and just making a meal of it.
Like Michael Holt, you mean?
I can't mention names, but yeah.
Dear Michael. Great friend of ours, of course.
8.
He rang me up, you know, once, Michael Holt. I didn't know who it was on the phone. I don't know who'd given him my number. And he asked me if I knew who it was, and I said no. And then he said, I've just won the tournament that everyone wants to win. And that got me thinking. And it was Michael Holt. He'd just won the shootout.
14.
I thought, you know, I'd like to win the World Championships. A shootout's great, but, you know.
Yeah. What about Alfie? Dominic coming from nowhere, getting himself a tour card.
Yeah, you know, that Alfie Burton, if you didn't watch it, won the recent snooker shootout at Blackpool just a couple of weeks or so ago, I think it was. And he was an amateur player. I think he was 20th reserve. He was swimming at the time. He got the call up. He answered the phone. Would you play in the shootout? Won it and got a tour card. I think it's one of the great snooker stories. We're digressing a little bit here as this break struggles to continue because these reds are awkwardly placed. But yeah, just one of the great snooker stories, I think, and great for the game. Great for Alfie Burton, of course.
Yeah, I'm not really sure why Chris has tried to come so far down the table. This red that he could have potted closest to the pocket, would have potted anywhere from the green side. And that is, well, that is
Chris
just
Wakelin, 18.
surely pure frustration there from Chris Wakelin.
It's often the case, isn't it? In any frame, not just a deciding frame, but you're in amongst the balls and you just need one more shot to go your way to probably give you enough on to win frame a match, but so often it doesn't quite happen for you, and it didn't there for Chris Wakelin.
Yeah, now here's a shot, Dominic. Gary knows he should play this red to the left-hand side of the table, just stun it on and off the cushion for the black. He's trying to talk himself into it rather than playing the one on the right. He knows this is the shot. But again, he's not cued it well, has he? But again, he's got a massive fluke.
Well, some flukes don't make a lot of difference. That fluke could make the world of difference. Not only to Gary's hopes of qualification if he wins all his remaining matches, but to Chris Wakelin's hopes of survival in this group.
9.
Well, yeah, they're hanging by a thread now. 2 shots in a row, Gary didn't cue well, and absolute monstrous fluke.
16.
It is the type of fluke that does occur on occasion, but when it happens at a time like that, it's a real body blow for your opponent. Getting the brown back on its spot. Players usually detest it when the bulk colours are down this end of the table.
One. 22.
Yeah, Gary already won the second frame
29.
in this match off a fluke and went on to make a 1 visit, and
30.
this is looking like deja vu.
Doesn't give himself a lot of thinking time, does he, Gary, when he's amongst the balls? No time for negativity. Just plays off the cuff in a way, just plays
38.
completely naturally.
$45. 46.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow.
Wilson, 46.
What a miss.
What a miss indeed. Under pressure, anything with an angle on it becomes more missable because the pocket isn't in your eye line. And just when it was needed most, from Chris Wakelin's point of view, he gets an opportunity.
1.
Yeah, now I'm just wondering though if Chris Wakelin is ready for this opportunity, because he must have been sat in his seat preparing himself to go back upstairs to the players' room thinking this match was gone.
Needs that cue ball to keep running. It could have been worse, I suppose. He's on a red, but this is tricky.
Yeah, that's nice.
9.
That is nicely struck.
17 points behind. One good positional shot should all that be stands between victory and defeat in this match, and that's good enough. He'd like to be able to play for blue or bolt colour from this red, though. He's heading back
12.
towards the pink and the black, so further away from the yellow.
Yeah, and that is just about perfect. If he could have put the cue ball anywhere, that is exactly where he would have wanted it. Just for a simple stun down for the yellow.
Absolutely. Victory here will put him above Gary Wilson in the table.
18.
Actually, I think he already is above Gary Wilson. Gary Wilson needed to win this match. He may still. He'll need a mistake from his
20.
opponent. Must just give you a final update on the other table. Hwang Si-jun defeated Joe O'Connor by 3 frames to 2, made a total clearance of 132 in the decider.
23.
So the remaining match to go on table 2 very shortly will be Xiao Guodong, who will be in action against Anthony Kowalski. So 1 point ahead,
27.
just blue and pink required for a vital win for Chris Wakelin.
Yeah, and I bet Chris cannot believe he got this chance.
No, he lost the first match of the day by 3 frames to 2. But in goes the pink, and that means he's won his second match of the day by the same scoreline. He's won, though, 3-2. Keeps his hopes probably just a 5th place alive. We'll have to wait and see what happens there. But coming up after the break, we have Chris Wakelin, who will remain tableside to take on Joe O'Connor. That's coming up for you in about 5 minutes from now. Dave Hendon and Peter Lyons will take you through that one.
It's Joshua Filler with an absolute dominating win. Moritz Neuhausen is your new Premier League pool winner.
Elisha Schaap makes the ultimate statement. What a journey Paulo Biondo he's made to the pinnacle of a sport. Elisha Schaap has completed a terrific transatlantic double. He didn't want to jump on the table in Florida, but he can't resist this time. Aloysius, you are a superstar.
The breakthrough has come for Pius Lamutas.
Team Asia, they've won the Reyes Cup again!
David Alcade, it's your turn again, buddy.
Can you believe it? An absolute nightmare for Tyler Steyer. Europe have won the Mosconi Cup.
I'm Barry Hearn, president of Matchroom Sport, Talk to me. I'm Eddie Hearn, I'm the chairman of Matchroom Sport.
My son and heir, I call him my project. He's good, but he's not yet great. I'm fucking watching you.
We are the biggest sports promotional company in the world.
Matchroom started as a £100 company and now worth north of £1 billion.
Look at what the old man has done. I never wanted to work for my dad, but you have to play the hand you're dealt.
Eddie, he has ego. It's a weakness, and I won't give up control until I'm sure he's ready.
Boxing is an important element of the revenue stream, but only an element. We've got the greatest snooker player to ever play the game.
The biggest profit earner is darts.
There's no business that has the drama.
I found out you knew about it. You're done.
The ego.
Jesus Christ.
What is that? The aggravation.
Oh, shit! You need fair judges next time.
The most important thing for my dad is winning. The world's come crashing down on us. I mean, what's going to make you feel better?
Please, could I get a packet of pickled onion Monster Munch?
We need to talk about Conor Benn. We need to get him back in a ring.
Yeah! I ain't getting on with Jake Paul.
He's taken a number of shots at me.
Come talk. Come talk. Come talk.
And I ain't going to back down.
Show me what you've got. I'm going to make our company
bigger and better
than ever.
Let's go!
Global domination.
Nothing less.
I still don't understand why the shirt's off.
The action coming thick and fast here in Leicester, the last day of Group 3 of the BetVictor Championship League. And Sergio Way and Gary Wilson, they're both in big trouble, actually. They're both on just 1 point out of 4. So they've each got a match after this, but whoever loses this, surely is out. Whoever wins it has a chance to get to 3 points and maybe qualify later. It's a very tight group. Yuan Sijun and Xiao Guodong both on 4 points. Chris Wakelin, Anthony Kowalski and Joe O'Connor on 2. Gary Wilson and Sergio Way both on 1, and they're going head-to-head here. Wilson, he must be sick after that last match. He had a great chance to beat Chris Wakelin, of course, in the decider.
Yeah, he did. The fluke was massive, and the black of the spot was a shocking miss for a player of Gary's quality.
1.
Yeah, he's just caught the wrong ball out, trying to play the little cannon, didn't want to catch the red he was playing on first, and it's left him very awkward.
Nine.
That's a good recovery shot.
He has struggled though. He's only won 5 frames from 4 matches, so you know, he's been well beaten in a couple of those games. In fact, he lost 3-0 in his first one to Xiao Guodong. His only victory came against Chris Wakelin last night, 3-2.
14.
Needs a good shot here. Try and get on that red at the bottom of the pack.
Yeah,
and he couldn't really play that much better. Yeah, I'm sure Xiao's been a little disappointed with his performances. Not really got going at all. Yeah, and a lot of players, Dave, that thought Xiao could have been the first Chinese player to be the world champion before Xing Tong did it last year.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, he looked certain to reach the final, didn't he, first and foremost in 2023 as he gets into the Reds here, or tries to. Doesn't look the best outcome. But even after that, you think, well, you know, he was only 20 then. You think he's going to have many more years, which of course he does now, but Xiao Xingtong beat him to the punch. It seems to me, since he's joined the top 16, he hasn't looked quite the same. He was brilliant in getting in it, but just hasn't quite maybe been as confident, maybe starting to just feel the pressure of expectation a bit more, maybe.
Yeah, I've found over the years that most people get to their level, and the reason that their level drops off is normally practice. It's normally application. You know, when players are practicing properly and they're trying as hard as they can, they keep performing to the level that they're at.
Well, meanwhile, a terrific double there to keep the break going. So a couple of nice shots here and suddenly he's in business again. Yeah, listen, he's still very young.
40.
He's 23. And he's worked very hard to get to where he is. As you say, though, you have to keep work even harder because the standard is so high.
41.
Yeah, there's no doubting. He's a terrific talent.
.48.
So, looking good to win the first frame, and this is such a big match for both. I do feel whoever loses surely is going to be relegated because they've only got one match to play. They'll be on 1 point, so whoever wins still with the chance to get to 3 and maybe get in the playoffs.
.56.
Yeah, this match is... Sorry, this frame has only been going a few minutes and already looks like it's done and dusted.
.62. .63.
Yeah, sometimes though, when you come with a late run in any competition, you go under the radar and you can go all the way
70
to victory, keep that momentum going.
Yeah, I mean, this group stage, it's about getting in the top 4. Save your best snooker for the playoffs. So if you can get in the top 4, it's not about... I mean, so many times the players finish top but has not won the group ultimately. It's not about playing lights out at this stage. It's about putting yourself in the position.
78.
Yeah, and I think also the style of snooker changes in the semis. It's not all gung-ho pot balls. People get a little bit more cautious, a little bit more match snooker.
Yeah, that's very true, because of course then it isn't straight knockout. If you lose, you have to
86.
well come back again and try in the next group. Anyway, chance for another century. They're flying in today.
Yeah,
94.
making the game look ridiculously easy today.
Great start from Sergio Wakelin. Looked like he'd gone wrong when he went into the reds, but he recovered with that double to the left middle and he's completed the century superbly. So Gary Wilson's problems continue. He'll feel, I'm sure, he should have won that last match against Wakelin, and already he's in trouble in this one.
103. $110. 112. 115. 119.
Yeah, what a
124.
magnificent contribution.
130.
Just wonderful, wasn't it? That what a break that was. 137 total clearances, 19th century of the season, and Sergio Wakelin, I think he enjoyed that, and why not? Because he needs a good performance to keep himself in the event, and well, if he carries on like that, he surely will do that. Blink of an eye stuff, that. Table 2, Xiao Guodong and Anthony Kowalski. Xiao Guodong played very well earlier in that match against Chris Wakelin, but Kowalski, of course, he was a late entrant into this event, and he's played some good stuff also. At the moment, he's in 4th place. This is his last match, so he can get to 3 points. He's currently on 2. If he were to win 3 points, he may well make the playoffs.
60.
Xiao Guodong's on 4, so he's going to be there. Yuan Xijun as well. Ooh.
Anthony Kowalski, 60.
Well, he didn't have much more to do either, but the red stays out.
Yeah, the good thing in Anthony's favour is the reds are very awkwardly positioned to be trailing by 60.
I'm sure you know by now, Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel with that table, but table 2. But here on table 1, well, Gary Wilson just had to sort of sit and take that. At least it didn't last long, I suppose. But anyway, frame 2. Well, he started doing this, isn't he, now? This break-off shot. I suppose there's one way to guarantee not leaving a red on.
It's not going to get us to lunch quicker, though.
No, and at some point, he's going to have to break the reds up.
Yeah, I just don't understand it. I mean, so he plays down the table now. Is he going to do the same thing? It's just, yeah, I just don't. Yeah, I can't get my head around it. There just doesn't seem any value to it whatsoever. Or that, I don't see the point in that. You know, he'd have been better just leaving it on the ball cushion to try and force Gary to open the reds up, but this is just going nowhere. Unless Gary's left that red at the side of the pack into the middle pocket.
Well, if he has, then maybe it wasn't such a great strategy after all.
Wow, it was close. So close.
Yeah, and he'd left the angle on the black to get into the reds, but anyway, he didn't pot it.
But Gary's game is all built around getting in and potting balls and scoring points, not fudging around the table. Been struggling from distance as Gary the last couple of days, and again that has not been cued well.
One.
Another good pot. Brown to the middle and down the table.
Well, we know he's playing well after the first frame, but also he must sense that his opponent is not in the best of spirits, so big opportunity here for Xiao to climb the table.
To have been another 6 inches down the table, make this shot easier. Not much to do with the cue ball. I think the pink does pot, so screw back a couple of inches. Or grow a couple of inches. Well, I decided to
6.
Screw right back for the blue. Yeah, still a little bit awkward. The black not really available. Straightforward red to play on. That's his trouble. That's okay.
9.
In fact, that's more than okay, because the red just at the top of the pack pot, so just screw off the reds. And back for the pink.
This is the thing, isn't it, about the, the break off. Okay, you didn't leave something first shot, but at some point the reds have to be opened up, so the frame will then progress naturally. And Wilson took a long red on, he didn't get it. If he wants to be ultra cautious, just don't take anything on.
16.
Unless it's a real regulation, but that's not his game at all. It's not his best game.
17.
It's not been a game since Eddie Charlton was playing.
Oh no, Eddie would have got on at the Championship League. I suspect we might have missed all meals actually. I reckon he never played with side. Everything was plain ball.
He also wanted
22.
to play nomination snooker, where your flukes didn't count. You had to say what shot you were playing before you played it.
Basically remove all the joy out of everything.
23.
Yeah, a little bit awkward now. Hasn't got a good angle on anything, and the reds are all slightly blocking each other. Could try and swing it round off a couple of cushions, side cushion, black cushion, try and develop something, or hope it gets on the red up and to the left of the black. Yeah, that's what he's played. He's tried to make something happen, and he will not be disappointed with that outcome.
29. $30.
Yes, this is a nice shot. Trust him to look a little bit, but there's always a chance he would finish on something. Now, has he come low enough for the red just above the black? I think
36.
He looks like he's just about perfect. And all of a sudden, this has developed into a frame-winning chance.
Yeah, it's a match where one player looks super confident and the other seems devoid of any confidence. Obviously, Gary Wilson's coming in off the back of that pretty bruising defeat to Chris Wakelin, so that's, I think, affected his mood for sure in this match.
Oh, that's a poor shot. That is a poor shot. Yeah, misjudged the angle of the shot completely. And I'm not sure about that one either.
52.
I mean, the black's gone in, but he's just played nothing. Now, surely he's not going to attempt this red down the side cushion. I say that, and he definitely is. Oh, doesn't really want to split the reds up.
Sijahwe 52.
But he has put the yellow safe, which is in his favour.
Yeah, I mean, he played that with an element of safety, didn't he? He did screw the cue ball back. Anyway, leads by 52, still plenty on.
He's got him in a bit of trouble here, though. Maybe able to just, well, I'm not really sure what he can play. He could just try and drop on the red, land right on top of the red near the middle pocket, but if he just misjudges it slightly, he'll almost certainly leave a shot at something. Can't really see anything else he could play, though. I think that'd be the shot I'd be playing. Just as slow as you can, just nestle onto that red. Yeah, with the blue so close to the pocket though, even the red to the left-hand corner would be okay for Gary Wilson. Yeah, he's given this a lot more thought than his last three shots. Yeah, it's not too bad, just... he can't really play. He can't really drop on this red. Surely he's going to leave the red over the middle pocket.
Foul. And a miss.
Wow.
Gary Wilson 5.
I can only think he's trying to flick this red closest to the left on black pocket and come back down the table.
Well, he left a gap to this one.
One.
Yeah, I think it'd have been best playing my shot there, just trying to drop on the red near the middle pocket, at least force Gary Wilson to have to cut that red along the black cushion. This needs good cueing. He's crunched it in.
7.
Still got a lot of work to do if he wants to win this frame, Gary Wilson.
He's got a lot of breathing in to do here as well.
8.
He was saying he's one of those people he sort of can't put weight on, which comes in handy in moments like that. Well, this could just get him going if he could win this frame, because he was looking a bit downcast
13.
earlier. Sitting at the 137, the negative break-off that followed.
14.
Yeah, I can't see him winning the frame in one visit though. On the last red, next to the black and the yellow on the baulk cushion. I think he was just happy to get that far and see how it goes.
20. 21.
Got to make sure he gets these two reds that are out in the open though.
Seven. 28.
Yeah, that's not a good shot. It's going to have to screw around the table now. I think 2 or 3 cushions. That's a pretty good effort, but
34.
Cannot afford to miss this and leave it in the jaws.
$35.
Yeah, but again, it's no man's land. Now, can he? He hasn't even well, in fact, I think he's going for the blue. I think it'd have been get the yellow off the cushion there for me and leave the snooker.
40.
Well, he's back in the frame, 7 in it. On the last red, the yellow's going to be an issue for either player. Xiao won that first frame against Anthony Kowalski on the black by a single point, so we saw he was in control, Kowalski, but Xiao has stolen it.
Wow, what a pot.
1.
Yeah, I do think Gary Wilson should have played my shot there and got the yellow off into the open and laid the snooker. Can't really see him leaving this yellow. It's going to be possibly 2 cushions and just nestle on top of it. But he could miss it. 2 or 3 times and get himself under pressure. Yeah, well, there's one. That's not reaching.
Foul NMS, Sijahwei 4. Okay, Jahwei, thank you.
Yeah, there's 2.
Foul NMS.
You miss it
Sijahwei
another.
4.
So what's in it now? 12, 16 in it. Doesn't want to miss it. Another couple of times he'll be bang under pressure.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, good hit, but see, he doesn't turn much down. Is he going to have a pop at this? Just come out onto the green.
2.
Well, does that answer your question?
There's no other thought in his mind, was there? So, 18 in front, green and brown needed. Very different frame to the first. More disappointing really for Wilson because he did have a chance, albeit there was always going to be the stumbling blocks that you pointed out, the last red, the yellow. But he decided to attack. He could have got Sergio away in trouble on that last red.
9.
And now he's in trouble himself because he's 2-0 down.
Yeah, because even if this blue does get missed, it's 2 snookers, which is highly unlikely.
Sijahwei 9.
Especially when he's got him snookered in the first place. Is it me, Dave, or have snooker players got very short memories? Gary's already forgotten those flukes in the last match.
Like goldfish they are.
He's just thought, no, they didn't exist. You've got a fluke against me. You bang out of order. Now he's got another one.
Well, this is actually a terrific shot, isn't it?
Okay, Gary's what's going on? Just concede. Come on.
Yeah, it just never looked on, did it, really? And there goes the blue. Gary Wilson nods his head. Sergio away. Leads 2-0, and he, with every chance now to climb the table. Remember, he's on 1 point, as is Wilson. But if Sergio away won this match, well, he'd go at 1 place, actually. The problem he's had is he's only won 5 frames coming in to this match. So he would go up to 8, but that would still not be enough to go past Joe O'Connor, who's currently in the next position. In fact, it's Kowalski in the next position, but either way, he'd still be 6th, but he would have another match to play, so he could still get to 3 later. Plays Joe O'Connor actually later. So Sergio Way would have it in his hands in that last match. He would know pretty much what would need to happen and where the placings would sort of fall, whereas Wilson That'll be the end of the road, although he would have to play his last match against Yuan Sijun. Still 1-0 to Xiao Guodong next door against Anthony Kowalski. So here's frame 3.
Thank you, the third frame. Sijia way to break.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how Gary Wilson approaches this frame. Well, that's not going to help matters. That's a horror shot from Gary. Yeah, really struggling mentally out there at the moment.
One.
Well, if he's on that red, that is precision.
Nine.
Well, he was up off the shot quickly there, like he thought he'd missed it, but it's gone in. He struck that nicely, but it's come up
16.
very, very awkward. He's arced it round those two reds and he hasn't really moved them. That's a little bit unfortunate. He has got a couple of pots into one into each middle pocket, but both awful looking shots. Couldn't have been any closer.
16.
Yeah, great effort that. Pocket just didn't take it. Real acute angle and not a lot of pocket there, but just stayed out.
Yeah, Gary got to pot this in and out of ball for position.
One.
Now, can he just focus here, keep a bit of control and cool, try and play his way back into this match?
Yeah, he's teetering right on the edge at the moment, is Garrett.
5. 6.
Yeah, the balls look nicely spread, but everything's blocking each other slightly, so he's going to have to do a little bit of work, make a few cannons, try and develop them. Where's the pink going?
Just a moment, please.
Can he pot anything once this pink gets spotted? Oh, he's squeezing that in there. Yeah, I'd love to be able to pot that one. That's just out to the left of the bunch of reds. That's his best chance. Yeah, steady hand here.
Thank you. 20. Gary Wilson 20.
Yeah, it's just not happening for Gary, I'm afraid. Can he play one good cannon? Try and open a few balls up. Is there anything on without doing that? Oh, he's tried to cannon the reds and I don't think that's worked out. This red will squeeze between the black and the two reds to pot in the corner. Position back down for the blue. Yeah, this looks a bit tight. That's nicely controlled.
Yeah, and let's be honest, in general, he's more in control of himself than his opponent. As you said, Wilson was sort of teetering on the brink. Eventually, wasn't the easiest red he was left with, but he missed it.
Yeah, and he's opened the game up now because I'm almost certain that the two reds directly above the
16.
black will pot. The two reds above the pink will pot. So all of a sudden,
17.
most of the work is done.
And of course, if you could win 3-0 in terms of the, it's not just points, but frames won, least frames lost, all of that comes into it as well. It's all in his favour as he attempts to climb the table. He would only go, as I said before, only go up one place, but has another match, crucially, to come.
Yeah, who's his last match against?
Plays Joe O'Connor, who's also well and truly in the mix, as I think he's just tying his shoelaces here.
Yeah, he has let that cue ball slip away slightly. It's a little bit closer to the cushion than he certainly would have liked. And there you go.
Sijahway 24.
He's missed. That was the previous black was not a good shot at all.
Well, he's playing better with the shoelaces untied.
1.
So Wilson may have thought it was over there, but A lifeline has been thrown his way.
Yeah, this is one he has to take. For his sake, and his cue's sake.
Nine.
Yeah, the red's absolutely perfect now.
16.
He will need all
7.
5, but it should be no problem.
$24. $25.
Well, wiped its feet. Still feels like a bit of a high wire act, this. You know, in normal circumstances, yesterday, for example, you could give him this frame, but just needs to just make sure he controls his own emotions as well.
$38. $39.
Off a little bit short, but should be okay. Missed the yellow. Off the baulk cushion and back out. Doesn't want it to keep going.
44. Gary Wilson, 44.
Yeah, so not over yet. 24 in it on the last red.
Yeah, no. He hasn't even looked to see if this is a plant for the green. He's got to be careful. He's in a bit of trouble here. Got to try and somehow get this red safe. If you can get it safe, though. It's a red ball game.
Ball in a miss.
At least he hasn't left a free ball.
He had a couple of miscues yesterday, actually, so it's not the first we've seen from him.
Not really sure what Gary Wilson's looking at.
I can check.
It's almost certainly having the ball back.
Okay. Looks like that, yeah? Yeah, got it. Thank you.
Yeah, he'll settle for that, although he should be banging trouble after this shot. The white should be up somewhere behind the black. Red onto the baulk cushion. No, he's not. He's been let off the hook again there, see? What a chance now, though, for Gary Wilson to take the frame.
Yeah, it just needs the red. But everything's on if he were to miss it. In it goes. Xiao, we had a very good chance, it has to be said, and he is coming forward to concede. Gary Wilson still in the match, still in the group. He trails here by 2 frames to 1. Going through the wars a little bit, but as I say, yeah, well, very much not a picture of contentment, but he's still in the match, and as I say, if he could win it and win his last match, he could stay in this event. It's 2-0 to Xiao Guodong next door against Anthony Kowalski. That's the last match of this session. There's one more match on this table. It'll be Chris Wakelin and Joe O'Connor at the conclusion of this match before we have our break and then return for the evening. We just show you the early throws of frame 3 here. 2-0, as I say, to Xiao Guodong. The first frame we saw, Kowalski was 59 in front, missed, and eventually he made a 60 break there, but eventually Xiao Guodong stole it on the black. He's won another quite close frame, so been competitive this match, but the fact is it's 2-0 to Xiao Guodong. He's already qualified, of course, 4 wins out of 5. And he'll get a nice break now because this is his last match, so he'll have a good few hours to rest and recuperate before the playoffs tonight. This has been good experience for Kowalski, and he's earned already £900 from an event that he was a very last-minute call-up into, so it's been an enjoyable 2 days, I'm sure, although he would love to get in the playoffs. He's 5th at the moment, and this is his last match, so clearly if he doesn't win it, he's more than likely going to be relegated. Just to say, tomorrow, Group 4, the 3 new players coming in. There may be a couple of others because of the qualifiers, but the 3 players scheduled to come in are all real big hitters. Zhao Xingtong, the world champion. Kyron Wilson, who was world champion the year before him. And Neil Robertson, of course, already winner of the big Saudi Masters this season. So looking forward to seeing those 3. Right now, though, frame 4. Gary Wilson 2-1 down, and he's persevering with this break-off shot.
Starting to hit a little bit harder. Yeah, an early chance for Wilson to pot a long ball. Not much on, with the pack still intact, but
one.
yeah, that's not bad. He's got a red. More or less dead straightish into the green pocket. Screw back a little bit for the black.
Nine. $16. $17. $22. 23.
Yeah, a couple more pots and then he's going to have to get into those reds.
$28. 29. $34. 35.
Yeah, now just stun straight up into him. Try and hold the white down here. Oh, well, the red obviously goes at the top of the pack. Didn't look like it would.
42. $43.
Now it definitely is into them. Yeah, slightly awkward queuing, but it's not bad.
Gary Wilson 50.
It's interesting though, isn't it? Because he plays the ultra negative break off, but then just goes for everything when the frame actually is there. I mean, I'm not saying he shouldn't have gone for it, but he's always going to be leaving it near the pocket if he missed it.
Yeah, and that was nicely controlled. The stun out. Not an easy shot when the ball's so close to the pocket, and he landed perfect on this black. Yeah, it's his turn just to try and get back in the frame. No aspirations of winning it at this visit.
8.
I'm a little bit surprised he's not taking the red with the rest. Just whilst he's got on it, he might as well get it out of the way.
9.
Especially when the shot he played didn't have the best angle ever. Yeah, and that's been misjudged. He was trying to hit the
16.
3 reds there, not the single red, and
17.
I mean, he likes a double, but he's lost position.
Xiao 17.
I know one thing, if there was a shot clock, they wouldn't be in any trouble, would they? I mean, these two are not hanging about when they're at the table.
yeah, I don't think they'd be playing like this if they were at the top of the group. But the strange thing is, I'm sure they could both still qualify for the semi-finals by winning this frame and their last match. So there's still a lot at stake.
Yeah, whoever wins this can still get to 3 points, so that could well get them in. It's probably, you know, worst case 5th, and you come back for the next group.
Yeah, so this match is a must win. And Wilson's been a little bit fortunate there. Left the red right over the pocket and covered it. Is it another double? Not sure. Did he go for the double?
I can't stop thinking about Eddie Charlton since we mentioned him. He'd be absolutely just livid with what he's watching.
Yeah, 33 in front. Get the black back on its spot. Possibly. He's going to need One of the three reds. Now, can he leave an angle on the, maybe the green, to stun down off the side cushion into the three reds? It's hard to call a shot at the moment, Dave. Don't know what's going on.
Well, okay, in the break, but he's in the driving seat here. 42 in front, 51 on. Get him in behind Brown, maybe.
Yeah.
Gary Wilson
didn't
9.
Get the green safe, didn't get behind the Brown. Didn't really do anything, although C's not really giving this much thought either. Yeah, and that's another poor shot.
It's all a bit loose, isn't it? And he was in control of this match, Sergio Way, and the, 2-0, and Wilson clearly suffering, but 42 to the good. Red and colour, it's going to be 2-2.
One. Gary Wilson 1.
And again, didn't quite get the snooker, so you can tie at the moment. 43 the difference, 43 on.
I can't see it, I'll be honest with you. I think we're going all the way.
Yeah, and as I say, Sergio Way was well and truly in control of this match, but now it's coming down to a deciding frame, and of course whoever wins it will move up to 2 points. Whoever loses it, surely their race here at the Championship League. You suspect his run, certainly in terms of getting into the playoffs, there's still maybe a chance to sneak 5th place, but in terms of actually making the top 4, a must win. Of course, they've each got another match to come. Wilson plays Yuan Sijun at 4:30 local time, and Sergio Way plays Joe O'Connor. It's quite got a little bit slapdash, didn't it, that frame there? It was all very loose, but anyway, Gary Wilson's won it. That's the main thing for him. Still 2-0 to Xiao Guodong against Anthony Kowalski on table 2. Kowalski in front in frame 3. That's the last match of the session there. Good win for Marco Fu at the qualifiers. There's other snooker going on up in Sheffield. German Masters, he beat Martin O'Donnell 5-4, and Marco's his birthday tomorrow. He's actually 48 years of age. He looks about 15 years younger when you see him. Weathered well. Marco's had his eye problems, hasn't he? And he sort of dropped off the tour, got a wild card. Still a great player, and he plays really quick now because of the eyesight problems. Anyway, here we go, the decider.
The deciding frame, Xiao to break.
Yeah, the conventional break off. Yeah, and I've got a feeling that Xiao Hui's not going to change his game, but Gary Wilson will. I think he'll play a little bit more proper, shall we say, in this decider.
Foul.
But will not be happy with that start.
Well, that's the worst case scenario. Goes in off, the red goes back into bulk. I mean, it's actually, I can't expect Gary Wilson to know all the permutations in his head. But it's a massive frame, you know. If he loses it, he's 7th and probably out. If he wins it, though, he'll actually go up to 3rd. And we're looking really good.
One.
Yeah, and if he loses it, I'm afraid he's only really got himself to blame.
6.
On the flip side, so is Xiao. If he loses it, he's only got himself to blame. He should have wrapped this match up 3-0 20 minutes ago. Now does
14.
This red pot, I think it must do with the shot he played.
$15.
Yeah, that's nicely controlled. There's still 3 reds in the open that are straightforward, but so didn't need to go into the reds just yet.
20.
Yeah, it's hard to tell sometimes what shots Xiao is playing, because he queues up so aggressively for all the shots that you think he's hitting the ball really hard, and then he just goes through nice and slowly at the death.
$28. $29.
Yep, so now does the red, just at the bottom of the pack and to the right, pot in the corner. If it does, he might be able to use that to open the reds, and if it doesn't, he's going to have an angle this time and get straight into
34.
him.
$35.
Now, as he checked to make sure there's no plants, is it pink, full on the nose? It certainly is. And I think he'll settle for that, because I think also he's landed nicely on a red. The reds have opened, and I think the black still pots. So Gary Wilson's
41.
first attempted long pot that he went in off could be his only shot in this frame. Yeah, although it's not done yet, he's come up a little bit short for position.
43.
And it's a bit of a stretch.
$44.
Yeah, but that's been played to perfection.
Well, he's tightened up considerably. I mean, the last frame, he was very loose, actually. But this is more like it. Down to the crunch, having to focus. He has done. It's in his hands to get this one now.
Yeah, it's black. Red, black. Next one, if it is red, black,
51.
It's going to be 60 plus in front, so it'll just be one more red and colour, high value colour, to take the frame. Is there anything that pots though?
52.
I'm not sure there is. And if there isn't, there's still a lifeline for Gary Wilson, because he's come up well short of the blue. He's only 56 in front. Can he get in between green and brown and back down? Too much side. Way too much side. Now surely he's not on the outside red.
57.
Wow.
58.
Well, of course, the running is part of the sport, but it depends when you get it, and he got it there. Yeah, Gary, I'm not saying can see the funny side necessarily, but you recognise he got a major piece. He's trying to get into the reds. He didn't, but still ended up on
65.
one, and it looks done.
Yeah, a little head shake there from Gary. He knows his race is run.
66.
Xiao Guodong has beaten Anthony Kowalski 3-0, so that's done on table 2. Xiao Guodong 5 points, so very much top.
Yeah, we've started this match with a total clearance,
73.
Dave, and we could be finishing it in the same fashion.
Yeah, he got a slice of luck, but the rest of it's been great, actually. Okay, the 2 frames he lost, he was a bit ragged in the safety game. When it goes scrappy, doesn't suit him, but scoring-wise, he's terrific. As you say, opened up with a 137.
81.
Chris Wakeling's 140, still the highest break of the group. £500 available there.
$89. $90.
Well, he's only going to go up one place, but
95.
of course, crucially, it means he has the chance to get another point in his last match against Joe O'Connor and go up to 3 points, and then it looks like he'll be in the playoffs. So he's put himself in the position, be 6th in the table, but within touching distance, because various other players have finished now.
$101.
So there's the century, second of the match to win the match.
103.
Yeah, when he's in full flow, he's exciting to watch.
106.
You don't know what shot he's going to play, you don't know how he's going to play it. Well, they kept going in.
Hui 106.
106 to finish. Sergio Way, the winner by 3 frames to 2. Gary Wilson does still have a match, so we'll see the table in due course and exactly how it stands. He may still be able to stay in, but he's up against it clearly. Coming up then in a few minutes' time, Chris Wakelin against Joe O'Connor.
It's Joshua Filler with an absolute dominating win. Moritz Neuhausen is your new Premier League pool winner.
Elisha Schaap makes the ultimate statement. What a journey Paulo Biardo he's made to the pinnacle of a sport. Elisha Schaap has completed a terrific transatlantic double. He didn't want to jump on the table in Florida, but he can't resist this time. Aloysius, you are a superstar.
The breakthrough has come for Piers Lamutus.
Team Asia, they've won the Reyes Cup again.
David Alcade, it's your turn again, buddy.
Can you believe it? An absolute nightmare for Tyler Steuer. Europe have won the Moscone Cup.
I'm Barry Hearn, president of Matchroom Sport.
Talk to me. I'm Eddie Hearn, the chairman of Matchroom Sport.
My son and heir, I call him my project. He's good, but he's not yet great. I'm fucking watching you.
We are the biggest sports promotional company in the world.
Matchroom started as a £100 company and now worth north of £1 billion.
Look at what the old man has done. I never wanted to work for my dad, but you have to play the hand you're dealt.
Eddie, he has ego. It's a weakness, and I won't give up control until I'm sure he's ready.
Boxing is an important element of the revenue stream, but only an element. We've got the greatest snooker player to ever play the game.
The biggest profit earner is darts.
There's no business that has the drama.
I found out you knew about it. You're done.
The ego. Jesus Christ. What is that? The aggravation.
Oh, shit! You need fair judges next time.
The most important thing for my dad is winning. The world's come crashing down on us. I mean, what's going to make you feel better?
Please, could I get a packet of pickled onion Monster Munch?
We need to talk about Conor Benn. We need to get him back in a ring.
Yeah! I ain't getting on with Jake Paul.
He's taken a number of shots at me.
Come talk. Come talk. Come talk.
And I ain't going to back down.
Show me what you've got.
I'm going to make our company
bigger and better
than ever.
Let's go!
Global domination.
Nothing less.
I still don't understand why the shirt's off.
So it's Chris Wakelin against Joe O'Connor in the last match of this session. They're pretty familiar with each other because, of course, this is the third group in a row they've both been in. So another meeting between these two. At the moment, Wakelin is in third place, O'Connor fourth. They've both got 2 points, and Wakelin is ahead because he's won one more frame. It's very tight. I was just looking at it there in the break, and there is a scenario where Gary Wilson could actually still qualify. But anyway, we'll come on to that in a minute. So this match gets underway. Well, we'll come on to it now, shall we? So if Joe O'Connor won this and then beat Serge Alway, he'd be on 4 points. So we'd have Xiao Guodong, Yuan Sijun, Joe O'Connor qualified. And the remaining match would be Gary Wilson, Yuan Sijun. If Wilson won that, because he's got 11 frames, he'd be on 2 points. But he'd actually be in fourth place. A lot of things have got to happen there, clearly. You know, so, but what I'm saying is he's not out yet, Gary Wilson. So hopefully, well, he won't have left because he's got to play another match, but hopefully he doesn't feel that it's over, because it actually, statistically at the moment, isn't. But a lot will depend on, of course, the other two matches as well from here on in.
I'm sure, though, by the time that Gary Wilson plays his last match, those muddy waters will have cleared somewhat.
Yeah, I think ideally, and you don't want to be relying on other results, but ideally he could do with Joe winning this, and then Joe on the other table at 4:30 beating Serge Alway. If those two things happened and Wilson beat Yuan Sijun, I think he'd get fourth. But anyway, as I say, a lot of that is relying on other matches, so we'll see how it pans out. As Dominic says, the mists will clear gradually, as they always do. Well, that's a super pot. He's on the black. Joe O'Connor's been very impressive, actually. He feels like it's about time he won one of these groups, because he's played a lot of real good snooker in this Championship League from Group 1. He's had 11 century breaks.
8.
In the now 6 days we've been here.
Mine.
And it's been quite lucrative as well. He'd earned 5,400 before this group. He's already earned another 1,000 so far. Obviously, if you can get into the playoffs, you guarantee more. So you don't necessarily have to win the groups to earn decent money from the tournament. But he'd love to get back in the winners group. Of course, he was runner-up to Mark Selby last year.
16.
Yeah, it's actually 2 years ago he was runner-up to Selby. He was runner-up last year in the ranking event version to Steve Maguire. Either way, he's been in both Championship League finals.
Head-to-head between these players favours Chris Wakelin just by 4 matches to 3. They've actually played twice already in these early group stages of the Championship League.
25.
Chris Wakelin winning both of those encounters, 3-2 and 3-1. The red above the black will pass into the right corner. I'm sure that will be the red that he chooses to play for here.
Well, that was a kick, but he's all right, actually. Don't see many of those these days, 39. Thankfully.
No, and that's the sort of kick whereby there'll be a clod of chalk on the object ball, in this case the black, and for me the black will need to be cleaned. Overscrewed that just by a fraction.
47. Corner 47.
It could well be that the fact that he overscrewed that caused his downfall there, because had that red been straighter, it would have been an easier pot. Anything with an angle on is more missable. Both these players very good friends with one another. In fact, they've been playing a lot of darts in the players' lounge together. Very convivial atmosphere, Dave.
Jab the head, Ted, on that, Dom, as well.
I think Chris Wakelin won.
Well, he didn't hit the bullseye there. Now, as the blue come to his aid, I think you can see the right-hand red.
Yeah, and that's the one he'd like to play. And now that the blue's off his spot, getting onto the black from this shouldn't be difficult. He could hold for the yellow, but personally, I think I'll be happy playing for the black.
One. Eight.
So, surely it's first blood, Joe O'Connor. I mean, of all the players here this week, he's probably the handiest for him, isn't it? I know Chris Wakelin's relatively local, but Joe O'Connor, a Leicester man. So it's been ideal, really. But he's at that stage, of course, where, and we saw this early at Leicester in the week, he wants to win a trophy. He's not just enough to be consistent and mixing it with the top players and beating a few here and there and going deep. There's nothing like winning a tournament to confirm that all the hard work you put in for years has been worth it.
17.
Absolutely, Dave. I think we were commentating together on the final of the Championship League, the ranking event version at the beginning of the season. Lost on that occasion 3-1 to Steve Maguire. Also runner-up in the Scottish Open in 2022.
21.
The World Open this season.
Oh, that red
22.
wobbled a bit, but it dropped, and now snooker's required, so... As I say, Joe O'Connor looking good to be 1-0 up. Well, he will be. As I say, though, you know, in this sort of rather convoluted format, it could be good news for Gary Wilson if he wins the match. Chris Wakelin conceded the frame. For reasons I explained earlier, there could be a path in for Wilson yet, despite his disappointment clearly at losing the last two matches. Because the vast majority of the snooker these guys play is just straightforward. You win, you go through, you lose, you go home. But in a league format, it's open to all the different permutations, and it must be difficult as a player to keep on top of it. Some like to sort of study the table, some just completely ignore it, just try and win their matches, and then it looks after itself. But you tend to find over dinner, most of them kind of do know what's going on. They kind of do know what they need to do, and they've looked at it and sort of have a picture in their mind of where they are and what's happening.
Now, I know you've mentioned this, Dave, on several occasions, that when you're in the players' lounge and you've finished a match and you're talking amongst everybody, having a game of darts, having a cup of coffee and partaking of the snacks that are on offer, you can easily become tired and lethargic. And in these best of 5 frame sprints, it's important to start well. And Joe has there, and he's got the momentum now. And if Chris doesn't win the next frame, he falls 2-0 behind, this match can easily be out of his hands.
Well, Matt Selt once famously said, he was having a bit of a barney with someone, but he said of the Championship League, this is a place of work. And actually he's right. That's exactly what it is. It's a tournament. It carries prize money. The other version of it carries ranking points, and it's a route into the Champion of Champions at the end of it. So, yeah, you're right. You can get sort of almost hoodwinked into thinking it's sort of a day out, almost, having a little game of snooker. But actually, it's a serious business. As we wait for Joe O'Connor to return, as I mentioned earlier, looking forward to tomorrow. Neil Robertson, Xiao Xingtong, Karen Wilson. So 3 real big hitters all coming up for a little pre-Masters tune-up.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to the group that begins tomorrow, Group 4, because you've got some of the finest techniques within the sport on offer. I mean, I've always said that Neil Robertson, for me, has the greatest cue action, greatest technique of any player, and he's just a pleasure to watch. And, you know, in this non-ranking event version of the event, I'm sure he's going to be at his best.
We will find out tomorrow. Later on, actually, after the Masters, we've got Mark Selby, Wu Yize and Stuart Bingham coming into that 5th group. Later in the week, the likes of Jack Lazowski as well. So, you know, some terrific players still to make their bows in this event. Jack Jones, who made 32 centuries here, a record for any tournament last year. Lepe fan, Scottish Open champion last season. Jimmy Robertson, you know, some good players to look forward to. But as for now, it's 1-0 to Joe O'Connor. So here we go, frame 2.
Chris Wakelin to break. Follow Miss Joe O'Connor 4.
Well, things unravelling a bit now for Wakelin. Caught that all wrong. But it doesn't look like he's actually left anything easy here.
No, he caught that so thinly. But he has left this chance for Joe O'Connor. I fancy him to knock this in because there's less pressure on this. He's less likely to leave something on, and it didn't surprise me that he knocked it in.
1.
And now he's beautifully on the brown to play for the leftmost red to hold for the black, and all of a sudden he'll be right in again here. Worth another look. But you do put yourself under pressure when you're attempting something like that. You know it's a very tricky pot, but you know the rewards are there if you can knock it in. There's a choice of either red here. Obviously prefers the angle slightly on this one in terms of getting onto the black. Well, he's probably left himself unintentionally just a little lower on this black, so he may well play a cannon towards the left-hand side of the pack of reds here. But he'll need to be careful. He'll want the cue ball to run through a little bit towards the pink spot area.
13.
Just didn't catch the red correctly. He may well take this red on, but there's a difference now. There's pressure on this because the cue ball will be coming around the angles beautifully from Chris Wakelin's point of view should he miss this.
$14.
Yeah, it's all unravelled a bit, hasn't it? Once he'd lost ideal position, it's always the case. It's just harder to keep going. Caught the brown there,
19.
so looks like end of break. But he has got Wakelin on the ropes a bit. Chris Wakelin has struggled in this match so far.
Joke on the 19.
Played that with far too much pace. There's a chance for Chris here of a very tricky red, but they're all there if he can knock it in. Oh, and he has. Good pot.
1.
Could have done with just killing the pace of the cue ball a little more. So in potting the black, the cue ball will be running up level with the blue spot or even beyond it. No, it's as Dave says, he's a little out of form in this match. Tiredness, lethargy, all of those things really. He's been here a long time now.
Yeah, so Joe O'Connor with another opening, a good one. Yeah, we've seen this before in the Championship League. The danger is you're sort of going through the motions a bit. You're not as in sort of keyed in and
7.
focused as certainly when the event began.
As a former player and commentator now, I shouldn't talk about myself, but I always found it very, very difficult to play consecutive groups. I'd lost in a couple of finals, came back the next day and really, really struggled. It's tiring. There's a lot of snooker to be played, a lot of hanging around. Some players cope with it better than others.
15.
Well, he'll be pretty happy with that. He'll be pleased that the cue ball carried enough pace to come in and out of bulk. But this green isn't a certainty because he's just got to dig down, as you can see here, to get that cue ball nice in position for his next red. Oh, that was really nicely cued, and it hit the back of the pocket with a crunching sound. Players love that.
19. 20.
Well, he's keeping it going, but time isn't won yet. Got this red to the right middle to continue. One of the things I like about him, though, he gives every shot the same respect. Doesn't rush into shots. He's got this outward calm. Who knows, you know, how he feels inside all the time, but he always looks composed. And let's be honest, that's not true of every player.
And something I noticed in Joe, and it's barely perceivable, but whenever he's faced with a difficult pot, like the previous red from under the side cushion, he recognises the importance of staying still on the shot and cueing it sweetly. And he emphasises that in his play, and that's why I think he's so good at potting important balls. Just overrun that fractionally, but it shouldn't matter because the frame is safe.
Well, as I say, he's kept the break going well. He wasn't always in A1 position, but he's over the line now for sure. So it's going to be 2-0.
It's been an amazing first session today on this table. We've had a lot of deciding frames, but we've had
55.
Something like 6, maybe 7 centuries.
Well, I mean, I know the frame's over, but another fabulous shot.
62.
Got plenty of power, hasn't he? Of course, he does martial arts, doesn't he? So maybe that helps.
Yeah, primarily focuses on boxing, but you're right, Dave, he does a bit of Thai boxing as well.
69. $70. $75. $77.
So completely dominating this match.
$80.
And determined to make a century.
It's the only problem when you play with the extension screwed into the back of the cue. When you try and play a pure screw shot, you get too much stun on the ball, and that's what happened there. But the pot's missable, but the angle's good.
Still with a chance to make his 12th century of this Championship League. It's only day 6.
89.
Of course, he's played in every day, but this is good stuff. These matches are short against top quality opposition. Joe O'Connor producing a very consistent level here.
95.
He was determined to make the turn, wasn't he? And he's going to with the black. Classy break. Great clearance from Joe O'Connor, 102. And he extends his lead over Chris Wakelin to 2-0. If O'Connor wins the match, then he'll go on to 3 points and 3rd position in the table. And he's still got a match to come against Sergio Way.
Yeah, he's looking good for the World Grand Prix. He's 27th on the season points. Chris Wakelin, though, is number 7 on the season points. So he's having a fabulous season.
Yeah, he's set to be in all 3 Players Series events, and they're all lucrative, and they're all ranking tournaments as well, so you can earn points that obviously other players are not going to be earning. For those who don't know, the World Grand Prix, top 32 on the 1-year list, and that is in Hong Kong next month. Players Championship also next month, actually, in Telford. That's the top 16 on the 1-year list. Cut-offs at various points, and then top 12 on the 1-year list for the Tour Championship in back end of March, early April. So to be in those, what a fillip it would be, and of course so much of it off the back of the semi-finals in Saudi Arabia, and then of course winning the Scottish Open. Anyway, right now he's in trouble in this match, 2-0 down, not done much in it either. Needs to start here in frame 3.
Result frame, Joe O'Connor to break.
It's hard enough when you're already tired and you're 2-0 behind. And when you know you've got to win 3 consecutive frames, it can be very deflating. Unless you firmly believe you're capable of it and that you're fresh enough. Well, that's easily the best shot that Chris Wakelin has played in this match. A super pot from tight under that bolt cushion. There was very little wrong with the break-off shot from Joe O'Connor.
Three. Four.
Possibly overhit that fractionally, but if he stuns into the red directly above the black, the middle red of the 3, should be fine, and he's played it well. Premature with my judgment of the outcome of that shot, actually. I think he's fine to pot the red, but he may have to just flick or cannon into the black here. I could hear the audible sigh there. Chris Wakelin, he's still taking this red on though into the yellow pocket. It's the only red he could leave. So So worth taking on. Oh, well played.
20. $25. 26.
Even if he is a bit jaded, in general, of course, he's in such a great mood after the Scottish Open success. All is well at home, and also his daughter Mia has just celebrated her first birthday. And of course, it was a lovely scene in Edinburgh when they're all together. So he's feeling good on and off the table. And determined to stay at the table here.
34.
Well, that cue ball seems to come off the bolt cushion with a lot of pace. But
39.
He's okay. Can't play for the black from this red, but can easily stand back up for the blue. But it's important to be high side of the blue here, because if he isn't, he could play for the pink, but I think it may be tied up. So it is the blue. Oh, he's played
40.
that wonderfully well. He just needs to drop it in now for automatic position on the red to the left of the pink.
$45. 46.
Well, that's a useful cannon, because if he plays for the red now, that he's just knocked into a possible position, the red to the left of the pink is possible. A noise there backstage. I've no idea what that was. Could have been the speaker, actually. Oh, Dave, I was honestly just about to say in practice you would play the cannon into the four reds, but I wouldn't do it here because the frame isn't safe, and he didn't necessarily need to play that cannon, and he has, and look at the damage he's done there potentially.
Well, yeah, huge turning point in this frame. And the black would have put him 61 in front, another red and a black, and he would have been home, and this red's out in place. So like you say, it was a bit of a risk. Yeah, now you don't see this very often. But it is legal. Not everyone agrees with this, but it is legal.
I've never seen that before. It's legal because, let's say you played a shot with the mini butt on your cue and you potted the next ball. Sometimes you leave it on the table whilst playing the next shot before you return it to your chair. Even a block of chalk, if you place it on the cushion rail or even on the bed of the table, it's all legal to do. So therefore, it's just a part of the accoutrements of playing a game of snooker, and you can leave them in place or you can use them in other ways.
First time I saw that was a few years ago. Karen Wilson did it in a tournament, and I kind of thought, is that all right? But it was. And anyway, because I remember Neil Foulds I was commentating with, and he was dead against it as a sort of traditionalist. But you know, the rules are the rules.
Yes, I remember that too, actually, and I remember the discussion you had with Neil, and actually inquired with one of the referees as to the legitimacy of that, and it's absolutely fine.
Well, Joe O'Connor knows the rules clearly, and now he has a chance to win the match.
Now, decision time for Joe O'Connor.
16.
Does he play for the pink and have that back on its spot? He'll know better than I can from my commentary position, but if the pink were to be on its spot, would it tie up the two reds? If he believes so, then he'll play for the black from this next red. Difficult to ascertain whether the red directly above the black will pot into the left corner. If it doesn't, he could play for red into the centre. Because of the position of the remaining red near bulk, might be advantageous to play for a bulk colour from the remaining red at this end of the table. Beautifully on the green, just to stun him behind the red. I think it's sufficiently far away from the cushion to warrant playing him behind it rather than developing it. Joe took a risk there. He nearly potted the red. Now, does it cut in? I'm not so sure.
The angle can be distorted sometimes. It looks mighty thin. Probably too thin.
Really difficult safety here, Dave. He could use the knuckle of the middle pocket to ricochet the cue ball back to bulk, but the red would probably in all likelihood finish near this left corner if he did.
Well, it wasn't too thin, but my word, he had to only just catch it actually, but he potted it.
37.
Cue ball could have finished absolutely anywhere. There you go. It was just cuttable. This is a big brown. Huge shot. Great shot. And that looks like a match winner for Joe O'Connor.
41.
He's got real steel, hasn't he, this young man? He really does have great inner belief, but also just terrific skill in the crunch moments, as we've seen here.
46.
So, just needs to put these away. It'll be a 3-0 win. And he's still got another match to play, but he'll be up to 3 points. This is Chris Wakelin's last match, so for now he's going to be down in 4th place, but of course there's other players involved who could go past him. Gary Wilson actually could still go past him.
55.
Yeah, and this is Chris's last match, Dave, is that correct? Yeah.
Yeah.
61.
Well, this has been a fabulous clearance from Joe O'Connor. All the centuries have been good, yes, but this break has been absolutely superb. That red that he cut in the middle, the brown to follow, really good stuff from Joe O'Connor. And he wins 3-0 against Chris Wakelin, and he's looking good certainly now to qualify for the playoffs later, because he moves up to 3 points, and he's still got another match to play. Chris Wakelin, he's going to have to wait and see now how the other matches pan out, because there's only 2 left. So there it is. Xiao Guodong 5 points, Yuan Shijun 4, Joe O'Connor 3. So Gary Wilson there, he plays Yuan Shijun. If he were to win, he'd be on 2 points plus 14, so the frames would be in his favour, and he would go above Wakelin into 4th. He needs Sergio Way not to beat Joe O'Connor though, so he needs O'Connor to beat Sergio Way, and Wilson needs to beat Yuan Shijun. So there's a path for Wilson, but we'll see. We'll see what happens later on, because we're going to have a break now for an hour, or just under. We're back at 4:30 local time for the conclusion of Group 3 of the BetVictor Championship League here in Leicester.
snooker fans all around the world.
We are here for the battle on the bees.
Quite simply, superb. It's just ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. What a shot that is.
He's got the hot shots all to himself. The break of a multiple world champion, exuding class. And that's a shot that again will live long in the memory.
Welcome back to Group 3 of the BetVictor Championship League. Things are hotting up here at the Mattioli Arena. It's the remaining matches to be played on tables 1 and tables 2. Gary Wilson there on the left is about to take on Jun. If he wins, now he's in 7th place there, but if he were to win and Joe O'Connor wins on the other table, technically he could still finish in a qualifying position. It's all very complicated, but what I can say, Xiao Guodong and Jun and Joe O'Connor are all safely through to the semi-finals. But we'll have to wait to see who grabs that 4th spot to join those 3 players, and we'll only find that out when play commences here. So Gary Wilson about to take on Jun, and over on table 2, Serdra Hui will be taking on Joe O'Connor. We'll obviously keep you up to speed as to what goes on there, because it could be very, very important as to the final group standings and therefore the semi-final playoffs.
First frame, Jun to break.
So, as always, a best of 5, and it's Jun about to break off. With me here to unravel these mysteries of the table, Peter Lyons.
Yeah, thank you, Dom. I'll leave you in charge of all that.
Thank you very much.
But at least Gary Wilson knows that whatever happens, he has to win. So really, the knockout starts here for him. If he loses this match, he's going home.
Yes, I'll just qualify what I was saying. Gary Wilson, wooden spoonist at the moment in last place, but he's won 11 frames, and that's the reason that victory here could potentially see him through to the last 4 and therefore the semi-final playoffs, because he'll have won 14 frames and he'll be on 2 points. Now, the person that will qualify in 4th will have, in all likelihood, won 2 matches. Well, depends on the scores, of course, on the other table. Joe O'Connor must win, and Gary will probably have an eye on that if he can sort of sneak out the arena at some point between frames to see what's going on. Worth mentioning, though, Peter, Serdra Hui in 6th place in the table. Now, if he were to defeat Joe O'Connor, he would qualify.
Yeah, which would be quite a good achievement. After yesterday, he was all at sea in his first few matches yesterday.
Gary was the only player I saw on the practice table 10 minutes ago, and he is aware of the situation. He does know that victory here is critical to his chances, but he has to rely on the result on the other table.
Yeah, Johnny's played some pretty good snooker this season so far. Started to fulfill his potential. Imagine that's a very adventurous shot there from Wan Sejun.
Well, this is the easy thing, isn't it, from his point of view? He's qualified, so it doesn't really matter to him, really, what happens in this match. So that's something else that's worth putting into the equation, because, you know, the semi-final playoffs and the final thereafter, if he qualifies, that's going to take a lot out of you. So you could understand a player taking a little bit of a mental breather, couldn't you?
Yeah, absolutely, but I'm sure he could still possibly do his friend Xiao a favour if he did lose, and Gary Wilson still was to lose. Then so he might not make the semi-finals, but would still stay in for tomorrow's group, I believe.
Absolutely correct, yes. At the moment, it's Anthony Kowalski in 5th place. At the moment, he'd be returning tomorrow
16
for the 4th group, but my goodness, he needs a bit of good fortune to remain in 5th place.
17 24
And this is a chance for Gary Wilson to get his arm going, pot a few balls, try and find his cue action, which was, he was all at sea this morning with it.
$29 30
Certainly made the ideal start here,
37.
first in, with the best scoring chance, and he's more than capable of winning the frame from here in no time at all. If he can just keep a good control of the cue ball, he'll probably need to go into those 5 reds at some point.
Yeah, so might as well really do it now. And there you go, that's done.
45
Didn't have to go into it with any pace, just a gentle nudge has opened everything up.
36 53
And in no time at all, he's got a 52-point lead.
And even less time over on table 2. Serdar Hui is safe in frame 1. 71 points to the good, just 67 remaining on a break of 30. So the first frame looks as though it's going to go the way of the Chinese.
61 62
Yeah, and already we're at frame ball here. Oh, we screwed
69.
it a fraction, but it shouldn't be a problem.
$70
The equation's quite simple over on the other table. If Serdar Hui wins that match, he will be in 4th place. He's already won 2 matches and would therefore overtake Chris Wakelin, who's currently in 4th with 2 wins.
$78 85
Yeah, this has been a very fluent break from Gary Wilson. We got that initial chance from that
86.
adventurous brown that Wan Si-jun played. Yeah, nice shot. Just taking the opportunity to
89.
free the blue and pink.
90.
Well, I'm losing count of how many centuries we've seen on table 1 today. I think this could be century number 8. Should he make it? It'll be the 292nd century of his career.
95. 96.
Yeah, absolutely. Superb start from Gary Wilson.
$103.
Well, what's he got for us here in terms of a trick shot? Well, he hasn't hit the yellow, so that's the end of break, but nevertheless, it's another century here on table 1. Gary Wilson's 292nd of his career, and that's why he takes a comfortable victory in frame 1 to lead 1-0. So because of this match being of equal importance, we're going to pop over to table 2. Serdraff Way was safe in this frame. He's not safe now. He's 32 ahead, but the 35 still on, Peter.
I'll do the maths, Dominic.
Oh, it's 42. Thank you very much. Goodness gracious. I'm sure that 2 looks like a 3. No wonder I retired, Peter. Can't add up. And this is why Serdraff Way, you can never guarantee what's likely to happen in a situation like this, because he's played that red at 100 miles an hour, missed it by miles, a ball could have gone in, he could have left a free ball, and all of a sudden the complexion of that first frame changes. Anyway, hardly surprisingly, on our main table, it's Gary Wilson to break off. And I mean that in the loosest possible sense of the word. But table 2 action is available for you on our Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel.
Yeah, excellent length on the safety there.
Because of how tight these standings are in this group, say the top 3 have all qualified. Xiao Guodong, this man here, Wan Si-jun, and Joe O'Connor. That 4th place is up for grabs, so all these players that are taking part in these matches on table 1 and 2 know exactly the situation within the group and what's required of them to qualify or at least get 5th place.
Yeah, no, another straightforward chance for Gary Wilson from that, again, very adventurous red from Wan Sejun.
Just looking at the black, Peter. Does it respot? Difficult to know.
Yeah, we'll soon find out.
Well, normally players are really good judges of situations like that, but that was so tight I don't think Gary knew. Just got to tell you, over on the other table, Joe O'Connor has got the snooker he needs and he's able to tie now. He's 35 behind, he's 35 on.
He's come up dry there. I don't think there's anything potable for Gary Wilson.
But it usually gives us a bit of a thumbs up when things are going against him. I thought there must be something that pots somewhere, but I think you're right, there's nothing on.
$15.
That's not a great shot either, I don't think. Although he has covered the red closest to the right hand pocket. Yeah, that's a terrible safety shot. The only thing in his favour is that the pink and black are both tied up.
Did he play that with a trace of check side, Peter? Is that why he missed the pot?
Yeah, I think it must have been. And he didn't really get down the table where he intended either, catching it too thick.
One.
Well, this has been not really the best start to the match for Wan Sejun.
Green ball.
Full of variety, as David Gower used to say.
Sejun, 1.
Yeah, Gary's going to open up the pink spot here. Got to get it safe. Because I think Wan Sejun has shown his hand already. He's going to, if something's potable, he's going to try and pot it.
Well, as I said earlier, he's under no pressure at all, really. He's already qualified, it's a certainty. Won 4 matches out of the 5 that he's played.
Well, now, I'm not sure what happened there. But the cue took a pounding, Dom.
Yeah. Shouldn't really do that. The vibration through the cue could easily disturb the weight of the cue and break the bond of the adhesive. Seen that happen. Oh my goodness gracious, what on earth is happening here?
Just returns the compliment.
Well, you know, you've got to bear in mind there's another match next door, and you've got to be courteous to fellow professionals, haven't you, really?
Yeah, and I can read Gary Wilson's mind here, and he thinks he's been hard done by not having an easy pot on. Rather than being just delighted he's back to the table so soon.
Well, absolutely, Peter. That is the correct mindset. Because he left everything on for Wansijan.
I dread to think what will happen if this doesn't go in.
I can promise you that during the time that we've had to enjoy our food and drink, no alcohol was consumed.
One.
Yeah, Gary Wilson holds his hand up. But believe you me, he's not sorry. Oh my word.
Gary Wilson won.
Doesn't it show, though, Peter, doesn't it, you know, how the mindset can change and how it can affect your play when you're not focusing and concentrating the way you were in the previous group matches?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Wansijan has been superb so far in this group stage, and at the moment, there's not a certainty to pot this black.
There does come a point, though, doesn't there, when you miss so many pots, you make so many mistakes, that all of a sudden that focuses you. You don't care anymore. You've tried so hard, you've made so many mistakes, and all of a sudden you play with an element of freedom because there's nothing else left. I've got to tell you that Serdraff Way over on table 2 looks as though he's going to throw that first frame away. Joe O'Connor managed to get multiple
16.
snookers, and Serdraff Way failed to escape from them, and well, we're on the brown and Joe O'Connor's clearing up to win. He's potted the brown, he's on the blue. 14 behind, 18 on.
$22.
And here we can see it picture in picture. Ah, but he's not on the blue. Drama. Would you take that blue on over on table 2, Peter?
Yeah, absolutely.
Would you?
I would after getting 5 snookers.
Yeah, and Peter's right, actually. When you have a chance like this to win, you go for it, because it's a frame you should never have been involved with. And he's potted it. Calmness personified. Is he on the pink? No, he's not really. Awkward angle, this. Hopefully we'll stay with this.
Yeah, has he got the... Does it cut in the middle? I think it does.
29.
Can he hold for the black, though?
Yeah, it might be a little near the side cushion, but...
30.
Should be okay. Should be okay.
28. It's not nice, this black. High on it, close to the side cushion. This is when you've got to just cue through the ball.
Yes or no, Dom?
I'll say yes, because he's so good under pressure.
37.
And he's potted it as clean as a whistle. What a steal from Joe O'Connor. Sergio Way must be bitterly disappointed that he's literally thrown that frame away. Just poor shot choices. It's a learning curve. He's still very young, but these are the sort of mistakes he does keep on making.
Yeah, we talked about this yesterday. If he wants to get right to the top of the game, he's got to improve his all-round play. It's not just about banging long balls in and scoring amongst it.
45.
No, because, you know, the first thing that suffers when the pressure's on you is your potting and rate building. We saw that for a couple of seasons with Neil Robertson, who struggled for a while before he started returning to form. That's another mistake, though, from Hwang Hsi-chun, but
45.
that 30 points advantage that he has is quite a big one, given the position of the Reds, isn't it?
Yeah, massive. Well, is he snookered?
You know, you look at some of these camera angles, you'd put money on that being a tight snooker. But no, Peter, you're right. Could even attempt the double.
Yeah, I think Hwang Hsi-chun has got to win this frame. Otherwise, I think it's going to be 3-0.
Well, there's no doubt about it that Hwang Hsi-chun is far more of a complete all-round player than his Chinese counterpart over on table 2, Sergio Way, who's largely one-dimensional.
Yeah, this looks good. Great long red.
5.
Nice positional shot off the brown. Will he take a chance and get some balls out here with the yellow hanging over the pocket?
Ah, that's exactly what I was thinking, Pete. I think you're right.
Yeah, unfortunately he's taken it off one cushion and put it on the other. And there's the much talked about thumbs up, Dom.
Well, better late than never. The good news is, though, Peter, with the yellow being where it is, that red that he's put on the side cushion is actually not in a bad place.
Yeah, I don't think he's clocked that yet. He could just drop that down the cushion. It's a big pocket. Yeah, he didn't realise that, I don't think, when he first played the shot. You wouldn't expect him to miss this.
20.
I'd be trying to pot this dead centre, though. I wouldn't want to touch the yellow because I'd want that to be my next colour. Oh, it didn't go in. Can't believe it.
Gary Wilson, 20.
Well, that couldn't get any closer without going in, and because it's got so close, it's just stayed over the pocket.
I might be tempted here to try and screw back for the blue into the centre pocket to play for the remaining red on the other side of the table.
One.
Well, it's not bad now, Peter, is it? With the angle he has on the black, he could easily leave a tricky snooker, to say the least.
Yeah, absolutely. Just wants to land so he can dead straight on the red, so he can just hit the red full in the face, stop the white behind the blue, and send the red off 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cushions back towards the black area.
Hwang Hsi-chun, 8.
Good hit. Is it going safe? I think it is. Yeah, not only has it gone safe, it's very awkward cueing as well.
Yeah, and he may be forced to bring the green into play. I wouldn't want to myself, but he may have no choice. Oh, he may have given Gary a chance here.
Yeah, will he be thinking, get the blue off with the green?
1.
Does he just have enough angle? Because, and Peter's saying that because the yellow's over the pocket. Ah, he was too straight. But, you know, having the green on its spot's going to help, because he could cannon the blue into play from the green to still leave himself on the brown.
Not now, he can't dump. He's overhit that dramatically.
That's a good word, dramatically, absolutely. It's 12, 15 inches too firm there. And that didn't threaten the pocket.
Gary Wilson 6.
This frame has been a comedy of errors from start to finish. Got the snooker and may possibly find himself snookered. Can Gary get it thick enough to get the white in behind the black and the green down the table?
John just needs green and brown to be safe, which of course is a big benefit to him with the blue being slightly awkward. That green needs to run. Just about did.
Well, he's asking for trouble with that safety shot dump.
Absolutely. If you do nothing with the safety, and Wansi-Jun certainly didn't there, Gary Wilson could put him in a lot of trouble, as Peter suggests. That could have been played a lot better than it was.
Yeah, I always think with these types of frames, the only thing you're thinking now is just make sure I'm the one that wins it. Because there's been nothing good to say about it from either party, so, but as long as you win it, that's all that matters. And that's another poor safety shot. Can he knock this in? Now it's all about the blue. He's overcooked it again, no. But at least now for Gary, they both need the blue.
Did have the angle on the brown to come around the angles. And it's not perfect, but I think Gary would be very pleased with that outcome. He's potted the brown, which was missable, and he does have a shot at the blue. And I have to say, Peter, I fancied him for that blue.
Gary Wilson 7.
Yeah, he's not happy at the moment.
Well, just the pink required now by Wansi-Jun. to level the match up at 1-all. And in she goes. Well, we certainly had some drama over on the other table in the first frame. We've had some drama of our own here in frame 2 here, but it's Wansijan who finally wins it and he's levelled the match up at 1-all. So Wansijan has left the auditorium. Gary Wilson with a lot to ponder. I think he's feeling the pressure a little bit as we have a pop across again to table 2.
13.
Serdraff Way in again. Should already be 1-0 up. I mean, he really does have a habit of throwing frames away. Doesn't seem to understand the game of snooker and all its complexities. He just keeps on playing the wrong shot at the wrong time, and somebody who knows the game the way Joe O'Connor does and plays such an all-round game and has all facets of the game
19.
in his armoury is one of those players that's more than capable of winning frames like that against Serdraff Way.
20.
He was 71 behind. Needed 1 snooker, ended up getting 2. So can Serdraff Way make a bigger break here to make this frame safe?
D7. 28.
Yeah, they look a nice enough pack to split up.
35.
Won't need hitting too hard, I don't think, to get some movement.
36.
And that's just about perfect.
41.
There's no doubt about it. He's a beautiful, curious, a very exciting player.
42.
Does play a lot of power shots though, unnecessarily, I think.
Yeah, and if you look at him, he does cue up really fast backwards and forwards no matter what the shot is he's playing. Not easy to get your timing right when you're not feeling the shot in the first place.
Yeah, absolutely. When you have to play touch shots, that goes against that, really. That's the moderator's cue action a little bit. He's a very flat, straight cueist, and that's what helps with potting balls over distance.
Yeah, and I'd say we've reached frame ball, but after the last frame,
57.
2 snookers on the last red, then who knows?
I think he needs the remaining 5 reds with colours to make absolutely sure.
58.
There's no doubt about it. He's a great break builder. Serdraff Way. We'll leave them to it. I think we can rest assured he's going to win that frame to level the match up at 1-all. We're ahead of them by a whole frame here over on our main table. It's 1-all here already. And frame 3 about to get underway.
Gary's been struggling with this type of shot. I saw him practicing it earlier in the practice room. And again, I think every time he's missed it, he's caught it way too thick. Now can Wansijan cue this one nicely? Straightforward stun run through.
That was nicely cued. Good clean pop, controlled the cue ball nicely. And this is the problem with Gary. He can be volatile, and so can his fellow Tyneside professional Elliot Slessor, but Elliot seems to have moderated that volatility to some degree. It will still manifest itself when things are really going badly, but it's something that I still think is more evident in Gary Wilson when things are not going his way, and it's not a good thing in any sport, and certainly not snooker. Twice a semi-finalist in major ranking events, Wansi-jun. Way back in 2019. Goodness me, he was young then. He's only 25 now. At the semi-finals at the Gibraltar Open. But this season he's been to the semi-finals of the German Masters. He actually won the Hainan Open, which was a non-ranking event. It was a couple of years ago. Just made 129 career centuries, never made a maximum.
32.
Can you give us a tip then, Dom, for a player in 2026 that's going to win their first ranking event?
That's a tough one.
33.
Out of the British players who talking about a player who's never won a ranking event that could, I think he's still too young, but I mean, I've always got my eye on Stan Moody because he's got a great temperament and terrific ability, and I think in another couple of years from now he could be an incredible player. He's showing signs of that already, but you need a lot of consistency to win a ranking event, to win match after match, and consistency just comes with age, and I just wonder if Stan Moody's just a touch too young. But other than that, I think it's going to be another Chinese player, Peter. Maybe this man.
41.
Sixth black coming up. He'll know that he's on a 147 currently, I'm sure he will.
Maybe he knows you've just said he's never had one yet.
Well, I'm checking my
48.
statistics here that I've written out. I haven't written down that he's made a maximum.
Yeah, he had a go at one yesterday. Played a audacious cross double on, I think, 56 to keep his break going. Then potted the black and missed the red one shot later.
56.
Yeah, now the red just below the pack. If he pots the next red and black, could possibly open everything up for Gary Wilson.
Yeah, that was a tough red, and he missed it by the merest fraction. Must have just caught the near jaw there. He knew he was on a maximum, and he probably knew that was a real key ball. This red's cuttable. It's a thin one. Gary's knocked it in.
One.
Not high enough on the blue. Can he do something with the pink?
Exhibition here, he just cut the yellow in off two cushions and into the reds. Brilliant.
5.
But again, I'll go back to something you said earlier about the strike of the ball from Gary. It's a little snatchy, isn't it? He brings the cue back and then he goes right through the ball in a nanosecond, it seems. There's no deliberate pause there.
Yeah, it's one of those where
6.
They could either hit the back of the leather, that brown, like it did, or 6 inches up the side cushion. You just never know.
And this is, you know, what we mean, because in close play there is a deliberate pause
13.
at the back of the backswing before he delivers the cue to the cue ball. You'll see it here. Let's see. Back, slight pause, and then
14.
through. But you'll see it even more when he has his hand on the table and he's close in like this.
Yeah, unfortunately for Gary, it's like he's got two different cue actions, hasn't he? One for the delicate shots and one for the power shots.
That's precisely it, Peter. That's absolutely hitting the nail on the head. And Gary knows it, I'm sure. I think pressure
29.
is the reason for it. I'm sure on the practice table he'll bring the cue back, pause, and then strike. But that's not what seems to happen when he plays power shots.
You never thought about going into the coaching game, Dom? Take a player under your wing?
Oh no, thank you, no.
It wasn't an offer.
Oh no, thank goodness. No, because I think, you know, when you've had enough of playing the game and practicing. I was still on the tour when I retired. I just had enough
45.
of practicing, and I didn't want to play in 20-odd tournaments every season and travel all over the place, you know, the way I was. And I think
46.
coaching, to be honest with you, if you have somebody on your wing, it's more intense than playing, because you have to monitor them, see the improvements, see where the problems lay, and you have to, it's a bit like commentating, you have to watch very carefully and observe everything. When you're commentating and there's a pack of reds, you have to see if there's a plant somewhere, see if a player's taking something on. It's very involved, and it's not for me. No.
53.
In a word, no.
Both.
Well, meanwhile,
58.
Gary's continuing very nicely with this break. Just needs green, brown, and blue
60.
to take a 2-1 lead.
And then he'll be just one frame away from
63.
worst ways staying in the group for next time.
That brown was the key shot though, wasn't it, when he went into the reds? It was a great shot, and the cue ball made the perfect contact with the reds. It was a superbly executed shot.
72.
Yeah, and Wansi John went from a maximum attempt to not playing another shot in no time.
And how many times do we see a player go for maximum and lose the frame? It's happened here, certainly.
85.
Superb clearance from Gary Wilson of 85. He's within a frame of victory in a match he has to win to have any chance of qualification. Lots of that depends on what goes on table 2, but for now he's 2-1 ahead as we have a look at frame 3 here. So Serdar weighs in again here.
Yeah, every time we join the action, he's in amongst the balls.
Yeah, it happens that way, doesn't it? Just to tell you again that if Serdar were to win this match, he would qualify.
He's miscued again.
Xiao 30.
Yes, you could hear it, couldn't you? Attempted the pot on the black from near the side cushion. Humidity, moisture can all contribute to a lack of adherence of the chalk on the cue tip.
Yeah, there must be some sort of problem, because I think that's at least the 4th time I've seen Xiao miscue in the last couple of days.
1.
Well, that's a magnificent pot. Perfectly controlled for the brown. Just to screw back down the table. Doesn't want to kiss the blue. Just about okay.
5.
Well done. This is something you see more and more these days. A player just switching to the opposite hand, and
Xiao 5.
the number of players that do it that are actually that proficient at it and then just miss is alarming.
I know, I mean, it is something you see more and more. I used to practice a lot with Matthew Stevens, and he looked just the same left-handed as he does right, but I have to say I have no degree whatsoever of ambidexterity. I'm terrible, can't play with my opposite hand at all. He must have been disappointed at not winning the last frame, but as I say, there's no reason for him to be dismayed or concerned about it overly. He's already through to the semi-final playoffs, which will take place around about 5 minutes upon the conclusion of play on both tables.
Yeah, that's a misjudgment of what was going to happen to the white after potting that red, but that was really a consequence of not screwing back far enough off the previous black.
June 9.
And again, exactly the same shot and exactly the same result. Way too thick. An almost carbon copy of that one in the last frame, Dom.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, snooker's a very, very tough game, and as long as you're trying your best and you're making mistakes, there's no point in showing too much emotion. You're doing your best, there's nothing more you can do. Just human error, it's a tough game. It wasn't about 4 million snooker players on the tour earning a living.
6. Seven.
Well, if he goes into the reds here, I'm not sure how they'll develop. They're not a great bunch to go into from the black. And that's why. Oh, he's been lucky there. If he's on that red, it's popped in the jaws and stayed near the pocket. I must just tell you that Sergio Way is motoring along on the other table. He's taken a 2-1 lead. So, I mean, thrown away frame 1, he's won the next 2. And if he can win that next frame, or one of the next 2 frames over on table 2, it'll be he that takes the 4th and final qualifying spot. To join this man here, Wan Si-jun, Xiao Guodong and Joe O'Connor.
Yuan Si-jun, 15.
So Chris Wakelin he's probably not going to qualify for the semis, but probably needs results to go his way to stay in for Group 4. He's found a nice plant there as Gary. If you can just drop this black in now. Should give himself a chance.
8.
Looks like he's going to need the spider.
Well, if Gary Wilson were to win this match, he would overtake Chris Wakelin, who's currently in 4th position, because he'll too have won 2 matches, but he'll have won more frames. He's already won more frames. They're both on 11 frames won. Gary's won a frame here already, or 2 frames rather. So if he can see this match out, then he's guaranteed to be in the next group. Can he make the semi-finals? He needs a bit of help from Joe O'Connor on the other side of the arena.
$17. 24. 25.
Yeah, no. I know you said that Wan Si-jun had nothing to play for here, so might go into it with a carefree attitude. I think if I was working with Wan Si-jun, I would have liked to see him go into this match fully focused, because I don't think focus is something you can just turn on and off when you like. You know, with the semi-finals coming up, I'd rather him stay laser focused throughout until his day snooker's finished. You know, it might not be an easy thing to do to just turn it back on.
That's so true. Yeah, I mean, how many times, Peter, have we played a practice session with someone, we think it's the last one, we might win or lose it easy, and then all of a sudden our opponent says, oh, should we have another best of 7? But you've sort of switched off, you think that's the last one you've just played, and then you're asked to play another, and when you do, or if you do, you really struggle to focus, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think he's played some really nice stuff in this group, but I think it could cost him in the semi-finals.
Yeah, it's difficult to know how much of an effort psychologically he's put into this match. I mean, some of the balls that were missed in that first frame.
55.
It does lead you to suspect that he's actually trying and the pressure's getting to him. It's hard to know, but maybe he's trying to do a favour for Sergio Aguirre on the other table, and perhaps he's felt the pressure, but he certainly played the right shots.
56.
Yeah, Gary Wilson pots this second to last red now.
60.
The match is done and dusted.
Gary Wilson, flat last in the group currently. He's only won 1 match. He's lost 4, but he's lost a lot of 3-2s. And it's the fact that he's been winning 2 frames in all those matches that he's lost that could help him qualify.
68.
But for now, he'll be returning. The next group tomorrow, he's guaranteed 5th. Unless I've done my sums wrong.
69. $75. 77. 80. 84.
Well, Gary Wilson came into this match, his last group match, knowing that victory was essential to have any chance of finishing
89.
fourth for the qualification to the semi-finals, or fifth to return tomorrow. Well, he's achieved his side of the bargain. Wansi-Jun has missed a couple of opportunities
95.
to win frames, but Gary Wilson has played very well when it mattered most. He's scored heavily, and he's won the match 3-1, so well done, Gary Wilson. Couldn't have done any more. He's won the match that he needed to win. It's over to table 2 now to ascertain where he finishes in the group. He'll pop across there very shortly. So that's the end of play here on table 1 until the semi-finals will commence. So we're going to have a quick look at table 2. Serdraff Way 2-1 up, and amongst the balls oh dear me, what a pot that is. Goodness gracious, he's such an exciting player, Serdraff. Nothing's safe. You never know when he's going to pot something incredible or turn something down and play a safety. Keeps you on your toes, this young man, that's for sure.
Xiao 44.
And he's played the right shot there. Probably could have played it a touch better. But how do you get safe from here, Peter?
That's a good question, Dom. It could be the hit and hope, couldn't it? There's not really many safe places down this bottom end of the table.
You'd have to think here, though, Peter, one more mistake and that's probably match over.
You could possibly just try and drop on that red closest to where his cue is now. If you could drop on it dead weight.
Foul NMS, Xiao 4.
Yeah, and he hasn't got away with it. He's given 4 points away, but more importantly, he's left this straightforward red on.
1.
So just a few pots away now.
Yeah, absolutely. Gary
6.
Wilson's win has taken him from 7th and last in the group to currently 4th. But he needed Joe O'Connor to win this match to remain 4th. It would be Serdraff Way. Should he win this match from here, just a few more balls required, he'll sneak that final qualifying spot for the semi-finals, which will take place around about 5 minutes upon the conclusion of this match.
15.
Gary Wilson, though, will have qualified in 5th place to return tomorrow.
So who will be playing who, Dom?
Well, if Serdraff Way were to win this match and finish 4th, it should be Xiao Guodong versus this man here, Serdraff Way, and Wansi-Jun would take on Joe O'Connor. You do like putting me on the spot.
Yeah, I just want to make sure you're paying attention, Dom.
Oh, I am, rest assured. Doesn't mean I'll get things right.
I didn't want to have to replace you with Carol Vorderman for getting your maths wrong.
Carol Vorderman, hey. Countdown for ages, wasn't she? She's actually Welsh, you know, she's born in Prestatyn.
Did you ever win Prestatyn? The festival?
Oh no, I did get to, I think, the last 16. But anyway, Serdrak Wei has certainly won this match. Congratulations to him, because he has now qualified in 4th place. So we have our 4 qualifiers: Xiao Guodong, Wan Xijun, Joe O'Connor and Serdrak Wei. Gary Wilson will return tomorrow in 5th place. So that's the lineup that we have. Those semi-finals will be coming up for you in approximately 5 minutes from now, and Dave Hendon and Peter Lyons will be taking you through the first one.
Joshua Filler with an absolute dominating win. Moritz Neuhausen is your new Premier League pool winner.
Elisha Xiao makes the ultimate statement. What a journey Paulo Biardo he's made to the pinnacle of a sport. Elisha Xiao has completed a terrific transatlantic double. He didn't want to jump on the table in Florida, but he can't resist this time. Aloysius, you are a superstar.
The breakthrough has come for Piers Lamutus.
Team Asia, they've won the Reyes Cup again!
David Alcade, it's your turn again, buddy.
Can you believe it? An absolute nightmare for Tyler Steuer. Europe have won the Moscone Cup.
I'm Barry Hearn, president of Matchroom Sport.
Talk to me. I'm Eddie Hearn, the chairman of Matchroom Sport.
My son and heir, I call him my project. He's good, but he's not yet great. I'm fucking watching you.
We are the biggest sports promotional company in the world.
Matchroom started as a £100 company and now worth north of £1 billion.
Look at what the old man has done. I never wanted to work for my dad, but you have to play the hand you're dealt.
Eddie, he has ego. It's a weakness, and I won't give up control until I'm sure he's ready.
Boxing is an important element of the revenue stream, but only an element. We've got the greatest snooker player to ever play the game.
The biggest profit earner is darts.
There's no business that has the drama.
If I found out you knew about it, you're done.
The ego. Jesus Christ. What is that? The aggravation.
Oh, shit! We need fair judges next time.
The most important thing for my dad is winning. The world's come crashing down on us. I mean, what's going to make you feel better?
Please, could I get a packet of pickled onion monster munch.
We need to talk about Conor Benn. We need to get him back in a ring.
Yeah! How you getting on with Jake Paul?
He's taken a number of shots at me.
Come talk! Come talk! Come talk!
And I ain't gonna back down.
Show me what you've got. I'm gonna make our company
bigger and better
than ever.
Let's go!
Global domination.
Nothing less.
I still don't understand why his shirt's off.
So night has fallen at the Mattioli Arena and we're ready for the semi-finals of Group 3 of the BetVictor Championship League. It was touch and go, wasn't it there? All sort of permutations possible, but we now know our 4 semi-finalists, and of course one of them join Tom Ford and Elliot Slesser, who have already made their way into the winners group. So the match on this table is Xiao Guodong, Sergio Wei. Xiao Guodong finished top of the group with 5 wins out of 6, as you can see. Yuan Sijun second with 4 wins. Joe O'Connor and Sergio Wei 3 wins each. Joe O'Connor one more frame, so he finished third, and he's going to play Yuan Sijun on table 2 very shortly. But we're going to bring you this one. This was actually the first match yesterday, Xiao Guodong, Sergio Wei, and Xiao won 3-0, which set the pattern for him on what's been a terrific campaign. Just that one defeat last night to Joe O'Connor, and he's had a good break actually, because Xiao hasn't played for a couple of hours, so in theory he'll be refreshed and ready to go. And of course the money ratchets up as well now that we're into the playoffs. It was £100 a frame in the group stage, as you can see, though £300 a frame now in the knockout phase. And of course the winner of the group picks up 3,000, runner-up 2, semi-finalists get 1, plus of course all the money that's been accumulated. And the winners group, the money goes up again. The overall champion 10,000, but also all the money that they've won along the way. So it's a straight knockout now, best of 5, and it's going to be on table 2, Yuan Sijun against Joe O'Connor, but here on table 1, Xiao Guodong and Sergio Wei, to see who puts themselves into the final. Xiao Guodong certainly has played the best snooker, but that doesn't always mean you're going to win the group. We've seen many times the player who tops the league table doesn't actually win the playoffs, because it's a different psychology now. It's straight knockout.
First frame, Sergio Wei to break.
Sergio Wei has just won his last match to book himself a place in the playoffs. Beat Joe O'Connor on table 2, 3-1. He's a great talent. He blows a little hot and cold, but when he blows hot, he really is something special. Xiao Guodong, a more all-round player, certainly a heavy scorer though. And we'll see how this one pans out.
Excellent length on the safety. had a go at that. Not sure if it's come far enough up to leave anything. We definitely see a more cautious approach now at the knockout. There's a lot more money up for grabs, and everybody wants to be in the winners group.
Yeah, I mean, it's so much effort, isn't it, to get through to the winners group. The 8 matches you'll play, you've got to win most of them.
Yeah, that's not too bad. Not sure if you can get through to the red across from the green. Just trying to go around the back of the black and back down the table. Yeah, and he's played it well. He'll be hoping he's covered that red near the green as well. Now, Xiao has been all out attack for the last 2 days. Is that going to continue? It looks like it is. Well, again, it's another phenomenal long pot. Clean as a whistle.
Yeah, brilliant. So he's in. Coming off the back of a good win over Joe O'Connor on the other table. Of course, he was in trouble before his previous match. He only had 1 point going into match 5, but he beat Gary Wilson, beat Joe O'Connor, so that's how he's booked his place in the top 4.
Yeah, always better to come
9.
Good at the back end. And the serious business starts. And this is actually a pretty good chance already.
$16. 17. 24.
Yeah, plus it'd be nice to get out of this group before some of those big hitters come tomorrow, David.
Well, they are big hitters, aren't they? The world champ, Jiazing Tong, Neil Robertson, Kyron
25.
Wilson. So, yeah. Tomorrow it's sort of the group of death a little bit.
Have we had any of the other players confirmed yet, with a couple of these having to drop out anyway?
I believe Mattioli is next in line, but then it's a little still up in the air as to who will be needed, so we'll find that out in due course for you. Meanwhile, it hasn't worked out.
32.
Yeah, well, Mattioli, I'll tell you, he's a bigger name than them anyway. Well, not touching.
So many Reggie could have landed on there.
See the way, 32.
Yeah, a little bit unlucky there. Deserved a lot better after that fantastic long red. Doesn't want this in off.
Fall. See the way.
Wow, that just seemed to keep going and going and going.
Yeah, and worse still, the red has come back to be on to middle, so Sergio Way picks up where he left off, 36 in front.
Yeah, an absolute gift. Yeah, no problem this time into the reds.
8. No. $16. $17.
I mean, it's only frame one, but it's sort of panning out the way I was saying about, you know, that so often the player who's the star performer in the round robin phase then doesn't actually, for whatever reason, do the business in the knockout. Xiao Guodong still might, but it's been a forgettable frame already
24.
for him. Sergio Way's looking very confident. Lost 3-0 to Xiao yesterday and really was outplayed. He's miscued again. He must have done that 4 times over the last 2 days.
24.
Wow, what a time. He's obviously, yeah, I think that must be the way he's cueing the ball, because that is far too many times for it to just be the chalk.
Well, what a thing to happen. I mean, the frame was basically done, pretty much, or so it seemed.
Yeah, and can Xiao Guodong take advantage of this, well, unexpected chance? An unbelievable miscue. Not doing anything really with the white there, just screwing across the face of the blue. Yeah, he's knocked the green safe, which he's obviously going to need, and one of the reds is safe, but so Xiao Guodong is just delighted to be back at the table. He should certainly get back in the frame here. Yeah, and as long as Xiao Guodong takes these 5 reds in the open, see Xiao, we will almost certainly need the last red and the green, so a lot of work to do on a frame that should be over.
12.
Yeah, it just hasn't quite got far enough to the blue. So we're going to have to play the next red from slightly further away than he would have liked. But shouldn't really be a problem. He's a very nice cueist, is Godon.
17. Yeah,
there you go. Easy as you like.
$23.
Yeah, so still trailing by 37, but 3 reds. Absolute gimmies. Just probably screw through the gap of while he's going higher up, but trying to get in between the 2 reds. Yep. Perfect.
30.
Be thinking which is the best ball to play off, which colour
31.
to try and develop that red down the right hand side cushion. It's probably the pink or black, but he'd like to be on the left hand side of the table to play it. Yeah, I'm not sure he can get there now, so I think he'd rather try and move it than play on it, but he might not have a right lot of choice now. Yeah, so what's his plan? Is he going to drop behind it? Is he going to try and move it? Is he just going to try and keep it safe? Yeah, he has tried to move it, and he's been a little bit unfortunate there. He's tried to just promote it down towards the green pocket and probably misjudged that by a fraction. Still got a chance into the yellow pocket, but he could quite easily miss this and leave it if he does take the bottom. Which is why he's decided to play safe, but
45.
Can he get through to the brown? If he can, I don't think Xiao Godon will be overly happy with the shot he's played.
Well, meanwhile, Xiao looking for a bit of sandpaper, I think, just to work on the tip after that miscue. Joe O'Connor's won the first frame on table 2 against Yuan Sijun in the other semi-final. Yeah, I've seen him do it at least 4 times over the last 2 days, miscue.
Maybe he needs a Black & Decker sander.
Or Dominic. He's a bit of a tip expert.
Yeah. checks his tip and his clock at the same time.
Well, he's still going.
Now he's hiding doing it.
We can see her. All sorts there, hasn't he? After all that, we're ready to continue.
Don't forget to chalk it. If he miscues again, first shot. Wants it to sneak past that pink, and it has. Yeah, this wasn't a great shot from Xiao, the safety. Trusting to look where these balls are going to finish after the swerve. Anyway, and he's hit the pink first. Yeah, these are going back.
I will cover this first.
No help from the video here.
It was on the spot, yeah.
Quite an important replacement, isn't it? This. And there you are, we've got the overhead. It's not bad actually. It's just very slightly out.
Well, I'd be more than happy with that result. Now, can he just knock the green, the red, down towards the green? No, I could only see it thin. He needs it to pull up the white. No, has he got the snooker? Now this is going towards the corner pocket for sure.
Yeah, and Sergio Way 21 in front, so shouldn't need that green.
Yeah, that 6-point foul was crucial. Yeah, surely it's just dropped this blue in. You can't contemplate playing the pink, just roll the blue in, go 27 in front. It should be a fairly straightforward yellow. You'd expect him to knock this in, already leading by 27.
Well, it's the sort of ball he normally just crunches in for fun.
Or miscues.
No, please, not another one. After all that sanding. Yeah, nicely done.
Yep, straight into the leather. The best sounding snooker. When those balls go straight in the middle of the pocket. And And that is definitely now 1-0.
Xiao Guodong, in fact, has conceded. So, yeah, it was Sergio Wei made the running. The miscue could have on another day been really costly, but he has won the frame in the end, and hopefully the tip is all okay. So Xiao Guodong, who made the running in the group, he finished top, has lost the first frame. On the other table, Joe O'Connor leads Yuan Sijun 1-0. Joe O'Connor can't play in the next group because he has to go to the qualifiers in Sheffield for the German Masters. So this will be his last group. And he's made 125 in frame 1. That's his 13th century in the 6 days he's been here.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, I think Yuan Sijun is leaving as well. I think he's going to the qualifiers. Both similar in the rankings, just inside the 32.
Yeah, I mean, the fact is they can't be in 2 places at once. The German Masters is a very important tournament, and that's going to occupy their attention for the rest of the week. So that's table 2, but here Xiao Guodong breaking in frame 2, trailing 1-0 to Sergio Wei.
Yeah, and I think what we have learnt there is that if something sticks itself out, Sergio Wei is going to try and pot it. And that's probably the best plan of action, the way he's playing safe. Yeah, very fortunate to still find a route back to balk with the way he hit that last shot. He got it way too thin. Yeah, you can see his brain ticking over here. He's dying to have a go at this long red. Just a fraction too thin. But he has got a spot of bother. I think it's going to have to be a safety shot from... Wow. It looks like he's attempting the deep screw off this red. This could finish anywhere. And that is another phenomenal long pot. This time from Guodong.
Well, nasty business this. I mean, it's easy enough to hit one, but getting it safe is another matter.
I'll leave this to you, Dave. Yeah, it just doesn't seem like there is a route to a safe position.
Oh.
But
wow, is it the blue going off?
Well, that definitely wasn't the shot, and good luck, ref.
Well, exactly. I mean, if these are going back, then, well.
I think he's got no choice.
I mean, the blue's on its spot, but I mean, the rest of it. Look at it, they're loving it, these two. loving what they've done to the ref.
This one. I guess.
I cannot remember.
I'll help him out. Blue on the spot, white behind the green.
Okay, so
exactly. I mean, that's really it, isn't it? You know, you can't. The reds are where they are, but
yeah,
blue on the spot, cube will be on the green.
Then
No point trying to figure out the rest of it, really.
So maybe that one, because pink hit the red. Is it this one? This one?
This one maybe here. Yeah, it's okay. We both say okay because.
yeah.
Yeah, I think you just got to put the cue ball back and
hope he hits a red.
It was an extraordinary thing. I mean, yeah, it was all a blur, wasn't it? But he hit the blue definitely and went in off. That's the bottom line.
Sure,
anyway, another attempt at the hit and hope. The Maguire, as it's also known.
When he pots one this time. Yeah, there wasn't much chance of getting away with that shot.
So after that moment of levity, it's now back to the serious stuff.
Yeah, he's got over the red in the middle, just top side of the blue.
Wow.
In fact, he had the angle to just screw for the pink, which is even better for him. I think it's been unbelievable the number of times we've seen a frame today where the players come to the table and had the reds in absolutely glorious position to make breaks.
Eight.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of talk about sort of playing conditions in general and pocket sizes and all the rest of it, but actually in general, the cloths are so beautiful now. Balls open up
13.
more easily than certainly going back in the day. So consequently, a player like Xiao Guodong comes to the table
14.
and you just expect him to make a big break, as with any of the players in this event. I mean, one thing that's changed, Peter, there's not a single chalk mark on the table, is there? You go back even 10 years, you would have seen loads on there.
Yeah, the new town chalk has made a huge difference to that. And a huge difference to how the table
21.
runs, because there's nothing going on to the cue ball. I remember when the first ones came out and there were people miscuing, and they've sort of perfected and perfected and perfected to get the one they've got now, and I think most of the tour are using it or some form of it.
Yeah, it's a brilliant innovation. The only thing is, don't drop it on the floor because it's circular, isn't it? It'll just roll and roll. But other than that, it's terrific innovations. Very few things actually that have really changed his snooker over the years, but that's one.
Yeah, tell you what there is though now as well, David. There's a lot of tips. Used to be just 2 tips. You either wanted elk or you got blue diamond, and that was it. And 99% of the time it was elk, and now everybody's got a range of tips out.
Yeah, it's things that in other sports, you see this a lot, different equipment ranges, and again, snooker maybe has been a bit slower to catch up with that.
34.
And of course we have players chopping and changing cues, some of them seemingly every tournament, some mid-tournament.
Yeah, Stephen Maguire, he often picks one up on his way to a tournament.
41.
Yeah, getting a little bit harder now. All the straightforward reds have more or less gone. He has racked up a 53-point lead, so it's looking good.
47.
Yeah, so possibly not quite sure how much angle he's got, whether he can play for the red on the black cushion. If not, it's going to be off the side cushion and back over the other side, so maybe land somewhere around where he is now for the red, slightly out in the open. Yeah, but he hasn't wanted to be a little bit
54.
Closer to the red or a little bit higher up with the cue ball. He does still pot this, but it's a lot thinner than he would have liked, and if he misses this, there's a good chance it'll stay close to the pocket. Yeah, but no problem.
55.
So the magnificent long red that Xiao potted and laid the snooker behind the green. Looks like it's going to level this match up.
$57.
63 in front, 67 on. No heroics here, just pot this. And the way things are going,
58.
Xiao probably won't come back to the table now anyway, regardless.
Well, Xiao's done what he had to do when he was left in amongst them, and that's just make the winning break.
Yeah, I think that does look like it's going to be end of break.
Yeah, good 64 from Xiao
64 and the frame
to level this semi-final at 1 frame apiece. Remember, it's best of 5. Yeah, it was a nasty snooker because just where the fact the reds were so spread far and wide, it was always going to be hard to get safe. He played a couple of hit and hopes, and of course the second one left him in. Table 2 is looking potential for 1-1 here. Joe O'Connor, those at the table here, is 1-0 up, 26 behind, so he could potentially make it 2-0.
Yeah, even though he's 26 behind, he's in the driving seat, because this should be a snooker after this shot, for sure. I'll be amazed if it isn't. And whoever gets the last red will probably win the frame. Yeah, and that's... he needs that to keep running. He doesn't want to leave a free ball. Yeah, and the thing is with this shot, he doesn't want to be skimming this thin. He's got to try and hit this full off the black cushion to try and send the red down the table and keep the white here. Anything else, he runs the risk of... yeah, there you go, an absolutely perfect strike. And yeah, a little bit unlucky not to get the snooker back. Without the bump of the middle pocket, he'd have had the snooker.
Yuan Sijun came in this group, but of course Joe O'Connor's been here from the start, Group 1. He's made 13 centuries since then.
He must be racking up the money.
Well, I was saying earlier, I mean, it's actually ideal for him, isn't it? He only lives down the road, so it's proven to be a good few days for him. But as you said, wants to get in that winners group. This is his last chance.
Yeah, Joey's very good at this side of the game. And again, it's a similar shot to before. He's got to try and get right in behind this red and catch it full.
Well, this continues on the Matching Multisport YouTube channel, but we're going back to table 1 for frame 3. Xiao Guidong has levelled this with Sergio Wei. These two players will both be at the Masters, of course, next week. Xiao Guidong on Sunday night against Mark Selby, Sergio Wei Tuesday afternoon against Karen Wilson.
So they could be having a practice match tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah, good shot. Covered the left-hand side of the reds. Similar shot for this side. That's opened the reds up. Needs it to keep running though. There's a red gone close to this left hand corner and he hasn't covered it. Can he knock it in? He's absolutely unbelievable from long range.
One.
At any pace, any shot, any pace.
Yeah, he sort of crunches them in as if, you know, of course that's what he's going to do. He just expects to pot them.
Six. Seven.
Now, you'd love to be able to clear that red away from the right hand black pocket. I don't think he's happy with this shot. Is he on anything?
10.
Does that top red go? He sort of jumped up off the shot there like he'd mishit that slightly, but still absolutely perfect. He just stunned down for the next red and then onto the black.
$16.
Yeah, just having a quick look to see exactly where he wants to land. Those reds are just above the black. They're a little bit close to the black for playing into, so he'd like to clear the other reds first, I think.
24. $25. $32.
Yeah, has he come far enough to see the bottom red of those two? That's the one he wants to get. Yeah, and the answer's yes.
33.
Meanwhile, that frame we were watching has been won on table 2 by Joe O'Connor, so 2-0. He leads Yuan Sijun.
$40. $41.
Yeah, just having a little look there to see if the bottom red of those four would pop, and it does look like it might do.
48.
He is creeping towards the winning line. Oh, that's got to go.
49.
Yeah, it's just about got there, but he needs a good shot now to either get on that red below those four if it does spot, or get on the red closest to the black cushion. He'd love to be able to pot the one below the four, because that would then open up the one to the left of it. Maybe he thinks it doesn't go because he's played on the one along the black cushion. This is not a certainty. Well,
55.
It shouldn't have been. But at the moment, he doesn't look like he's going to miss anything. $62. 75 left on, so this red and black, and he'll be 2-1 up.
Yeah, another terrific break, and it started again with a great red. And in this event, we have seen in play's natural game, I think that sometimes in other tournaments he's sort of struggled maybe to have the confidence to do that, but we've seen the results of this attacking game here. Of course, they have to go in. That's the bottom line. But this is good stuff from Sergio Way.
70.
This extra red surely removes any doubt about who's winning the frame.
Yeah, and he didn't play very well yesterday at all, and you know, he didn't look like his heart was in it, didn't look focused, and I think he's just decided to not try yesterday and come in today and play unbelievable. He's decided to win all his matches today.
$78. $79.
Well, that red's had the effrontery to go in front of the black, so just crunching a long ball to keep the break going. That'll do it.
Yeah, just a bog standard brown around the angles for the cross double in the middle.
83.
Treble.
Yep, there she goes.
84.
What's next? Pink down the side, Cush.
Oh, it's another miscue though. Good grief.
Yeah, that is definitely his cueing. Yeah, he's not cueing the ball properly sometimes, but he's treading a fine line with possibly ruining that tip before the Masters.
Well, exactly, and he's reaching for the sandpaper and all the rest of it again. But anyway, he's won the frame. That's the good news, and he leads 2-1. Now it's back to the case again.
Yeah.
Not so much on the case as in the case.
Most people turn up for matches just with a couple of extensions. He needs a Black & Decker workbench.
Well, meanwhile, on table 2, Joe O'Connor 2-0 up on Yuan Sijun, and Yuan 24 points to 1 ahead here in frame 3. As we pick it up live.
25. $32.
Yeah, that's a nice shot off the reds, but he has overdone it slightly. He's left a missable black or brown.
Well, meanwhile, we're back to table 1, so Sergio Way still looking at that tip, but he is 2-1 in front.
It's probably just a safety shot from Godon. Yeah, I think he's also a little bit worried. You know, I think he knows that he can't afford to really leave Xiao a chance. He's going to go for it if he can. Yeah, which is why he's just played the really thin containing safety. Yeah, and there though, that's a classic example of just a nothing shot, but it's given Xiao Guodong a chance by being really careless with his straightforward safety shot. There's no way he made. He should have knocked this red out into the open. But he has. Oh, and I thought it was in. I think Xiao thought it was in as well. Definitely changed his plan as Guodong there. He's been playing thick off the reds, but he knows he can't really afford to. He's got to make Xiao Hui win this match. If he keeps it tight, he probably will get the best of the safety exchanges. Much better all-round player. The only trouble is the risk you run is when you leave these sort of players tempters like this, you don't want to see them knock it in.
Really help matters putting the blue safe now. Pink's buried, black's no good.
Yeah, and the red's not in either. Left-handed, just reach over, deep screw. Can he screw the white out into the open? How low he's going there. It doesn't seem to bother him, Dave, that he's miscued a few times. He still keeps playing the shots.
Wow. Yeah, it's almost like it sort of hasn't computed as to why it keeps happening.
Not really classed as a chance this, where the colours are. Could take a chance on kissing the black out if you wanted, and if not, just play safe. We'll see. Yeah, and that's what he did try. No, he has got a shot at the black, and where the red's gone, I don't think he's got any choice. And the amount of studying he's gone, he's not really bothered. Yeah. Now that shot warranted a little bit more care there, I feel. It was such a big shot in the context of this match. If he knocks that in, it could have been a frame match winner.
Looking to take this red away from the black spot, free it up, and then the frame starts to open up properly. Yuan Xiao won that third frame against Joe O'Connor, so 2-1 to O'Connor on the other table.
Yeah, and this is now a pretty good chance for Xiao Guodong. He's got 5 or 6 reds in the open. Possible chance to break the reds up as well for free, where the reds are positioned. Yeah, that was a big shot, that black he's just played, and just didn't really give it enough due care and attention. That's nice, because now
16.
he could leave an angle on this next black and just nudge a few reds in the open if he wanted, knowing he's got those 2 reds sitting there.
17.
Will he take the chance? I think he should. Yeah, lovely. Perfect. Just brought another 2 out.
24. $25. $32.
Yeah, looks like he's come a little bit straight on the brown. Has he got any angle on the green into the middle? No, he was okay. Could screw past the middle pocket. What's his angle like now on this red for the black? That must be pretty good. He's getting down fairly quickly.
$38.
Yeah. 39 in front.
45.
Still 2 more straightforward reds.
50.
So, red, black. Should take the frame, but he looks a little bit straight on this black. Might have to play this red along the cushion from a little bit further away than he would have liked. But doesn't have to do anything with the cue ball, so I expect him to knock this in. This and one more black will leave his opponent needing a snooker. Yeah, we're going all the way.
Yeah, it's been entertaining viewing this match. Xiao Dong, though, I just feel he sort of restores a bit of calm to it. Lovely shot there. Sergio Wei is very much all-out attack and crunching balls in and
66.
Things flying around. Xiao Dong sort of more compact and a little bit more in control, maybe. We'll see what prevails in the decider. Both play well in the match.
Yeah, surely just roll this in. Play the red from further away. That takes any shred of doubt.
73. $74. $81. $82. $80. $89.
Yeah, so let's click this blue in. Round off a couple of cushions for the yellow.
$94.
We've had 53 centuries in the Championship League this year. This is only day 6. I'm sure they're going to have another one here.
96.
Yeah, and very similar to his first match this morning with Chris Wakelin, was it? Where he was 2-1 down and
99.
Just finished off with back-to-back centuries.
Yeah. Well, here's one of them. Yeah, just all very cool, all very controlled. Nicely done. Because when he came to the table, the only colour really available at that point was the black. He had to get it back on its spot, he did, and then just worked away. Wonderful break, so it's going to be a straight shootout, one more frame to decide the finalist from this table. Cool as you like, as usual from Xiao Dong. 121 clearance And it's 2-2. Just that look about him. Just never looks like missing, does he? Now then, Yuan Si-jun would like to not miss here and force a decider on table 2. He's 16 behind. 11 now with that blue. Big chance this. Joe O'Connor had a century, 1-2-5 in the first frame. Won a very close second frame from behind. Yuan Si-jun made 53 in the third. So that continues, we'll let you know, but the decider on table 1 is getting underway.
Oh dear. That's a really poor break. It's only just made it into balk. These players don't miss many of these. And I don't expect him to miss this one.
Wow.
Yeah, I wonder if we'll see Gary Wilson doing his break tomorrow. Because it's not easy to keep Neil Robertson and Kyron Wilson, and especially Xingtong, safe. Well, I didn't expect him to miss that one. That was a fairly straightforward pop, more or less straight blue into the corner.
Eight. Nine.
Yeah, not a great set of reds, but definitely a chance to pot a few balls. Yeah, wanted a little bit more left-hand side on that to swing the ball further out to leave this red a little bit straighter.
$17.
Yeah, now doesn't look like he's got a perfect angle here either. Is he playing for the red to the left? Should be. Yeah, it's just getting slightly more difficult each time.
$25.
Yeah, now that does look like it's break over. I don't think there's anything that pops in the pack. Well, what about this shot? Wow. Have some of that.
Well, no one could accuse him of not going for it.
Yeah, he's...
32.
Yeah, and then all of a sudden, from nowhere, he's got a chance to win in one visit. That pink into the middle
39.
to split the reds with slightly awkward queuing over the blue was just breathtaking.
Yeah, he's a very exciting player. There are still rough edges, that's for sure. But in a way, that's what makes him exciting. What a potter. And you can't fault his bravery either. My word, he goes for it. And just now needs to keep some control for the next couple of minutes, and he's going to be in the final.
Yeah, if you could just fine-tune
50.
his safety game and stop miscuing, you could win everything.
Please don't miscue from here on in. He's 50 in front, that would be awful. Because he deserves to win this now, the way he's played this frame. Xiao Dong had the chance, didn't he? He missed that blue.
Yeah, he'd be kicking himself. Because it wasn't a difficult blue.
57.
Two more pots required.
Yeah, but take that shot there, for instance. That white should have been another 6 inches into the middle of the table. Make this black unmissable. Now he's digging down. Yeah, I mean, he stroked it in like it's over the pocket, but he shouldn't have been playing that.
Well, this is the ball.
65.
And remember, he only just got in the playoffs. He had to win his last match. And he duly did so. And now he's beaten the man who finished top of the group, Xiao Dong, with 5 wins out of 6. So it's happened again that the player who, you know, dominates the round robin phase doesn't actually win the group. Now, this was a big moment in the break.
73.
Look where the queue is next to the... Absolutely ridiculous.
Well, he's missed that, but surely he's done enough. 72 in front with 59 on.
73. Frame.
And there is the handshake. He played a great deciding frame, Xiao, and he is the first man into the final here in Group 3 of the Championship League. So we're going to go to table 2 and see that one through to conclusion. And it's looking like going 2-2 because Yuan Sijun, well, he's 33 in front. There's 35 on though, so Joe O'Connor, well, pink's not in a great spot, so can he get on the black here?
Yeah, he might be best refusing this red and trying to keep it safe. Doesn't want to kiss the brown trying to get down the table. Doesn't want the bump. Yeah, now he's going to have to take the respot, I think, or just pot the blue, and so he can only tie the frame.
Yeah, he'll be 27 behind. He'll be 27 on with this blue.
Six. Eight.
Yeah, doesn't want to be too straight. That's a
11.
That's a poor shot from Xiao. Needed to be another 2 or 3 inches higher up, so he could just stun off and try and get on the blue. Has he got the power? Well, it's a great effort.
15.
Could have done with Hamid Mir for that one. Now it looks like he's trying to go 1, 2, 3, possibly 4 cushions to nudge the pink out slightly. Well, that's the shot, but there's nowhere near enough pace on that. It had the line. It definitely had the line. Now can he float the white down in behind the black for a snooker? Again, it had the line, it's just short of pace, 2 shots in a row.
Yeah, I mean, I said yesterday, and I stand by it, he's one of the best at lane snookers. Joe O'Connor just didn't quite get in there, but the threat was there, and it remains.
With the thin safety, clip the blue off the side cushion and in behind the black, or try and get the white in behind the black, send the pink down the table. Yeah, it's the thin one, but he's caught it way too thin, and in the end he's left a shot at the pink. That is very uncharacteristic of Xiao.
Yeah, so this pink for 2-2, and to take this match to a decider. No, though, it's not in.
Not even close. Not even close. Now, can Xiao just drop this in the middle and float down onto the black? This has to go, though, because it'll almost certainly finish near the pocket if he misses it. Well, I'm a little bit surprised again, Dave, that he didn't just try and drop it in. Made it a lot harder to go up and down and back down. Got to avoid the double kiss. clip the pink off the side cushion in behind the black. Yeah, he hasn't avoided the double kiss. Again, that's 2 or 3 shots in a row that he will not be happy with.
Got nervy, and this is not guaranteed either, but it is for, once again, 2-2. And this time, no, it's not in. Wow. So, Joe O'Connor, how many chances? And this is the best one he's had so far. I thought that was in.
Yeah, I'm not sure though here, because can he pot this and avoid kissing the black away from the pocket? Because he can't get much on the cue ball where it's finished. He's got to really be careful. He doesn't want to pot this, knock the black safe, and he certainly doesn't want to pot this and clip the black and send the white into the pocket. He's got to be really careful. Yeah, I'm not certain he will win the frame from here. It looks an absolute certainty with the 2 balls sitting over the hole. Whoa.
So, the deadest of dead weights, and the black is to bring the black back up for a respot.
Yeah, similar to Steve Davis's from '85.
Maybe you should have used the rest. In it goes, so it's a respotted black 13. To decide whether we go into a decider or whether Joe O'Connor goes into the final.
13.
The referee will toss the coin.
Yeah, it's the side-to-side safety shot these days, isn't it, for whoever loses the toss?
It's heads. You decide.
I don't think we'll see him try and cut it in Mark Williams-esque.
No. Yeah, it used to be sort of up and down, didn't it? But now, it's like you say, it's side to side.
Yeah, and you're looking to just get the white fractionally higher up than the black. Makes it so that they can't push it around the angles. Now, this is very similar to the one that Maguire played in was it in the UK against Jordan? He tried to clip it in rather than sending it round the table. He's sending it around the table, and that's perfect. That's a nice shot. Yeah, you get the impression here, though, I do anyway, that Joe O'Connor is the more tactically sound player. And that's almost the perfect execution. He's down a little bit quick for this. I presume he's just pushing it to the baulk cushion. Yeah, can he stop the white dead tight on the cushion and leave the black at the other end of the table? He doesn't look like he's playing that. I'm not sure what he's playing. Well, whatever he did play, which looked like it was the pot, he'll certainly settle for that. Now, Wan Si-jun has got to avoid the double kiss and also not take the black right across the other side of the table to the yellow pocket, which is exact. In fact, where's the cue ball?
Oh, wow, what a way to end. So Joe O'Connor's the winner in very dramatic circumstances. just getting to the respot was drama enough. And in the end, Yuan Sijun in off. And it is Joe O'Connor who will take on Sergio Way in the Group 3 final here at the BetVictor Championship League. So already great drama and more to come. And in 5 minutes' time, we'll be back for the final.
It's Joshua Filler with an absolute dominating win. Moritz Neuhausen is your new Premier League pool winner.
Elisha Xiao makes the ultimate statement. What a journey Paulo Biardo he's made to the pinnacle of a sport. Elisha Xiao has completed a terrific transatlantic double. He didn't want to jump on the table in Florida, but he can't resist this time. Aloysius, you are a superstar.
The breakthrough has come for Piers Lamuthus.
Team Asia, they've won the Reyes Cup again!
David Alcade, it's your turn again, buddy.
Can you believe it? An absolute nightmare for Tyler Steuer. Europe have won the Mosconi Cup.
I'm Barry Hearn, president of Matchroom Sport.
Talk to me. I'm Eddie Hearn, the chairman of Matchroom Sport.
My son and heir, I call him my project. He's good, but he's not yet great. I'm fucking watching you.
We are the biggest sports promotion company in the world.
Matchroom started as a £100 company and now worth north of £1 billion.
Look at what the old man has done. I never wanted to work for my dad, but you have to play the hand you're dealt.
Eddie, he has ego. It's a weakness, and I won't give up control until I'm sure he's ready.
Boxing is an important element of the revenue stream, but only an element. We've got the greatest snooker player to ever play the game.
The biggest profit earner is darts.
There's no business that has the drama.
If I found out you knew about it, you're done.
The ego. Jesus Christ. What is that? The aggravation.
Oh, shit! We need fair judges next time.
The most important thing for my dad is winning. The world's come crashing down on us. I mean, what's going to make you feel better?
Please, could I get a packet of pickled onion Monster Munch?
We need to talk about Conor Benn. We need to get him back in a ring.
Yeah! How you getting on with Jake Paul?
He's taken a number of shots at me.
Come talk. Come talk. Come talk.
And I ain't going to back down.
Show me what you've got. I'm going to make our company
bigger and better
than ever.
Let's go!
Global domination.
Nothing less.
I still don't understand why the shirt's off.
So we're back at the Mattioli Arena in Leicester for the last time today for the final. It's been a dramatic hour or so while the semi-finals were being played. Sergio Wei beating Xiao 3-2, and then Joe O'Connor there 3-1 over Yuan Sijun, winning the fourth and concluding frame on a respotted black. So Sergio Wei and Joe O'Connor is going to be a match for us, and here we go. They're underway already. Of course, they played in this session on table 2 in the group phase. Sergio Wei won 3-1 in that one, but of course Joe O'Connor had already qualified, so maybe he wasn't quite as intense in that match as he's clearly going to be in this one. They both played terrifically well, very different players. Let's see what transpires. O'Connor certainly more savvy on the technical side. Sorry, on the tactical side, I should say. Sergio Wei, a wonderful potter.
Yes, I think Sergio Wei has got better as the days progressed. Couldn't have got much closer. I think this will be safe, will it? Is the black in the way? Looks as though it's just snookering the potable red. Sergio Wei is lining up this tricky red to the corner, no guarantee of position. He could pot it slowly with a deft touch to try to hold for the pink into the right centre. But for that to happen, he'd have to catch the side of the red's full ball, so the cue ball didn't really go anywhere. He could screw off the pack to play for a bulk colour. Cue ball would be heading possibly towards the centre pocket though. Oh, hang on, where's the red going? Oh my goodness. Well, that's a big mistake, and he certainly hasn't got away with it. That's typical, isn't it, of Sergio Wei. It's all out attack. But he took care in deciding what shot to play. He decided he wanted to take it on.
One.
Well, Joe O'Connor has certainly been scoring in the Championship League. He's had 13 centuries in the 6 days he's been here. So in this position, you fancy him to do some damage. Because of the qualifying in Sheffield, the German Masters, this will be his last day either way. So, you know, it's a big match for him because he would love to be in the winners group, of course. He was runner-up to Mark Selby in this 2 years ago. Runner-up again in the ranking Championship League to Stephen Maguire last year. Tournament he seems to do well in.
7.
But a trophy is what he's after.
13.
The key to defeating such a terrific attacking force as somebody like Xiao is to take your opportunities fully. By that I mean, when you get opportunities like this, if you do run out of position, just don't miss anything easy to allow somebody like Xiao an easy opportunity, because he's such a devastating scorer. But Joe O'Connor, such a solid player. He just needs to take what he can, make the biggest breaks that are there for him, and if he does run out of position, rather than take on a missable ball, consider playing a safety shot instead. As Dave has already mentioned, tactically, Joe O'Connor is far superior to Xiao.
Yeah, he always sort of seemed favourite for that respot battle, although it ended unusually with the in-off.
35.
He's had a very good week. It's just whether he can cap it by ensuring he comes back here next month, middle of February, for the winners group.
Joe O'Connor played 4 of his 6 group matches over on the other table. A little less familiar with table 1. Now he's left that a little short. Once the pink's respotted, the red near the right corner won't be on. He didn't play for that. He played for this red to the left corner. He's a little thinner on it than he wanted to be.
Joe O'Connor 41.
He'll be disappointed to have missed that. Perhaps he missed it because he knew he should have been on it better. He's got to hope now that Xiao doesn't score heavily from this opportunity. But they're all there.
Thank you. 1.
Just got to make sure, Dave, that he has plenty of chalk on his tip.
Yeah, he's been miscuing quite a lot last couple of days. But remember, coming into his final group match, which was against Joe O'Connor, of course, he was actually 6th in the table and heading for relegation, but won that, got 4th, and now here he is in the final.
Well, that looks to have gone wrong. I'm not sure if the red closest to the cue ball can be planted on the one over the corner pocket, because the red next to that one could be blocking the path. It's tight. He's in real trouble here if he can't do something about that red near the pocket, because he can't leave it there and play safety.
6.
Well, in the end, he was fine. It was pure serendipity that he was able to play that red onto the other one, because he's now brought the black further into play. I don't like the sound of the ball strike. I don't know whether he's using a titanium ferrule or a very hard tip, but I will say that the harder the tip, the less adherence for the chalk, and that's possibly why he's miscuing. Well, obviously the black doesn't pot to the right corner. He played for the pink there and is short of pace, so unless he has an angle to bring the awkward red into play near the right side cushion, he'll have to consider a different colour or play the cue ball around the angles.
Well, he's just potted so many of those sort of balls today as if they're just easy, which to him they seem to be, almost. It's a very exciting player to watch, no doubt about it.
24.
Yeah, he has a cue action not dissimilar to that of Kyron Wilson. He has this really, really flat cue action. There's not that much can go wrong. There's no up and down movement. Doesn't have a cue action like a natural player like a Rob Milkins or a Matthew Stevens. It's so structured, his cue action. It's just flat as a pancake. It's hard not to strike the ball well with a cue action like that.
Well, he'll be playing Kyron Wilson on Tuesday afternoon at the Masters, and possibly tomorrow, of course, if he weren't to win this final, because Kyron's coming in.
30.
It's been some break already, this.
Yeah, he hasn't controlled the cue ball as well as he would have liked at times, and he'll need a good positional shot here too.
$36. $37.
Has a lovely angle on the black to dislodge that tricky red near the right side cushion. But there is room around the back of the red. So often you find those little gaps when you're trying to cannonballs into play.
$44. $45.
Now, has he run too far for the pink, or can he punch it in, play the cue ball down just past the black for the remaining red?
foul.
Oh dear.
Xiao
He
51.
kind of felt that was heading in, didn't he? As he stood there over the pocket. Having bullied that red into the pocket, sees the cue ball go in, so all that hard work may be about to be undone.
Yeah, he was too straight on the red. I mean, some players would have considered potting the red and leaving a guaranteed snooker, because what wasn't guaranteed there for Xiao was position on a colour.
Yellow to pink needed for Joe O'Connor then to steal this first frame.
Five. Nine.
So it was a rather barnstorming break from Sergio Way, but it came to an abrupt end with the in off. Joe O'Connor steps in and picks up the pieces and accounts for the opening frame of this Group 3 final. Joe O'Connor 1, Sergio Way 0. Remember, it's first to 3 to join Tom Ford and Elliot Slessor, the players already through to the winners group. Tomorrow we've got well, 3 of the biggest hitters in the game. Corin Wilson, who Dominic mentioned there, world number 2, Neil Robertson, the world number 3, and Zhao Xingtong, the world champion. So they'll be joining proceedings, and there may be another couple of new players as well. It just depends on what happens here, because of course Joe does have to depart for Sheffield. If Sergio Way were to win the final, then there'd be another place opening up there, so we'll see tomorrow. But as for now, well, he's won some dramatic frames, hasn't he, this evening, and that was another one.
Yeah, absolutely. He did what he really didn't want to do in that first frame and missed something easy. Nearly cost him. We did well from in hand to pot the tricky yellow to the centre pocket after that. Just had to hold himself together to make the clearance that he needed to make and take that 1-0 lead.
Thank you. Second frame. Joe O'Connor.
He just shows he can win any sort of frame, because he's made 13 centuries and dominated frames, but he's also won a lot of close ones as well. He's actually been runner-up in 4 tournaments, professional tournaments, Joe O'Connor. The 2 championship leagues I mentioned, the Scottish Open 2022 and last season 2025 World Open. Well, again, you know, the attempt was fully committed to, but the red didn't go in.
There's no doubt about it, the other Chinese players in this group, Xiao Guodong and Huan Xijun, know the game perhaps better than Sergio Way and play a more all-round game than he does, but he's such a potent attacking force. It's his style of play, and if they're going in, he can just knock you flat in no time. But if he does miss a couple, you do get your opportunities.
That's the thing with playing an open game, isn't it? If you don't miss, then you look like, you know, one of the best players who's ever lived. But if you do start to miss, you start to look a little bit more average. And of course, the truth is very much a long way in between the two. The extent to which he develops as a player will, I think, depend on the extent to which he develops a more tactical game. Judd Trump did that, didn't he, over the years? You know, he was an out-and-out potter at first, and a great one. but now he's a terrific all-round player.
Difficult shot to play that. It's not one you normally do play from the blue in and out of bolt. Topspin and just the merest trace of right-hand side. But again, he finds himself near to this side cushion, has to drop this red in. If he can do so, he'll be on the black.
$11.
If he rolls the pink in, position to the next red is pretty automatic. With the black, he'd have to play it with topspin and left-hand side, which would make the pot tricky. He's not sure that he's able to see enough of this red to pot it.
$17. $18.
Well, difficult to know. If you can screw back a few inches to pot the pink to go into the reds. But the way he's looking there suggests that shot's not on. He's going to leave an angle on the black. It goes into the pack off the black. You've just got to be careful something doesn't find the centre pocket.
26. $33.
Well, it's very good. This red's on to right middle. He's got the other reds into play.
$34.
This is where you see, I think, the contrast between these two finalists. You've got Sergio Way, a player of great instinct, and Joe O'Connor, who's more considered. Ultimately, it's about putting the balls into the pockets. You know, that's all that, if you boil it down, snooker is. But there's different ways of playing, different ways of approaching the game. And O'Connor is in a kind of more Mark Selby mode. We know how pretty awesome he is at getting snookers as well when it goes tactical. He's won close frames, so he's sort of got all sides really. I suppose the question therefore is, how has he not yet won a tournament? Because when you see him play, you think he's so hard to beat. Maybe he's just lacked a bit of confidence at times. You know, there's a lot of pressure when you're out there. And I think as well, he does play his best actually under the sort of the lights and the TV cameras. I think sometimes you see him at the Home Nations, he's out on table 3, not that inspiring. Qualifier's not that inspiring, but we've seen him beat top players before now. Beat Selby at the Crucible 2 years ago. Beat Sean Murphy, Judd Trump at the World Open last year before Higgins beat him in the final. He's a different character, but it's a similar story, I guess, to Elliot Slessor. They're different personalities, but they're both knocking on that door, Dominic, and it seems to be getting closer to opening for both of them.
I completely agree with you. It's all about consistency. And if you raise your degree of confidence in yourself, you can achieve that consistency that's necessary. It's just about playing every player that you play and having the same level of confidence. The reason that so many players get so far and then lose is because they don't believe in themselves when they play somebody like a John Higgins or a Mark Selby. I think Joe is such an accomplished player these days. He should believe in himself against anybody that he plays, and I'm sure he does.
Well, this is all very nice so far. Set maybe for century number 14.
$56.
Chris Wakelin's total clearance of 140, still the front runner for the 500 break. £500. I always say that, the £500 highest break prize in this group. That can't be bettered here. There's still a big century on for Joe O'Connor, nevertheless.
First things first, secure the frame. He's not far from doing that. A couple more pots required.
62. $63.
And all Sir Drafway has done in this frame is to attempt a long red, which he missed on the break-off shot of Joe O'Connor. And this break is a result of that mistake.
$70. $71. $76. $77. $84. $85. $92. $93.
So, this Platt then for his 14th century of this year's Championship League in the 3 groups he's played in. What a wonderful break it's been again. Just so well controlled.
100. $101.
So Sergio Way in trouble in this final. Two very different frames. O'Connor stole the first on the pink, and he's completely dominated the second to lead 2-0, needing one more for victory and a place in the winners group.
108. $115. 120.
Pink and black for a total clearance of 133.
126.
Well, it's going to be a trick shot on the black. Oh, he got close, didn't he? 126 from Joe O'Connor, his 14th century of the Championship League. He's firmly in control of this Group 3 final, leading 2-0. Yeah, we've seen two very different frames, but they've both gone the same way. And Sergio Way, well, we know what he's capable of. He could come and make 3 centuries himself to win the match, but watching somebody just so in control of themselves in Joe O'Connor, and that's been the impressive thing for Joe throughout this whole event. Is this the night he finally puts himself into the winners group? Just to remind you, we've already mentioned Neil Robertson, Karen Wilson and Xiao Tong tomorrow. We have a break for the Masters, and then we're back on January the 19th. It's Mark Selby, the won it the last 2 years actually, defending champion, with Wu Yize, of course in the top 16 now. Stuart Bingham, former world champion, he's won the Championship League in the past as well. And then later in the week, still to confirm the absolute lineup, but Jack Lazowski, Jack Jones, Lepe Fan, Jimmy Robertson among the players scheduled to come in, Zhang Anda as well. So looking forward to seeing all those fine players. And then the winners group will be in February when we discover the identity of the champion. Have you got any wild predictions for the Masters, Dominic? I mean, it's very hard, isn't it, these days?
It really is. The Masters, though, has one of the biggest atmospheres you could ever play in front of a London crowd who love their snooker in a very intimidating auditorium in Alexandra Palace. It's a wonderful, wonderful venue. But on current form, and given the fact he's won 2 big tournaments, and I think he's very happy with his game at the moment, if I had to pick a favourite, I'm going to just plump for Mark Selby.
Yeah, well, he certainly played well before Christmas, but we will see. It starts on Sunday. Sergio Way, as we've already mentioned, plays Karen Wilson. Jia Gudong actually plays Mark Selby on Sunday night. We've got Neil Robertson against Ronnie O'Sullivan. That's really the standout tie. Judd Trump against Ding Junhui. John Higgins against Barry Hawkins. Mark Williams against Mark Allen. Sean Murphy, defending champ, against Wu Yize. And of course, Xiao Tong will play Gary Wilson. So some great matches to look forward to.
Yeah, absolutely. The Masters event in Alexandra Palace, it really is a tournament for the game's elite, and really looking forward to Sean Murphy, Wu Yize. Both of those players possess a style of play that will suit one another. Best of 11 though, quite a lengthy match. It's going to be exciting. I always love the Masters. It's such a prestigious event.
Yeah, and it's a bit of a winter warmer, isn't it? Let's be honest, the weather's pretty horrible, and you know, it's January, back to work and all the rest of it, but it's a great showcase for snooker. As the darts is, of course, that's their World Championship, but our World Championship comes in April, but same venue. Anyway, that's Alexandra Palace to come on Sunday, but right now, Sergio Way, he's looking to find a way into this final, but it won't be easy. Joe O'Connor, that 126, 14th century, just again to remind you, clearly bang in form here, and with the belief and the confidence to win this.
He's such a rough diamond, Sergio Way. I mean, he broke off there and just turned his back on the shot and walked back to his chair. You don't normally do that. Just always keep an eye on the table, the way the cushions are playing. Joe's missed that one, but he's got away with it. I mean, you could take this red on. You're 2-0 behind. You could play it with running side and play it as a shot to nothing of sorts. And he played that with a little bit of disinterest, and he could have played a much better safety than he has. And this is where Joe O'Connor has a decided advantage tactically over Serdar Xiao. Now there's a red near bulk. Serdar Xiao will need to be very careful here where he places a cue ball. It'd be very easy to leave that red on. Is he shaping up to take this long straight one on? It looks as though he is. His mind's made up. No. Did play a safety.
Well, it is allowed. You don't have to go for everything.
Well, he was lining it up. He was having a look down the line. I was convinced he was about to take it on. But again, you know, somebody like a Mark Selby or any tactical player that knows the game well would get a cue ball much closer to the top cushion from that particular situation. Well, I'm not going to criticise that shot. I felt it was a good shot to play. He just needed to play the red into the green or something to keep it up that end of the table. Overscrewed the cue ball, yes, but the shot itself was probably the right one to play.
One.
But once again, Joe O'Connor finds himself in first amongst the balls. The chance to score heavily.
Five. Six.
He'll be happy with that. Brown surely is the colour to play, unless he has an angle on the blue that I can't see. He'd like the blue on the spot to go into the pack of reds from, but the problem is, after this red, there's nothing really available, so Joe could play for the blue. He'd have to leave himself somewhere near the yellow to go into the pack from the blue, but he could leave himself on the brown to go into them. Cannon the yellow.
11.
Well, I don't think he'll play the brown, it's too missable, but he does have an angle on the blue. But he needs to be careful not to miss the pot, because he's got to play this at pace, so he needs to be accurate. really surprised me. You stand across the table for this very tricky little red
16.
when he had a good angle on the blue there to go into them. Well, he'll do well now to go into the pack of reds. I think he could be hindered by the yellow. Don't think he can cue past the yellow well enough to be able to go into the pack from the brown. He was able to cue past the yellow well enough, and he'll be disappointed that it didn't work out better for him.
21.
Yes, I mean, you always sort of loathe to say end of break with this event because players keep potting and potting, but put it this way, it's a very tough red if you're going to take this on to the middle. Not to be.
Joe O'Connor, 21.
Well, Sir could consider actually trying to double this red near the green into the bottom left-hand corner as we look at hold for the green. Don't think the red would cannon the brown, just depends what he wants to do really. And you know, he got down and played it so quickly.
Foul. Xiao wait for.
Nothing wrong with the intention there to play the cue ball near the yellow pocket, but you don't have to make a mistake by too much to find the pocket, and that's what's happened, and this red cuts in.
One.
Now it's been a while since he had a scoring opportunity. Serdraff Way, what can he make from this?
6. Seven.
Well, you don't really fancy these 2-0 down in the best-of-5 final. Yeah, it's not easy, particularly at that pace.
7会7.
Certainly one of Serdraway's better safeties. Now what does Joe O'Connor do here? If he plays a safety shot off the rightmost red, he could chip it towards this left corner. Playing the red next to the blue, it's probably a better shot choice, but he could easily leave this red near the left corner if he's not careful. And he has left it. I just wonder if he's calling Serdraway's bluff here, almost enticing him to attempt it.
He doesn't need much enticing either, does he? That's the thing. Well, every credit, he's knocked it in. Oh, hang on. His cue balls kept running. So not on the black, but you just know he's going to take the blue on. Well, now he's coming round to look at the red to left middle.
6.
Not to be. The challenge is wilting a little, isn't it?
It's difficult to crash in a long blue like that and then follow it with a touch shot as that red was. No obvious harm done. And he's back in the frame, just 4 points separating them. Oh, does he need to go to the lavatory?
Yeah, he's asked the question and the request has been accepted. So sprinting out. When you gotta go, you gotta go.
And in a situation like this, when you leave the auditorium, you think to yourself, right, what have I got to do? He's already looked at the table. He might be considering taking the red onto the right centre. He can roll through for the black, and if he missed it, he wouldn't leave anything easy for Joe O'Connor, who's sitting in his chair now, and it's a bit of a momentum stopper from his point of view. He's got to keep his focus and concentration, and not think of other things, so that when he comes back to the table, he's still focused and concentrated. Just dabbing his cheeks there with the dampened towel just to keep warm. It's very, very warm in the auditorium today.
Yeah, it is. As you say, the heating's on full blast. There's a storm coming, isn't there, on tomorrow and Friday? So might be snowed in, Dom. Might have to stay here.
Let's not go into that, Dave. Yeah, I know the storm, it begins with a letter G. I can't remember the name. What was it?
Goretti, I believe.
Something like that, yes. Thought that was a type of pasta, but there you go.
Well, they're alphabetical. They're always named after people, so we've missed Storm Dominic. We've got to come round again, though.
Gale Force Dale, we've missed that, yes. Absolutely, they're named alphabetically. The next storm after this will begin with H, we know that.
Well, anyone would think we're just padding here talking about this, but we're waiting for Sergio Way to return. Joe O'Connor just attending to his tip while he's waiting.
That's a good idea, actually. Just have a close look at your tip and make sure everything's good. You just got a titanium ferrule, so you can abrade that as much as you like. It's take years to diminish the ferrule size with titanium. It's so hard. Lovely looking tip on his cue, I must say. And of course, he's got to prepare for the German Masters qualification as well.
Sergio Way's back, trailing 2-0, remember.
Now this is the thing, isn't it, Dave? It's been quite a while now since Joe played his last shot, and he's faced with a good chance here, but it's a pressure ball. Very nicely cued, but he's too straight on the green, I feel, to warrant taking it on. Not easy rolling up behind the brown, but he wouldn't need to be too precise to get the snooker. Can power the green in. How close can he get to a red, though?
Joe O'Connor 4.
Well, he's happy enough to see the Reds run into the cluster there, out of harm's way.
Well, he put his hand up there in apology, but does that red that's between the pink and the black pot to the right corner?
He's just not getting them now, is he? I mean, I'm not saying that was easy and haven't been easy throughout the frame, but the sort of balls Sergio Way has knocked in the great purple patch he's had today. Not yesterday where he struggled, but today where he's played superbly. In the final, it's just not happening. So Joe O'Connor, can he deliver a good piece of cueing here? Get back in the frame he needs to win this final.
One.
There's the answer. Yes, he can.
Problem is, if he pots the pink, looking at the position of the reds, I would suggest that the pink spot's available, and if it is, it'll block off the red to the right corner that, well, he'd love to play for. What else can he play for with the angle that he has on the pink? Don't think either of the reds near the black will pot. That's why he's refusing the pink now for the blue. Has to be the right thing to do. He shouldn't miss this, really.
Six. Seven.
He'll be furious with himself for leaving himself so straight on the blue there. Absolutely had to be high side of the blue to get onto a red. If he pots the blue, it surely will be under break unless he is high side of it, and it doesn't look as though he is. Well, actually, there is a red that pots, I beg your pardon. It's certainly not easy from here, that's for sure. And there's no guarantee of position from it, but there is a red that will pot to the right corner.
Now all the reds are potable, but they'll be potable for his opponent if he doesn't pot this pink.
Dave, it's thinner than it looks, I'm sure, this pink. I don't think it's easy.
It's not easy, that's what I'm saying, and the reds are there for Sergio Way if he doesn't pot it. So it's a big shot. It almost feels like a match winner, this. Not quite true, but maybe the hardest pot he'll have in the remainder of the break. Yeah, and he hasn't got it, and look what he's left.
Joe O'Connor 13. One.
Already he's played a poor positional shot. He may have to screw into the middle red of the three now. He could get round the other side. Had to fight to screw past that red. He played it well.
8. 9. $17.
That was nicely played. Now, he'll need the yellow, green and brown. He won't need the blue, probably.
24.
But if he can just pot a couple more balls, it's going to mean that Joe O'Connor will need just about every ball on the table, which means that difficult pink could be an issue.
32.
Well, you'd expect him to get this, but let's see. Still a little bit of pressure on, considering the position of the match. Clean as a whistle. But
34.
Not great on the green. Straight out with the rest, no messing around. Just played that as if it was easy. Well,
37.
He needs the brown. Check the scores. He'd be 20 in front with 18 on. just sort of dispatched it
41.
as if it was a bit of an irritant. One snooker required.
Well, he's got to drop the blue slowly over the corner pocket or in, because if you look where the pink is, it's very unlikely to get a snooker from the pink. And that's okay. Joe O'Connor certainly doesn't want to pop the blue. If he did decide to cut the blue in, you only really get one good go at getting him behind the black. Oh, what a wonderful effort that was.
Well, you can see some of the blue, but I tell you what, if he was in behind the black, it would be horrible.
Absolutely, goodness, that sent a shiver down my spine when you said that. That would be the most hideous snooker to have to escape from in a situation in the match like this.
Joe O'Connor is so good at getting them, he really is. So the danger is there. So he needs one successfully laid snooker. We know there's room in behind that pink, and obviously the black as well. The blue, though, is going near the pocket. But not over it.
Yeah, the way to play this is to strike the cushion first and clip the blue in. My goodness me, he really does live dangerously. He played that with far, far, far too much pace. Joe O'Connor, I promise you will be disappointed if he doesn't get that cube in behind the pink here.
Yeah, and didn't do it though, so relief, real relief for Sergio Way.
Pink would be the ideal ball to get in behind, but I don't think he can from here. And I don't think he can get in behind the black either, really. Sometimes you just have to play a safety shot and wait for a better opportunity. Oh dear, well, he's knocked pink and black to the cushion, so it's double whammy really. Well, there's just room for the cue balls to get in behind the black. potted it. We'll have to try it. Nearest vestige of hope remains in this frame for Joe O'Connor.
Joe O'Connor 5. And the frame.
So in goes the pink, and Sergio Way does indeed win the third frame. Yeah, Joe O'Connor had that difficult pink, didn't he, to left middle, all the red sitting nicely. I'm sure had he potted that he would have won the frame and in the match, but not to beat, and so we go into frame 4. Of course, Sergio Way came in to this group, but Joe O'Connor's been here since last Friday, so this is his 6th day, and it'll be his last day either way, because he does have to go to those qualifiers we've been talking about in Sheffield. But of course, if he can win the match, he will be in the winners group next month with a chance to win his first professional title, all the prize money, qualify for the Champion of Champions next season as well.
You can see the two players there, Joe O'Connor playing with his cue towel, probably thinking all sorts of things at the moment. Sergio Way probably thinking of very little, just wants to get on with the next frame.
Who was here yesterday, he's gone up to the qualifying. He's not going too well. He's 3-0 down to Sam Craigie. German Masters. Anyway, Joe O'Connor, it is to break 2-1. He leads. Had chances though to win 3-0.
Reasonable efforts, but you're better missing them on the thin side. The cue ball travels further then. Now, has he been very fortunate, Sergio Way? Another ball is so important in snooker. Could have left an easy pot on there for Joe O'Connor, and I don't think he has.
Well, terrific pot, so he's in again, having failed to kill it off in the last frame. Let's see how far he gets here.
6. Seven.
Well, it really was a super pot to get in with. Didn't think he'd take the risk, but he's in here. Does he go into the pack of reds? Problem is he could screw in behind those two reds just above the black and not be on anything. Yeah, did the right thing. More control when you play a cannon like that. There are just too many loose reds in open possible positions to take a risk by going into the cluster. Can obtain quite a healthy lead here before we need to worry about that. But on this occasion, it could be prudent to play a delicate cannon into those 6 reds above the black, because he can use them more or less as a stopper for the cue ball, and it'll be beautifully on a red to the same pocket as the black. Doesn't need to play it with too much pace. That's perfect.
Yeah, this is looking a really good chance, nudging more reds into play.
22. $23.
Joe could have held for the black previously, but it was easier to get onto his next red on that occasion from the blue rather than the black. And in potting this red here, the red just below and to the right of it is easy now to get onto
29.
Into the right corner, and he can play for it here. Bad contact. Not the ideal time to suffer a kick.
36.
Because he's low on this red now. He can't avoid cannoning into other balls. The pot's missable, and there's a lot of pressure on it. You don't have to always take a pot on.
$37.
Wow, it's a wonderful pot from Joe O'Connor. He couldn't guarantee position, not the way he played it, but just look at this black that he's faced with here. No, long way away, and he hasn't covered the pocket.
Joe O'Connor,
Huge
37.
mistake, but there was so much pressure on that, and he was unlucky that he had to play a black, as difficult as it was.
Well, it's earlier in the frame, but it's like that pink in the last frame, isn't it? If it goes in, he wins the frame. I'm sure that would have been the case with the black, but it's not in, so Sergio Way 37 behind. With a big chance here with the red spread far and wide.
One.
But this is where a bit of discipline is required from him. Don't want to keep having to pull out, you know, great recovery pots. Try and keep things as simple as possible.
Just didn't get any stun into the cue ball. He's in no man's land in 2 shots.
8.
Can still cut the red in near the pink spot and play for a bulk car, and he has that red in bulk, but he shouldn't be faced with a cut pack like this. Potting it on the thin side has meant the cue ball has travelled further than intended, and well, this yellow is not dissimilar to the black that Joe O'Connor's just missed.
Well, he's done well to keep it going.
12.
And it seems likely that we're heading towards a decider. There's lots of work to do yet, but it's in his hands at the table here.
$17.
You will need all the reds here.
Well, he's got to play a cannon now on the left red of the 2 together to bring that into play. He'll be on the one next to it if he plays it well. It's not, though. It's leaving him there. Very surprised.
25.
Because I don't think the left right red will pot into the corner pocket.
26.
No, it doesn't, and I can promise you he's made a mistake by not removing that red from the black previously, because it was a shot to play. Will he get a better angle? Will he get a better chance to open those 2 reds up? Okay, they'll pot into the right centre,
51.
but... Oh, and it does go. That previous camera angle, goodness me. Well, there you go. That's why I didn't play the cannon.
G2.
So I apologise for that.
Well, what it means is it's coming down to the red on the right-hand side cushion.
$39. 40.
Yes, Dave says that tricky red down the side cushion could be a problem. He's established a lead now in this 4th frame, and he has an angle on this red to bring that red into play here. If he can just
47.
cannon top side of it, he'll be on the pink to the left centre. Is that what he'll try to play here? Missed the cannon. He's not
48.
happy. But he's still on blue or pink, and he may have an angle on the pink to cannon the red into play. Well, there you go. He was fortunate once he missed the cannon initially to still have the opportunity.
54.
And it's worked out perfectly.
$55.
We're surely going all the way now.
$60. 62.
I wonder how Joe O'Connor is feeling now. He was just a couple of good pots away from winning
65.
the previous frame and therefore the match.
And the frame.
And this one, well, the concession has arrived, so we are going all the way. It's 2-all, and I suppose with the momentum, I think Dave Cedra, we must be the favourite.
Well, we'll see, but as you say, O'Connor had a chance for 3-0, he had a chance for 3-1, and just couldn't quite close it out. So it all comes down then to one more frame to decide our third player into the winners group of this BetVictor Championship League. Hell of a lot of frames have been played over the last 2 days, haven't they, to leave us with just one more?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the momentum now is firmly with Sergio Way, isn't it? But he's one of these players, because of his style of play, if he loses interest and makes a few mistakes and loses frames, he might continue to keep making mistakes. But now he's won those 2 frames, I'm sure he's right up for this decider, and he doesn't seem to show a lot of emotion. He plays recklessly, there's no doubt about that. But he's such an attacking player, and if they are finding the targets, these pots, then he's going to be difficult to stop.
Of course, if he does lose, he can come back tomorrow. He's a top 16 player, so he's not going to qualify. And Joe O'Connor, this is it for him. He either wins the frame and he's in the winners group, or he loses it and he's out of the tournament. Here we go then. The deciding frame, 2-2 between Sergio Way and Joe O'Connor in the Group 3 final at the BetVictor Championship League.
Thank you to the deciding frame. Xiao way to break.
Is this red potable to the left corner? If it is, I think Joe will take it on. Can run through for the black. The only red he can leave is this one that he's taking on.
One.
Well, that's magnificent. Magnificent, if I can speak the word. Just a touch low on the black, but if he can cannon the left-hand side of the red directly above the black, he'll be in great shape. It's a super pot, particularly having lost those last 2 frames when he had chances. So just the middle red of those 3 above the black he wants to cannon. Perfect. But can he still play for the black from this red?
8. Nine.
Well, next question. Does the left-hand red that's just detached from the main bunch, does that pot to the right corner, I wonder? Too much running side on the cue ball. You won't like this
16.
angle. He could, if he wished, bring other reds into play, but this is a bit of a pressure pot that he's left himself.
Seventeen. $20. $21.
Rather straight on the black. I'm looking at those 3 reds together, just above the cue ball. Do any of those pot? right-hand one will pot into this corner pocket. He looks to be on it nicely.
28.
And in potting it, maybe one of the reds below it will then pot to the left corner. Well, he has plenty of angle to work with here on the black. He could easily go into that pack of reds if he needs to.
$36. Joe O'Connor 36.
So it's another chance that goes begging. The pink in the third frame. That black in the fourth frame, and now red here in the fifth frame.
One.
Oh dear. Did Joe just decelerate a fraction there? Did he not get quite enough backspin on the cue ball for the red to hold its line? This is a big shot, this pink though. And in it goes. The pink will now, I think, go on the blue spot. I'm not sure if it's spots available. Is it? Oh, it is. Well, neither good nor bad. I don't think the pink will pot into either of the corner pockets, but no. So you need an angle on the black to go into the reds now. And that's badly overhit. If he goes into the pack from the black, he's going to have to really force this in. Well, Dave, I don't know what's going through Joe O'Connor's mind, but had that shot worked out, it could have been end of match.
Didn't he get some action into that? I mean, he's so unlucky not to land nicely here.
And with that red over the middle pocket, Dave, I don't know what safety he can play here. I mean, he'll have to think this out. Can't play in bulk, not with that red there. And it's risky to try and get the cue ball behind the black spot. I'm not sure how he can. I mean, he really doesn't need to take this red onto the centre pocket. He's not forced to do that. He could just drop onto the two reds he's close to. Oh, he took the risk. He's knocked 16. It in. What a pot. This young lad, he pots some balls under pressure. He doesn't seem to feel pressure.
Yeah, I mean, look, the great percentage players might sort of watch him with their fingers over their eyes, but cannot fault his guts. He goes for his shots. You're good enough to get them. And now he's got his chance to win this final.
Oh, he's got some talent. Serdrav way, my goodness, he has. He's very frustrating to watch. You just don't know where the next mistake's coming from. He's so one-dimensional. He's so exciting with it.
23.
Yeah, and it's been a game of two halves, isn't it, in this group? He lost his first match yesterday, very first match, 3-0 to Xiao Guodong. He lost his second 3-1 to Yuan Sichun. He did manage to beat Chris Wakelin 3-2, but he was struggling overnight in the relegation zone. He was in that relegation zone right until his last match against the one and only Joe O'Connor here. He beat him 3-1 to get number 4 in the table and scrape into the playoffs.
31.
Now it's in his hands to get it won. The blue's going to put him level.
Well, the good news for Joe O'Connor is, if there is any, is that Serdrak Wei will need that tricky red near the right side cushion. But
36.
he could easily leave a double on it.
37.
The red furthest down from the pink will pot into this right corner, and that will release the one next to it. He's on it now.
42. 43.
And he's cued that perfectly. And as a player, this is when you just begin to think about the difficult reds.
50.
What do I do? Do I leave a double on the red that I need to win the match? Or do I try and bring it into play? And from what colour? What angle do I want to leave on it? This is when you start to think of these things. Concern now for Joe O'Connor, because Serdrak Wei has an angle just to drop the red in, leave the cue ball parallel to the black, to run into that red and develop it. There are many shots he could play here. 22 the lead, just needs red, colour and red. Perfect. A full ball cannon on the red would knock it on to the left centre.
Well, he'll take that cannon for the right centre. So this is match ball. Sergio Wei's gone for his shots all day, and from 2-0 down, it looks like he's won. And Joe O'Connor, the disappointment for him is that he's had chances in all 3 frames since going 2-0 up. And of course he can't now continue in the tournament because he's got to go to qualifying for the German Masters in Sheffield. So his race he's run, he's had 14 centuries, played superbly, but I guess the regret is, you know, he had the chances to get this one and get himself in the winners group, and it didn't happen. But credit to Sergio Wei, he's been magnificent here.
72.
If there's been a tough shot, a brave shot to play, then he's played it.
$75.
Well, I must spare a thought for Joe O'Connor. I don't quite know how he hasn't won this match. He's played wonderfully.
84.
Yeah, he's been brilliant. But, of course, it's cutthroat, just best of 5. And Sergio Wei, credit to him, what a barnstorming finish. That's the way he plays. And he will be here for the winners group next month. It's job done for Sergio Wei. From 2-0 down, he defeats Joe O'Connor 3-2 and wins Group 3 of the Championship League. So he joins Tom Ford and Elliot Slesser in the winners group next month. So that's it from us. We'll be back tomorrow. We've got some real big hitters coming in. We've got the world champion Zhao Xingtong, Neil Robertson, the world number 3, and the world number 2, Karen Wilson. Gary Wilson returning as well. So we'll see you at 11 o'clock here at the Mattioli Arena in Leicester for more from the Championship League. But for now, from us all, it's good night.